Greetings, my minions. Hello, and welcome to TES vs WWE and our coverage of it. Sam's just gone out to get some coffee. I gotta go do... Okay, I gotta go do some stuff, maybe, but, we'll get ourselves into the casting mindset and the grind set within, you know, an amount of time. You know how the drill goes. Ugh. Welcome to everyone.
2025英雄联盟职业联赛第二赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端
Hey, Pizza
转上
Safe,
英雄
Fairy
联
Tale,
盟及
I
英
enjoyed.
雄联盟
It's you.
赛事官网
Hey, Sergio.
LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播。
Are we caster minions or melee minions? I will let you organize yourselves into minion categories. You can elect one amongst you to be a cannon minion. I'm tired. I only just woke up, and I did wake up at randomly like 6 AM, so I didn't get the best sleep of it. I'm tired, but don't worry. I'm not gonna let that hold me back. Can I be a scuttle crab? Yes, you can be, Angie. How you doing, Angie? Angie's currently on her way to Berlin, so I'm gonna have to dip out at maybe the last game. I can stay, yeah, because I gotta dip out the last game maybe to go pick Angie up from the station. Morning, Peanut.
2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。
And I hope everyone else is having a wonderful Sunday. By the way, it is storming like heck. If you hear rain or thunder through the microphone, it was really loud here earlier. Anyway, I'm gonna give you guys a break for me for 1 second. The teams will be coming on stage.
英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻六边形战士来袭。
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第二赛段淘汰赛。这里是京东电子竞技中心，让我们有请 TES 西安 Team WE。 有请上单369 Cube。打野 Kanavi Monkey。中单 Cream Carries。 下路 Jackie Love Tail。辅助 Crisp Vampire。LPL 第二赛段淘汰赛第8日的比赛将会由滔博对阵西安 WE LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Hello, folks. We're into draft. Alex just going himself sort in the background. I've come back with coffee. Life is good. I can't wait to have a chat with you all about some League of Legends. Isn't that exciting? So, does look like we're going to have bits in the background to deal with, but we have, of course, got a very interesting old series here because it's WE who managed to make it all the way here in a way that I think pretty much all of us were not expecting. JDG got knocked out by them in shocking fashion. Now, Top Esports have got interesting people to keep an eye on. First pick there on the Azir. Sponsor likely to be of this Varus, I have no doubt. We'll look to pick that one up for Taeyun, who has put a lot of time into that champion. It is just very strong in general right now. Rumble also a consideration, because of course that gets free.
Yes, the Varus Rumble. Top Esports have given them Varus Rumble for the Azir. Yeah, I know that a lot of people have picked up the Azir as first pick, but this is an incredibly strong Jolo to give over.
Very much is. I think the vibing band obviously would have been a nice addition to that, but some additional bit of CC in here, and I feel like that combo is going to be problematic. Hell, Skarn is up. If Monkey wants to pick up that, something he's very comfortable with, that combo sounds pretty miserable to me, all things said and done.
We're still getting set up here in the front here, folks. So don't you worry. We're just getting ready in the background. So yeah, I mean, we talked about the Varus Rumble being given over. We've talked quite a lot. Those who are regulars on the stream will know how much we talk about the trade of Varus versus Jhin and how they quite similar to each other. Varus tends to be the priority, has a bit more flexibility, but Jhin is still an archetype champion that does well in lane and offers some good utility after that point. The thing is, though, the Jhin doesn't have a Rumble, which is, of course, the big thing which Team WE have. Cube got a decent record on it, despite the fact that I normally view him as a tank top laner. His last series versus JDG was largely carries, actually. It was largely carries. Chris over in YouTube chat saying he's hoping for 5 games and not a 3-0. We shall see. Onavia's not gone live yet, that's why. Right, live now. Good to know. Good to know. Right, should be fine now. Sometimes it stalls when it's loading up a little bit. Anyway, if you're on Onivia, hopefully you're seeing things now. Hopefully. Come on. Poppy locked in for Team WE. Good versus the Rel. Can be locked into that support role. I wonder why I like both. Yeah, Jhin and Varus are very good champions, right? They both offer a lot to their teams. Yeah. They're both very versatile champions, and they open up a lot of different options in the laning phase for supports as well, because they don't have to be lane dominant at that point. Second round, a lot of frontline for Top Esports banned away at 369's Ornn, Kanavi's Skarner. And on the other side, Monkey's Wukong, Vampire's Alistair taken away. I guess respecting the flexibility of the Poppy. And the Ahri locked in for Karis. Now, you're not going to have Ahri Wukong, you're not going to have Ahri Vi. I guess you look for the Pantheon last week. In fact, I'm surprised that the Pantheon has taken this long to lock in, but I guess when the Varus Rumble were available, that made it a lot easier. Poppy's was lock in. Kanavi's Neferi, which is terrifying. That is terrifying. And the last pick, if you lock in a frontliner that can help these, fairly decent damage dealers hold their position, especially with 369 Scion as well, that could be an issue. Now, what's your last pick? Do you Pantheon here? Take it off the table, give yourself an early game jungler. Shinzao's probably not bad here either actually.
Renata could be interesting into the Neferi. That's what they're thinking, to do that into the Rel as well. Goes a bit more prior bot side. And Varus, Renata, one of the more lane dominant duos out there.
They were WE happy to lock the Poppy into the jungle. I was wondering whether there was another jungle option, because Poppy, I think, into the Rel is often very good, and you could play well with the Varus around that. But instead, as you're saying, Renata in the bot lane. Not going to lie, not a big fan of Vampire on the Renata. I much prefer him on something like that melee support like the Poppy, which is another consideration you have to have in games like this. WE, let's get through our narrative checklist. WE, it has been a very long time since they have been a top team. Like if they win here, they would get towards top 4 for the first time in God knows however long. I'll have to look up the last time that they achieved that. Top Esports, of course, looking for another international event back-to-back. They're on a streak right now. Went to every international event back in 2024 last year. And of course, they went to first stand at the beginning of this year and are our reigning LPL champions. WE, however, felled JDG. It took 5 games, but they did do it. And Top Esports, well, they're only 2 seeds above them. Can't be that much of a difference, could it? Could DWE be the blue shell in this playoffs? We've seen them do it before. They've had that lower bracket run before. And right the way through the gauntlet of old LPL playoffs. It's a hard ask, but they're on the way to it.
On the other side, of course, we're looking at Top Esports, who managed to fall down to the lower bracket. They didn't go all the way casually waltzing into finals. They did fumble the ball a bit. We expected something like an AL Top Esports finals, and that currently is on the line. Still a couple rounds to go, but Weibo Gaming managed to get an interesting result against Top Esports. We'll leave it at that. Now we're in a bit of a perplexing position with how much of Top Esports learned. Have they recovered from their failures at the upper end? The crowds will have to yell first, and then we'll continue debating. Solid WE fan base there. The last time we saw this team win, there were tears in the crowd. People were so pleased to see this team win. They have been one of the longest standing fan bases and organizations in the world. Certainly in LPL. Now, a few more of their fans have begun to believe, made their way over here to Beijing, where the arena is being filled up with all the fans for this LPL playoffs. Themselves, the draft, I think, that can play very heavily through the mid-game here, which should give them a lot of agency with people like Monkey and Karis to get rolling. And Karis in particular, what a series he had in the last showing down against the likes of Scout.
He was awesome. He was absolutely awesome. His Silas, his Akali, everything really worked out very well for him. And he's on a champion that can once again be a big threat. Hard to play the Ahri into the Neferi at points, quite mobile, and the dogs block your skill shots. Of course, the Scion can be a problem too. If you get beyond them, you get into the juicy backline of Top Esports. That's definitely an angle for success. 369 on the Scion, though. Got to get through him. That is a problem. 369, God of Peel. Got a little far forward here. Jackalow bring the 4th shot back.
Going to look for some loyalty Brigham. Pulls out that pocket pistol and shoots Chris briefly. Worth noting as well, Scion interestingly started with the Soul Furnace level 1, not a decimating smasher, and they're trying to step forward and threaten the wave and the rumble with a bit more of that shield roll.
Oh, 369 always very good at knowing his ins and outs of his matchups, and yeah, it gives you that wave play and also lets you shrug off the E's as well. The E start from the rumble with the Conqueror build, not uncommon, I suppose. Jackalow taking a little more damage than W's bot lane, both from Pop and Pox. Navi clearing through bot, so going to his top side. Going up towards WE stats, though, Cube has obviously played an awful lot of the Rumble. Most teams have at this point. Taeyon, of course, on the Vampire too. Not on the Vampire, on the Varus too. A little more veteran. And while I said, you know, I'm not a big fan of Vampire's Renata, he is 2-0 on it, despite my misgivings about his individual performance. Monkey rushing bot lane.
He's going to try and get down there. It's level 3 Poppy! Full build, Jackie's in danger, and a wonderful handshake puts him in some serious bother. Flash on forward from Taeyon, looking for the autos, gets the blight tag. When is the Q? Hail of arrows. Isn't enough!
6 HP in a dream. Jackalow makes it out.
Oh, Taeyon blows the flash there as well. Every summoner pretty much available to be blown there is down, aside from the Cleansing Knight. There's the cleanse on the other side of Taeyon as well. So not every summoner, but a lot of them.
How could we possibly forget about full build Poppy? Gets level 3, gets a red buff, and Poppy starts popping off. Poppy doesn't need anything else except level 3 and a red buff, which is exactly what we see there. Jackalow and Chris falling down to their first stand foible, which is if Kanavi is pathing away from them, sometimes they play to push up, but also not with a minimap. They push up there, and they were about to put a ward down, but they don't realize the timing. Monkey's there on just enough time to force out the summoners. Jackalow will have to took that early recall. Doesn't die at least. I don't think Karis is going to die here. He'll have a W cooldown and he'll have charm. Should be fine.
into the Dark and Daggers. Charm, Monkey's now coming on over. Do they want to keep
No,
playing?
no. You don't have damage at that point. Like, if you don't hit the double daggers, even if you do hit the double daggers, I think it's a bit marginal because Karras still has the flash.
I want to see what the Monkey wanted to think about engaging, actually. I was thinking, maybe.
But he'd already used the flash,
Yeah,
so it's like, it's at that point, it's you just like, Chris, by the way, insane.
Very
like that completely saves the play. That is clutch as hell. The fact that Jackalope makes it up on as little HP as possible is heartbreaking for WE.
The body block from Chris was very clutch to stop that handshake, but Jackie, all calculated.
Poppy doesn't need anything but level 3 and a Red Bull. That's a sponsored segment for you right there. Red Bull Poppy. Navi tears away the Raptor Camp to get all of them. Gets most of them, actually.
Decent job on that invade, obviously spotting that reset. Obviously goes Kanavi. Still got the pot, still gets that opportunity to get that additional spawn on the camp. Bit annoying there for the side of Monkey, who has, in the end, ended up dropping that carry.
That's one of the problems of Poppy, of course. You go for the Psycho plays and you lose camps because of it. Jackalope, Chris, they're pushing up in the bot side. Now, of course, now the thing is, their bot lane survived the gank, and Kanavi is in the top side jungle spotting out Monkey, which means the lanes get to play more aggressively. That is, of course, one of the bonuses of top esports playstyle, where they have very good individual lanes. And then Kanavi, if he is up in your face and something like that, Kanavi. Sometimes I just refer to it as Kanavi because I've just seen him.
Yeah,
play
I know.
so much.
We're doing it. We're both doing it now.
Yeah, the Neferi, he does get to push in, get value from embedding a lot because Neferi really likes that's. Okay, ult for wave clip. I was wondering whether it was more for a trade, but nope. Gets a quick push in.
Down, getting a lot of value. Deadly Flourish does land. Kanavi should be sending some dogs at Vampire, but not too much more. That will be the end of that for now. Of course, with both bot lanes being shy of their summoners, that potentially leave both open to being ganked in reasonable ways. It also means that the Varus Renata can't shove as aggressively as they might like, actually, and Jackie and Chris managed to stabilize. It's only a couple hundred gold, but that's mostly in the 5 CS effect.
Yeah, worth noting in regards to that shove, the reason why they also can't get shoved that easily is because they're the on-hit Varus. The poke Varus is the one which kind of always the fact it gets shoved on hit. Not always as simple as that, because you don't get to kind of like ping the enemy champions with poke and force them off the wave as much. Dragon now started from WE, and WE will respond to that.
369 eats an auto or two there, not too much more to be found. Hammer shot on the Scuttle Crab. Harder with the hammer. I think that's what the key's called on Poppy. I'm pretty sure it's hammer shot.
I believe it's hammer shock, yeah.
I always think of it. Hang on, have I got the correct one?
By the way, thank you all for all the stream streaks and chat. By the way, Cream should be safe here. Yeah, Monkey stole without that flash. 60 from 369, forced away actually. But yep, Kai's with the 60 streak, Zeref with the 60, Pinchless with the 7, Fairytale with the 5, and Kasari with the 5. Thank you everyone for supporting the
Andrew
stream.
hit 75 the other day, which
yeah.
is pretty mental as well.
Yeah. I'm a little worried for WSM. I think that they need to get early advantages. I think that they need to play around the one item spike. They failed to get value from the very first ganks of the game, and Mecha just gave up 100 give bomb as well. Jesus, the oil, it flows here. Top esports going into the enemy jungle. The Raptors taken once again. Getting farm advantage for the Neferi, especially if the Poppy is not getting kills, is a huge benefit for top esports.
Yeah. Keep our eyes on it. There's a few WE supporters in chat. I see Laurentius saying Loki, they'd really like to see a WE win. And the thing is, I can't deny that, because genuinely WE's story has been so wonderful. We keep going, yeah, but are they really a top 5 team? Are they really something capable of doing that? Well, maybe they got the potential, but actually they're going to run into someone like a top esports or a JDG and not make it any further. And they've kind of proved us wrong at nearly every stage of the competition.
Well, the things really changed around the JDG series, because I don't want to say like they've upset everything after that point, because you know that the early series for the or like the mid series in Ascend were not necessarily the best. We might have a play around the grubs though. Kanavi not going to hit guard that Sham. Ults onto Karras, trying to over ult for ult.
Let's go ult for ult. Kanavi will earn that out of Karras, now at half HP. Kanavi, though, as a result, won't be able to get all of the grubs. I wonder whether WE are happy enough having nabbed one and just saying, look, that'll do, we don't give them the full set, and that gives us something here, but we can't stay and fight anymore.
Yeah, Kanavi has the smite, Monkey doesn't. This is often the case with grubs. You smite the first one, it means you really can't contest the other ones after that. Really like how Kanavi played that. One of the big problems with Ahri is you cast your charm, you have nothing to stop someone jumping on you at that point. So Kanavi goes ult for ult, takes the better trade, means that W can't possibly look for a fight afterwards. And thank you so much for the extra 10 gift bombs, Arif, as well. 110 gift bombs out there.
Qatari as well, make it 120. Good grief.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, if there is a hype train, I'm pretty sure gift subs are actually cheaper at that point.
Oh, are they really? Wow.
So, anyone else?
Anyone? Any more for any more?
369 gonna be ulting towards
Speaking
that
of
top
trains,
side.
I know. Yeah. I'm not sure that's a hype train now. That's
Dude,
like,
I'm
like
just saying, if we had like brand activations within the game itself, I mean, like Hype Train Conductor Scion would be pretty good.
Oh my god, yeah.
Hype Train Conductor Scion. I mean, we already have like the Ornn one, right? But
I mean, I was just thinking, they've updated the Twitch overlay for a lot of League of Legends stuff. So you can like hover over various champions to get all their.
that's only for
stats.
LEC, I think.
Is it only for LEC?
Well, we don't have it on our stream.
I saw it on. I think I saw it on LTA last night.
Yeah, so basically LEC and LTA share a lot of the same tech, from my understanding. Which is why they have similar overlays and stuff like that too.
If we're going to start getting some of this integration for League stuff, that could be quite cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you compare it to something like Dota, which has really good ability to view things in game, so you can actually watch on your own client esports games, but then get the announcers over it. It's really cool. I love the tech that they have available for that. So you can just be your own spectator in the game.
It's quite cool as well because they have like stadiums in the skyboxes to fill up with the viewers. It's just like, it's really cool.
Jackie trying to play back that, getting the cleanse. Wow, Jackie 1v2 just styling him, aura farming.
And he gets all of the shots down as well. Not that much damage, but you know, earning the cleanse, earning the heal, hitting every shot. Jackie, he's been really good at Jhin this year.
And that's also one of the reasons why I have some questions about Vampire's Renata, where if he was a Leona there, I think that's a successful play. Because it's a Renata, you have the handshake and you go, ha, I caught you out. Without realizing you don't always have like the initial engaged threat to back up that kind of promise. You know, you've got a handshake and that's kind of it. Right there, you know, Jackie just confidently 1v2s. Yes, is behind a little bit of farm due to that early gank, and I suppose some... Yeah, I'm not so... That's a little much to actually be fall behind, because he's 20 CS down, but still, doing well there in the 1v2.
That he is. Scream. Throws out a few soldiers. Not too much more there than clearing out the way.
Also, wow, that's a laning phase advantage.
Yes, it is.
For the Azir over the Ahri. So... If you are a very good Azir and a very good Ahri, there are definitely windows for Azir and the 1v1 to really abuse the Ahri pick. You often don't ever find yourself in range of charms. Thank you for another 10 gift bomb, by the way, our buds as well. You're all being very generous today. And what Azir can do is trade when your runes are on cooldown, and yours are obviously still kind of ever present. So Ahri with stuff like the Taste of Blood or Cheap Shot or Electrocute, trading on that rune cooldown is strong for the Ahri, but outside of that can be a real pain.
Yeah, and again, Karras is one of those players as well, where sometimes he just pops off and crushes every lane, and other times he messes it up and it starts to snowball away from him. There's a dragon happening right now. And actually, Monkey gets a good charm combo there into the backline. The Magnus Storm comes on through, not that much value. Cream goes in for the slide and glide. The Bailout comes on toward a Vampire who does die. Dragon secured by Kanavi. His Monkey's in the pit and goes down as well. The rest of the fight looking pretty ugly. 369 finally brought down by Karras. Gives a reset over. Cube flashes on in. Flame Spitter brings down another member. 369 Zombie doing a lot of work as there's some serious damage back with the Dark and Daggers. Jackie low. Throws down that captive audience. Cleanses.
Captain Jack!
Charm. Flash for the arrow though. Tae's not letting him get away with that one. Call the pack. That means it's making a 1v1. Reset on the ult. Tae's got nowhere to go. And Kanavi cleans up the fight. It's a 5-for-4. Blood smeared everywhere.
Is it any surprise our regular season MVP is top dog? 301 Shojin completed. Kanavi pops off in the fight. Good fight for W overall, though. They still walk away with a bunch of kills.
That is really insane. Let's have a look at this fight again. It starts with Chris denying Monkey getting in here early, and they try to pick him off.
However, you know, I love how 369 immediately puts himself as a wall between him and the rest of the team. I don't think the hostile takeover was good. It doesn't ping onto many of the auto-attacking members. And of course, the Azir and the Jhin don't really get hit. 369 does make a mistake here. He should just not flash, die on top of the enemy backline and just use the pattern a little better. And of course, no body block there. Bit unfortunate for top esports because that was an obvious angle for attack. So some micro issues from top esports, but even with that, Kanavi so strong, doesn't matter that they made those mistakes. Neferi and Broken split early fights at one item is so goddamn strong.
5-for-4 and the dragon. So it's a win for top esports, but my days is a bloody one. Let's kind of just take stock at the end of that all. Cube comes over with a kill, couple onto Taeyun, which is good for him. Karis gets some value too. The problem is really on the other side, the fact that Neferi did get so much there is kind of scary.
That's terrifying. Terrifying for W. Also, by the way, just catching up in chat as well. Thank you so much for the gift bomb, Fairy Tale Mute, and of course another 10 from Zareth as well. And Evil Merit. Hope you're doing well. The support obviously means an awful lot. And I know we try not to talk about chat as much when we're in game, so it's very important for those of you who are watching on YouTube. Matters less to you. What matters more to someone like Cube, though, as we talk about less about that, is 2 people on a screen. He's gonna die.
He does go down. And is swiftly blown apart. Napoleon, not long.
Vote Pedro. Same guy, right?
Yeah, I've only watched that movie once.
Same, and it was really good, actually.
It's a great
yeah, it was Napoleon Dynamite. It was very, very good. Jackalov doesn't have flash or cleanse, so you need to be careful here. Karis finding the angle.
Oh, wonderful punish, because of course Jackie with the Captain Jack earlier now doesn't have the Black Pearl to get out to safety.
Jackie, you should just not be walking up there. You don't have vision on the top side, and Karis finds the easy angle. No summoners to respond to that. Doesn't have a Dark Seal, though, so not my favorite there. Wave clear cancelled here, actually, from the handshake.
Double charge, actually, the hostile takeover is eviscerated away from by Kanavi. Keeps him in the play, Karis trying to stay alive, can't get a reset, and 369 says, yeah, no, you don't. Keeper's verdict comes on through to try and spare the blushes a little, but top lane turret falls, and 369 just murdered them in mid.
So, Jackalov makes a mistake in mid lane, WE make an even worse one. I think W thinking, okay, well, the AD carry's dead. They think that they're safe. They don't have the Ariel. They don't have the summoners to fight back against an insane engage from 369 and Chris. They did choose to give 369 Sion. I want everyone to know that. They chose to give 369 Sion, one of his best champions of all time. And he's holding him to account over that. Herald will go down. Top Esports have the feats of strength from the objectives and the first tower now.
That's pretty mental. They get so much value there. It's another 2 kills to Kanavi, by the way, who's the one secured all of that. Very clutch eviscerate out of the hostile takeover to keep himself in threatening range. Early Shojin already, and he's yet to reset, I think, off the back of that play. So I have no doubt that on the next back, this dog is about to come away with an insane buy. So do check that in a moment or two when they do reset. We've got a minute until Dragon, so it's got to be happening soon-ish, one would assume. Spare a second moment as the hype train keeps going. Kaius, thank you very much for even more support.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a golden cap train. Cube has no flash still. Kanavi has way too much gold. He's almost at even level with Cube. That is a very dead Rumble. Cube, we talked about him having a decent record on the Rumble. Top Esports care not for that and take him down.
They definitely do not. Got Dragon in 30 seconds, and Kanavi cheats it.
You don't win this fight, by the way, Karis.
Oh, no, you don't. That's pretty much. Retained to at least get the mid-tier once. They've got something there, and credit to W for continuing to play, but this is a tricky spot to be in.
Yeah, W going in for an invade, trying to take something on the bot side of the map, and they will take the red buff, which is nice enough for them. They get something back, I guess, but W, they're clutching at straws a little bit. I know it's only 2,000 gold, but as we were saying, WE, this is where they spike in the game. One item is where they are probably strongest, and they are losing because Kanavi is so goddamn good at his champion. And now he's at 2 items. So now you're playing into the enemy spike. The 2-item spike from Top Esports is really nasty. You can see here, yeah, Ari doesn't win against Sion if you don't have something like a Leandries. It's a really hard matchup to play once Sion gets ahead of things and, of course, has the magic resist first item too.
Dragon is up. Top Esports in the river, dropping the Herald. Dragons have been traded 1-for-1 right now, but I'm just saying, look at that Neferi's inventory. Karis is at half HP. A Monkey comes out just about to safety. I was a little bit nervous there, but I forgot it was empowered by Monster Energy.
I love these Mega Cones, man. The Mega Cones are fantastic. As the gift subs as well.
Is it Optimus Prime subs and the Mega Cones?
That sounds fantastic. Yeah. Optimus Prime, yeah.
We could have a Decepticon themed cast.
I don't know enough about Transformers besides the Michael Bay movies, Sam.
That's true. I feel like there's a few of our mutual friends who would be very disappointed in this.
Yeah, Dr. Wolfenstein out there somewhere. And
CEO as well, yeah.
Would be very upset. Also around the map again. Top Esports on the whole. Typically when a team lets an enemy team hit a turret, they need to be trading for something, right? If a turret's being hit, you want to be something else. Vampire, he does have a handshake. I don't think it keeps him alive, though. Forces the flash out.
Definitely Flourish just wide. Again, Ziax miss always makes me question where those shots are coming from.
Dude, this Neferi is so strong. It's so strong to the point where if you just start slightly out of line, you end up blowing summoners like that. 369 and level up on Cube as well, and as turret's going to go down. But continuing that conversation earlier, when someone hits a turret, you want to cross map. Can't manage it there. Kanavi, he has W. It's quite hard to make a play, and he dodges the ults.
Oh, I hate this man on this champion. He's so insane.
That is just not okay. And now Monkey, with a swing and a miss, is going to run into a Scion, and Kanavi's back. So, I don't know, run, little puppy, run!
Trying her best, but that decimating smash charged insanely fast. What the heck? Monkey now in danger. The equalizer's coming on down to try and keep him alive. Actually, Taeyun's coming on over as well as Chris. Redemption buying some time. Monkey now in a good spot. Kanavi doesn't want to join us, and 369 is split off. Forced to flash. Chose a corruption. Just land into the arrow. Good shot from Taeyun.
369 goes a little too far. They find the initial start to a good play, and don't quite realize when to say quit. WE, pick up 1 kill. Anything to really get off of that? No, it's some gold, but it's a nice way to stop top esports from running rampant.
That was a nice bit of response, and good to see there are still some teeth here for the side of WE. Again, they are only 2,000 gold, only 1,500 gold behind. The issue is where the gold is behind, right? Like, it's in the jungle, it's in the mid lane. Cream and Kanavi are really online right now, and that should scare you. 2 items on the Azir early is pretty scary. I honestly thought Monkey was dead to right. Face checks, the Scion has already had an awkward escape pattern. You're thinking, okay, this Poppy is so dead. And then the Avengers assemble. And Monkey is kept alive. Captain America with the shield, I suppose Hammer in this case, does a good job of making sure that they don't go down.
For sure. I mean, 369, if he has ult, probably would live that. Of course, just about doesn't. He could have gone unstoppable through that. In fact, I was actually wondering whether he did. Oh, that's a bit of an unfortunate place to be, Monkey.
He is so dead. We'll get Hound's Pursuited, and maybe I should have said Thor at the same time, as dearest Fenrir here does their father's work, and Loki smiles as of Thor goes down.
Vampire is not having a great game on the Renata. Missed pretty much all of his ultimates right now, and that one really hurts when you're looking towards the next big objective fights of the game. Those hostile takeovers are the mark of a good Renata player, and Vampire hasn't really been able to nail them in the way that his teams needed to buy some extra time in those team fights. Atacam will go down because the jungle's been so easily picked up, and Kanavi just continues to steamroll. This guy, he comes off of an MVP in the regular split, and they haven't got the tools to deal with an Neferi this bad.
No, they don't. And the Neferi at 6-0 through is continuing to snowball ahead. We've already mentioned the Azir is ahead of the curve. Yes, the Jhin is behind, but he's still kind of fine in terms of raw utility here. Gonna be okay, he's still farming all right. Yes, Taeyun is strong, and if you ever did have a good fight, that would be great news. I just don't know how easy that's going to be to find out.
Cream pushing a bot side. He's a little far up now. I mean, I don't know if Monkey is strong enough to really threaten him, though. I was thinking, oh, well, he's a little far up. There's some HP from the Rylai's. You just ult him away, so you can't really stick him in the W. Dragon now up in a minute. Top esports will, of course, look for that. But the great thing about top esports with a composition like this is we don't really have that situation, which I find really annoying in pro play. It's something that LS has talked about too, which is you just fight on Dragon times. These teams don't do that. Top esports especially don't do that. They look for fights around the Neferi, who is almost at 3 items. Like, this champion is just not fair at this point. I'm almost wondering what he's going to go for his 3rd item, actually. Questions about that. Going to contest the topside skull. 2 level advantage, by the way. Doesn't get the smite on that, but was close enough.
Keep our eyes. As Kanavi once again invades. I feel like I should have finished that sentence with keep our eyes. Like, I'm hoping we do. I quite like to keep them. They use good job. Kanavi naps away the red buff and jumps away. 369 over the wall with the decimating smash. There to ensure the safety of their dog champion. Taeyun comes across. Susan out there going, but I was the dog first. Like, not anymore. Neferi has taken over queen of the dog champs.
Yeah, poor Susan in top lane. That's the plaintive woof. Dragon up now in 10 seconds. Everyone was focusing on top side just before the spawn of this, actually. It was a little irregular, but top esports was being so far ahead of the game, they didn't need to be just permanently stationed on bot side of the map. We have all 10 members pretty much on the same, well, everyone but Azir on the same part of the screen. Is he going to teleport in? Has the option to.
Time to push into river and look at the dragon that's coming on. And his Cream is doing just that as well. No war mobs.
No, he's overstayed, and now he won't have time to teleport out. He can put. He's now too close to the wall as well. Need to flash out of this.
They don't actually end up overplaying it. It's actually that's the top esports event. Sends the soldiers forward. Cream looks for an angle. They get hit by the chop. Could keep his verdict. Knocks a couple away. Going to continue throwing out the curtains. Call buying some time as the decimating smash ensures that Vampire is eviscerated. Monkey in danger. The shot's still firing. Cube in danger. Trying to flash, and he's left in the form of a square. No longer 3D as he's pounded flat as a pancake. triple kill to Kanavi. You can look for a quadra here as Kara's hit by the Dark In Dagger.
Oh, the dogs!
Bleeding out, the dogs keep flying. Who let them out? And Karis goes down.
6,000 damage from Cream, but Kanavi picks up the lion's share of the kills. They'll back off to take the Dragon and top esports. They have, again, they have humbled WE in this early game, showing why they did finish as the first seed from Group Ascent. WE, they have had a magnificent run to this point. If they do end up here, they would still be, I believe, in the 5th, 6th bracket. That's where they would end up, which I think is an incredible performance for a team, which I didn't expect even to be in Group Ascent. But, you know, this first game, they have been, they have been smacked, humbled. And the sad thing for Vampire, finally gets a hostile takeover into a choke point. Doesn't get that much value, but then immediately the Poppy ult even gets rid of the few people that were going through the ultimate. Jungle support from WE are the heart and soul of this team, and if they fall behind, if they are brutalized like they are in this game, WE don't really get to look like the team we've seen them be.
Taeyun, he's tried this game. That Varus has actually been pretty clutch at points. There's just not enough value, and now Vampire forced to flash again. Down at 10% HP. That was just in a 1v1 with a Scion who may be forced to ult here. But Crips coming, TP now in. Charm lands onto the Scion, but he's pretty damn tanky at this point. Puts the Soul First on, lands a Decimating Smash, and Vampire left on 10% HP.
Oh,
so he
dear.
shoved
Oh, dear.
as the Emperor divides a few people from their health bars. Vampire put down in the bailout, but again, there's just not enough money in the bank. It's 2008 all over again. Everything's crashing. The WE stocks are falling. Garrus misses the Orb of Deception, but lands the Charm and will at least get one shutdown back. That's nice. Gets a reset on the ult and maybe some recovery available. Has one more charge to work with. And I think Jackie and Chris say, yeah, maybe not. And will instead turn back towards the drag. Baron, I apologize.
Okay, WE are highlighting some teleport wards. Garrus?
Cube's dead, actually. I think is what they're highlighting. Is his body there.
Oh, okay, right. I saw some wards. That doesn't make sense. He was there. That makes a lot more sense, actually. Baron goes down. And top esports, they've had fun with this game. WE, school.
12-0-4 on the Neferi. Reminder, our current Neferi kill leader is the likes of Shadow, who hits 17 kills in a singular game. See whether we can get above the... What's the kill record again?
Believe it was 17 on Shadow, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to say, well, in the LPL.
Oh, in the LPL, 21 kills in a single game was achieved by Knight last year in summer playoffs on Lucian. We got 21 kills in a single game. By the way, Kanavi has a full edge of Knight now, looking towards the spell shield instead of something like the well, I guess you can't go as a Black Cleaver, but instead of something else, which you can. I'm going to go towards like the Death Stance, which is a very powerful item right now. So, Vampire caught out. He's had a very rough game on the Renata. His ultimates haven't landed. He's been caught out multiple times. And, you know, I think we're seeing some of the limitations of this guy outside of stuff like the Rel and Leona. We do talk about it when it comes up, because it is very relevant. You know, he's very, very good on the engaged supports. And stuff like this makes it harder for him to show his best sides. And then the whole team is falling apart. They can't play split fights. They're meant to play down the front and center with an equalizer and the hostile takeover. And that can't really work. And he's dead again.
Picture. Yeah.
0-4. Yeah, many stakes have been brought to today's first game. This Vampire has been, purged.
Yeah, the pyre part might be true, as he's been set on fire quite a lot this game. It's not been easy. Charm comes on through. Crisp in danger. Deadly Flourish lands. Kanavi looking for an angle. Throws out some Dark and Daggers. The inhibitor turret falls in short order. TES continue to menace these back ends. 369. Spread that tier 2, and the last inhibitor turret on this bot. There's only one inhibitor turret in the bot lane. Will also go down, and it's like the implications of multiple bot lane inhibitor turrets. Terrifying. Karis looks for a Charm, can't find it. A Desperational at the best of times anyway. Down at half HP. Chris actually does go down here, but in comes 369 at the backline. Cube goes down as well as the damage from that unstoppable onslaught comes on through to the Decimating Smash. Karis to get back to the Fountain. Does go down though, as the Neferi gets it. The shots from the likes of Jacula pick up another set, and top esports will manhandle and mash WE in game 1.
WE may have beaten JDG, but there are a couple of alumni from the team in 369 and Kanavi who would like to give a last parting remark from their previous organization. Kanavi flashes up the JDG logo as he absolutely brutalizes Team WE in game 1.
Man, the moment that Neferi came away with 3 kills from that early Dragon fight, and then the next fight in mid lane where they pick up another 2, you have to be afraid. There is no better jungler in the LPL than taking a lead and running away with a game.
Yeah. Question in chat from Prigovo. Is it what's the point of having 2 Bloodletters cursed on the team? I would imagine it's because you're getting smashed so hard. You don't think about itemization as much. Like, you shouldn't have 2 on the same team. It's like having 2 Black Cleavers. You can overstack and it can be okay at some points, but you shouldn't really be getting 2 Bloodletters cursed on the same team.
Yep. Oof is what we say to that one.
Yeah. Well, game one, this is what I thought would happen more against JDG.
Yeah.
Of course, W did come back against that. My real worry, my real worry about W versus Top Esports is, for WE to be good, they need to be ahead in jungle support. You're against Kanavi. I think Crisp is playing well, too, even though he has his inconsistencies. If you're not going to get ahead in jungle support, which I think is actually one of the weaker points of JDG when Shun was slumping and, of course, Missing was off that point too, W could at least play through their strongest players and get some value from that. Not talking about the overperformance from mid lanes, who they also did well, but I think if jungle support is shut down, and they're likely to be so against Kanavi and Crisp, how do W play their game? They're likely to now, you know, have blue side. Maybe that helps. But this team is going to have to do an awful lot of work to get in the early levels of the game to make sure that Monkey and Vampire can actually play the goddamn game.
That's rough. What isn't rough, though, is all the support we got in that game. I saw an insane hype train of level 14. Guys, thank you so much for all the support there on Twitch. That is an insane amount of money for us. Thank you for the support. Thank you for looking after us. You guys are the best. Thank you for keeping us in business legitimately. Oilers in chat, we love you all.
Yeah, no, it's been really stressful the last week or so to trying to sort out stuff for Visa. Like, oh my god, that's a lot of damage. It's almost 1,000 damage per minute on the Interferi. But yeah, the last couple of weeks have been very stressful, and I'm pretty sure that has come across on stream as well, so I apologize for that. So yeah, the support absolutely means a lot when it comes through to that in mind, as Sam no longer punches the microphone, instead punches my headset instead for reasons beyond me. Thank you everyone for first-time chats as well. And of course, if you're on YouTube, I know Nivea, of course you're helping in your own way too, just by watching and making sure that we get some extra viewership numbers, which is nice. It's pretty hard to exist in a world where co-streaming is so saturated. You know, gone are the days where if you were a co-streamer, you're amongst a select few which would get decent viewership. Everyone's now co-streaming, so it makes it much harder to actually get value from doing stuff like this. But nonetheless, we will continue to do so. We'll put in as many hundreds of hours as is needed to bring you the LPL content we think you deserve. And with games like this, you know, I really enjoy casting games like this. Like seeing players like Kanavi play towards their peak. Thanks for your follow, by the way, Vintage. Means an awful lot to have that kind of support. Do you need a break for anything?
I could use the bathroom briefly, so I might go do that. Okay? Zoom. Oh, thank you for the sub. Or the resub, I apologise.
Hey, TG, good to see you. Love your streams. Thank you. Thank you too. What did I think of the MCOY KC series? Now, the MCOY KC series, like, I predicted that pretty damn well. I'm happy with how I predicted that, folks, because I basically said, if MCOY take an early series, they will take the Series 3 too, because while they might be, I think, a worse team, or worse set of players, potentially, overall, not by much, but not by, like, a crazy amount, rather, I think they have more flexibility, and we saw that, right? Their drafts were far more flexible. I think that their champion pools were not pushed to the same level that KC's were, and I think you could see that later into the series. KC really struggled to put together as coherent drafts as MCOY did. And yeah, and I was happy that I predicted that. That was cool. Do I have the thing on here? Where is the... Yeah, by the way, if you do want to hear more stuff about LEC and LCK and stuff, we do have a podcast. I do have a podcast which is every week or so over on Rich's Wrath. You can search that on YouTube. And yeah. He's our MVP. It's got to be Neferi. Am I going to be in the LEC finals today? No, no, I'm not. I'm not on, sadly, I'm not on LEC finals this week. I've actually yet to be part of an LEC finals. I really hope I get to be part of one someday. It'd be a very cool accolade to have. I've done... So I did the last 3 ever LPL finals on official broadcast. That is very cool for me to say. I did the last 3 LPL finals with an official broadcast. Who do I think is going to MSI in the LCK? Well, any KT Rolster believers in chat, or is that too exciting to say? Don't get excited about them, of course. Who's player of the game? Neferi, Kanavi. You're worried as an HLE fan? Well, I don't think T1 make it. I don't think they lose to KT Rolster, but we'll see. BDD is just the man unleashed, you know? But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Genji are looking fantastic, and they'll wait. Do they? Oh no, they have to qualify in that. They don't have a finals, do they? Their playoffs is super weird. They have a super weird playoffs bracket. What is their playoffs bracket actually? I think with T1, that until they're officially out, you can never guarantee it won't make it somehow. But we haven't seen that within the Doran era, right? They've had they've had this Doran, yeah, they've not had that same kind of like clutch factor that they've had. They didn't do that last split, for instance, right? But I guess they reached game 5, so maybe I'm underselling that a little bit. But yeah. Blow my nose off screen. From off camera. Yeah, the last couple of series T1 have looked a lot more disconnected, really. I guess that we're going to an ad break now. We can do some words on stream, maybe? Let's do some words on stream then, shall we? Let's run some ads first.
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
Okay, let's put some adverts on, let's do some words on stream, keep you guys entertained. If you're on Twitch, YouTube chat, you can sign in with a QR code, which will be on this. It's sometimes a little bit small to do it, but yeah.
买3C 数码就上京东，
Okay.
国补叠加也就换新4折起。买手机上京东，享国补加倍补低至5折购机；买电脑上京东，国补叠加也就换新低至5折起。 买数码上京东，爆款至高24期免息，电竞键鼠3重补贴，至高优惠50%。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢千元耳机。
I love lean.
京东。
You got bean. Oh my god, is that the NUEL, the National University Esports League? Curse you, fail. Ulna, is that wait, is that the plural of Ulna, the bone? Wow, okay. Didn't even realize it was Ulna. That's the plural. Crazy. But yeah, I mean, W need to deal with this jungle support diff. They need to deal with that. They cannot play if they are that far behind in jungle support. It's not how their team wins by having good jungle support presence. They can't afford to like fall that far behind, you know. Perfecto. Oh yeah, by the way, we got the kind of a big deal and achievement, by the way. The thing. Hey, Dio, good to see you, by the way. How's it going? Yeah, so we reached 250,000 watched hours on the stream, which is incredible. So yeah, thank you everyone for helping us get that achievement. It's obviously over the course of everything which I've done, but
我觉得我面对到 WE 的话，我先把自己的对线做好，然后我们小心好他们打野的入侵，包括干开就好了。我觉得 Cube 选手的话，然后对线的话状态是在线的，然后他和打野的配合也是蛮不错的。我觉得和 Cube 选手对上线的话，我要自己先把对线处理好，然后和打野的配合也要做好。感觉就是现在什么英雄厉害就玩什么嘛，然后决心的话就是从拜德祖上。就必要的时候，肯定就是一些合适的机会的时候会选出来的九龙和娜。然后粉丝的话，就谢谢粉丝们的支持吧，然后会打好比赛的。
Do you think Bloodletters or Crypt Bloom is the best for Ahri? I don't like them. No, I think they're both bad items on Ahri. It gives you some extra cooldown reduction, but you shouldn't get it from that item slot. If you want like lots of cooldown reduction, go towards Horizon Focus instead. Current item build for Ahri, I mean obviously Darksteel stacking, but then Malignance into either Horizon Focus or Lichbane, probably the best. Third item is a lot more open. Medjai's is of course your best second item. Kanavi Belveth, I don't think that's likely. He used to play it, obviously. He used to play it a lot back in 2023. Of course, he inted on it versus T1 a little bit. Oopsies. Nose is really runny today. I think hay fever's getting to me. Ugh. What is this? Good for them. Can't wait for our top side to get sold. They sold to Team McDonald's next year. I love how this is, his examples of coasting team was BDS and Heretics, and these teams actually do meaningful changes. Yeah, sure, but like you look at how like BDS and Heretics. Well, no, Heretics actually played really well. Oh no, was it Heretics? Wait, was that their teams? Was it Vitality? I don't think it was Heretics. I think it was Vitality, right? You're talking about the Grabs interview, right? I think basically what Grabs was saying is like there were teams just outside of playoffs. That's what he was saying. And also in fairness, like BDS has had some pretty big issues with coasting before, I think. Like if you look at like last year, not last year. Where was it last year? No, not last year. But like if you look at like their roster like this year in terms of a lot of the players, they're performing way below the level that they should be, which is a big problem, obviously. They shouldn't be playing to that level. Okay, back on stage should be... Okay, we've already passed levels. Let's make sure that this is off screen, so we do get our faces on screen for draft instead. Do you still, so you still go Void Staff when you need M-Pen? Yeah, you should do. Void Staff is a very efficient, it's a higher AP item as well. Crit Bloom feels kind of crap in terms of the stats that it gives. And Ari doesn't really want to be dropping stats for that much. Ari doesn't get, perfect, yeah, you did get the last one, yes. Yep. Like, Ari can't afford to drop stats a lot of the time. He doesn't have the damage for that. We'll get into our second draft. And see what changes for game 2. W on blue side, that's an easy one. Viband away. Pantheon Talia not going to be available because the Talia's gone. The Pantheon might still get picked. Let me move this. I've just realized I've left a controller on that side of the desk. That's probably not that helpful, actually. I do need to get myself a coffee at some point, so back at the...
So you go do your...
Well, no. I'll stick around for draft because I do want to talk about that.
Absolutely
then
fine.
When we start loading in, we'll...
Hell yeah, that's fine. I can take over from that point. That's absolutely fine. It's one of the things about running a two-person broadcaster sometimes.
Yeah, so Pantheon and Talia are both gone. Things which I'm looking at. The globals for Karis tend to be a big one, so stuff like the Rise tends to be very big for him. Rise Galio, potentially. Yorick banned away. Cube has played a bit of it. 369, I guess. If 369 is on a tank top laner, I think that he just outvalues Cube, honestly. Although there's no sign to play, maybe he goes towards that one. Talked about that Rise. Could be first pick in.
Other tank tops we've seen a lot of it. It does feel like those are the two that have been the primary options. I was having one mistake. I suppose a little bit of Poppy top.
A little bit of K'Sante.
Yeah, that's true. Breathe has tried quite hard on that one, for example.
So Rise locks in. Cream, I mean, his most played in his career is, I think it is the Yone still.
It is the champion I associate most with him.
Yeah, I think Yone Akali, his two biggest picks from me. Now, I think his Ari has seen some more play over time now.
I think his is actually quite good these days as well.
Out of his mages, I always preferred his Sway and his Karma. They were two very good ones.
I think this year I've gone, okay, actually, Cream, you know what? You get the Azir pass. A few other people have gone, you've been quite hit and miss on that. But actually, I think a lot of the LPL Azirs have often been quite poor, unfortunately.
Yeah. Even someone like Scout occasionally has some fumbles on it. Yeah, for sure. So Yone Sejuani, easy lock in. You can get that melee synergy. And of course, you know that you're not going to be threatened with something like a Silas or whatever. So you can lock that in. Very good ability to shut down that Rise.
Watch that Rise get thrown top and the Silas get locked in now.
Well,
was Cube ever a Rise top player back in the day? He's been playing a little while now. I just can't remember.
Mate, I can't remember.
It's been when was Rise top truly last meta? 2019.
So, Monkey locks in the obvious counterpick to the Sejuani of the Trundle.
Very fast.
So that one's obviously very strong. So Kanavi likely going towards Spellbook now, and I think you probably do need to take away Kai'Sa from Jackie-Love because. I know Kites. I know that Korean's most played is Ari because it's just been more meta. However, that was basically when like Ari was like everyone was picking it as a blind pick since 2022 and whatever. He played a lot of it in 23 and 24. But his Yone was one like not everyone was playing it, but he was really spamming it.
It was?
It's more iconic to him, whereas the Ari is more generic.
Oh, Mr. Watts. There's a name I've not seen in a little while. Was someone who I initially first got to chat with when he was doing LDL streams back in the day.
Really?
He was a massive fan of a few of the bot lines. Was it the Crack? We had a ridiculous name he just said he was going to love.
What? That was the Nut?
Yeah, no, but we had another one. He was like, we had another silly name like Crack or something. It was ridiculous. And
nice.
Mr. Watts probably actually does remember, and I don't fully, but it's good to see their face on in here. Crack is my forever. See, it was Crack. There we go.
Yeah. I need you to cast LEC finals today. Sadly, I'm not on the show, but I hope you enjoy the show anyway. As we go through to the second round of our ban, supports getting burned away. Vampire having a lot of his choice engaged supports gone. No Ral from the first game. Of course, the Renata last of that engaged support, that's gone too. Braum, Nautilus, do you ban out Leona as well? Do you lock the Leona on 4 for yourself? No, you ban it yourself. So, removing a lot of options from the Kai'Sa lane. Nico's gone as well too.
Out comes the Kaiser, as we said. It does work in well with this one, as we are still getting through some of those.
What was that, the Alex handshaking with K-Corp not being in finals? Thank you, Ruby. That really makes me feel great. Allons-y to the LPL instead.
Out comes the Jace as well. Oh, that's funny. Well done, Ruby.
Yeah, wow.
That made me laugh. That was great work.
So do you go for support counter pick, or do you lock away another engaged support now away from top esports? What you could also do, well, I don't know if you want to lock in like another tank top laner, because the Trundle's on the
Rakan might be a decent answer, because you can get away from the Trundle in multiple ways. You're not giving free stat steals. So.
And it is an engaged takeaway from Vampire.
Yeah,
what the hell does he even go towards now?
Alistair?
Yeah, but Alistair kind of... Yeah, Alistair's okay. You know what? That's fine. It's not great into the Ezreal of Rakan, but you're probably left with that. The Rakan bullies you out in lane, though, which kind of sucks.
Some fun hovers here. If I ever see a Shaco in pro play, we see a little bit of fiddlestick support around. I'm just saying, it has actually been a thing. But the Alistair, I think, is the much more normal option. So we'll leave the cooking for another kitchen for now. Unless it's... Maybe we're bringing back Static Shiv out for Alistair. Maybe it's Emperor Palpatine on the top side. But... unlikely. We need to pick up a pick for Cube at this point. We'll go towards his tried and true Renekton and try and manage that. But it does give 369 counter pick here.
What it does do is take away the Renekton Sejuani if top esports wanted to play towards that. I do like the Gragas. I do like it because, you know, you have triple melee, all of which have limited gap close potential, and they really struggle to get out of a fight. What Gragas does is if you buy into a fight, you don't leave that fight anymore, because Gragas has a way to slow you, to punt you back into the play. So W are now in a situation where they have, you know, the Rise Renekton early game, which is pretty good, and the Trundle as well. I think their early game is slightly better than top esports, but it's not like they don't, top esports are not good in there too.
Yeah.
But I think if it gets through to mid game, and you have Gragas who's really punting around the Trundle and the Renekton and the Alistair out of position.
Yeah.
I think they really struggle to survive longer fights. 369, one of the best Gragas top laners in history. Fantastic player
so good at this.
Of the champion with a really good draft to punish the anti-melee comp. Right, I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee, so I'm going to go do that. And leave Sam with the first few minutes of the game.
If you want to see 369 Gragas at its finest, go watch the 2023 MSI match against T1. Where he does unspeakable things. Every game he was finding flanks. It was utterly ridiculous. Really, really messed up T1's chances in that one. It's a great, great series. Highly recommend you go and watch it. JDG in general in that era were pretty damn special. Keep our eyes on it, especially now that they've locked in things like the Trundle and the Rise, two quite low-range carries. I mean, Trundle is melee, right? And very easy pickings then for a Gragas Cask, who doesn't have to throw himself crazy out of position to threaten them with said ultimate. Pretty big deal there. Hey Kurt, good to see you. Got out from... Where are you coming from? Biddingan. I don't actually know where Biddingan is, unless it's... And the thing is, I looked at that word, and I went, is that just a fun way of saying Birmingham? As in, like, from the west of England? I don't think that's actually true, but we're on to the Rift. I'm musing about people's location. We'll have to wait until after the chat. Well, there you go. The chance 369 on the Arctic Ops Gragas. It is his usual skin. Goes and gets a grass proc. Spellbook on the Sejuani as well is often the matchup or the choice here into things like the Trundle, because Aftershock on Sejuani, as I understand it, is really, really awful into Trundle, because if he subjugates you while you've got your Aftershock and your Frost Armor active, the moment they disappear, you go into negative resists. It's kind of silly, actually. You can end up very, very heavily punished by that, if I remember the interaction correctly. So understandably, he's going, yeah, no. He's gone towards Cosmic Insight. Interesting biscuits on Sejuani. I guess wants to have that kind of combat healing, which is an interesting choice. Don't normally see things like biscuits in the jungle. You normally get enough sustain off camps and the like to not need to bother. In fact, a lot of junglers don't even bother buying a pot, just saying, actually, I'd rather save the 50 gold for early items. Hey, Emily, welcome to the chat. Nice to see you in here. Cool to mate. Early on, Ezreal going to try and farm out best he can. Jackie, one of our better Ezreals in the league. Pretty much all of our star Ezreals down here play the Striker Ezreal skin. It's a classic in the East, Korea, and, of course, LPL does love the skin. You reckon 1-to-1, Gabby? I can see it. Punt under turret, nice from Vampire, but then Jackie punishes because there's no cooldowns, misses the Mystic Shot into Taeyeon. In comes the heal, looking to threaten a little bit harder. There is no Ignite or anything to trade back, so Jackie and Crisp at the level 2 punish pretty hard, burning the heal for the move speed and better trade options. Cream, caught under the turret here, often does happen early on. Before you hit level 3 on the Yona, your trading options are sometimes a little limited. You do need the full combos. That isn't the case. Monkey, now looking bot side. They're going to put a ward down. Is this going to be the same gank timing? No, Kanavi's found him. Good response. Permafrost comes on through. Monkey now forced to flash. Karras coming on over. Jackie and Chris now looking for an angle. They've got enough engage option to potentially threaten here. Cream with the unbound soul. Flashes for the Q3. Monkey in danger with no flash. And the kill is donated to Jackie Love. Wonderful angle there as they punish the attempted wraparound and invade with deadly force. Now, actually, Karras needs to be a spot wary as they support and jungler around, helping Cream shove out here in the mid lane. We should have an international for all the last place teams. You know, I'd kind of be down. Like, the thing is, it would be... Oh, there's a flash play happening as Vampire flashes the pulverize. Chris then flashes over the wall away. Taeyeon's gone on in. We'll get body blocked by Kanavi, and now Taeyeon's in serious danger as he's flashed as well. Jack can start to turn this around. WE, what on earth was that decision-making? There goes the additional summoner from Taeyeon, and Chris survives. Monkey now trading out here with Cream. Kanavi would love to do his blue buff, but WE really want this play. Karras with the flash could potentially look at this one. Chris also low. Reset from Taeyeon. W! He just blind reads it. What a shot! That's got to have been off vision, right? We've had a very action-packed early game, Alex. Welcome back. I hope the coffee's good. So, I'm hoping we get a replay of at least one of these things. But if not, here's roughly what happened. Monkey does 3 camps, then looks to invade onto the blue side jungle. But Jackie and Crisp at level 2 burned their heal to get a really aggressive trade bot side.
Which you're meant to do is against the Alistar support early on, yep.
And then, hang on, we'll get the replay now. So this is Crisp afterwards, though, thinking he's off vision. And goes back to reset, and Taeyeon just hits him with a W.
Oh, Chris, my dude, you're against a Kai'Sa. Just stand behind the minions. So, First Blood went over to top esports, though. How did that happen?
So, basically, because of the early trade spot, they got a lot of early prio, and then Monkey went to go mess with Kanavi in the jungle. And Kanavi went, no, you don't.
Well, you said there was the good trade from bot lane.
Yes.
I'm guessing that just allowed them to invade and then go back onto
and
Monkey.
And then Cream unbind his soul flash Qs and get Monkey on the retreat.
Simple way is, bot lane won, affected the invade, got the kill. That's the easy one. So Kanavi now opened up to get into his own invade. And as we've always said about Kanavi, if he gets ahead in the jungle matchup, this guy's an absolute force unleashed. He's going behind mid lane now, does have that flash, and Karras, he needs to get away without that passive hitting him.
Assault comes on down. There's the Permafrost into the Q3. Karras does get a little bit of speed with the phase rush. Cream will have to rebind his soul shortly, and is swift enough with the flash and the phase rush to get out to safety.
But nothing is blown from top esports. Great trade for Cream. Monkey can't do much here, but he has to come mid just to make sure that Karras doesn't die unceremoniously, basically. Kanavi goes Raptors to Raptors. Very time-efficient gank in the mid lane too. Just watching Kanavi's pathing is just always so fun, because he's so time-efficient. He doesn't drop that much farming time when he's making big plays. And in something like the Sejuani versus the Trundle, you're still likely to fall behind because it's a Trundle who's much better at bullying across the map. But Kanavi makes it look like an even matchup when it should be losing.
I will give credit to Monkey, after that first invade failed, so potential look at a wrapper again, he respawns and goes right back in and takes the blue buff, and that's how Crisp ended up so low and dying. But they full sent it in the enemy jungle. And we've had a lot of very aggressive plays around that early on, and now Monkey trying to start up this dragon while Kanavi is resetting. Realm Walk coming on in from Karras to help threaten. As Crisp is around, doesn't have a spellbook or anything, so no smite on that. We have seen a little bit of our spellbook Rakans and stuff around.
Yes.
Add smites in where we're not expecting it. 369 ults the wave and cube and gets to walk away. Was afraid of a Dominus angle, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Didn't quite go for the Panunu combo where he punted him into the queue for the trade onto the champ. He just wanted to clear the wave instead, which makes sense. Wanted to make sure that Renekton wasn't getting a good wave state onto him. Later into the game, the Gragas will be much better in the team fights than the Renekton. Jekyll of Crisp. Of course, a little bit ahead in this laning phase, but Taeyeon getting that early kill is a bit of a worry. He's been a very good Kai'Sa.
Hey Alex, we did have an engage actually. I can't talk about potential international event thought processes for a second or two as Vampire does get to walk away. So good trade, but can't really follow up. Right, in chat, there was a potential conversation about every last place team in the league having an international competition.
Oh my god, what is it like? I think I Will Dominate called out a thing saying, can we just have fraud stand instead of first stand and just invite like the most disappointing team from each region?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think that'd be fantastic. If we had like, I don't know, if you had DK and JDG, for instance, after they bombed out this split, or Fnatic as well. DK, JDG, Fnatic, in terms of how the hell did you end up here?
But it could also be like, I don't know, who really bombed out? Like LNG versus Bro versus...
Or like
versus Rogue.
Rogue with Malrang support, with Trick, their coach, subbing in his jungle.
I actually think they would be quite good though. I genuinely feel like they'd be that team would be better.
What, Rogue?
Yeah, I feel like they would be better if we had Malrang support and...
Apparently he was spamming it in the next days after that. Yeah. Questions upon questions. I like Mallory. So fun. Mallory is he's an interesting guy. I'm trying to remember what was said. Like, okay, whatever. I won't go down that rabbit hole. There are some funny stories about Mallory. Basically, he's a great guy. I do like him. He's very sweet.
The problem is the last time we joked about rabbit holes was an Aurora in the game, and I never felt more alarmed by my unintentional double entendre.
So Grubs. Dragon was taken, Grubs started, Kanavi has level 6, but Monkey does too. This is the point where the Trundle obviously gives a lot of problems over towards the Sejuani.
Vampires! Nearly a nice angle. They still get most of the Grubs. The Pillar is going to force the flash out of Jackie regardless. In comes the Killer Instinct. Jackie trying to stay alive as the Guardian proc his Q. Flash for the slice, the dice, the W, and Ruthless Predator brings down the Ezreal. They get 2. WE full set. The 369 is TP'd and really does not want to be there.
If you end up dying to that, after a failed Flash Pulverize where Vampire completely misses his combo, you're really out of position. He might be able to escape, but still has the ultimate. Combo comes through.
We'll try and get a body slam back. Gets stunned up there with the Ruthless Predator. He can start to cull the Meek as well. He'll be able to back away on that one.
Yeah, he's fine at that point. Still have the ultimate if you really need to buy some space. But yeah, Jackulov and Kanavi going up, doing a little bit of Safari League of Legends. And now the good thing is, jungle support from WE, which we were saying need to be in the game, are ahead of the game. One of my big worries about this series is WE. They have found success through their mid jungle.
Here we go.
Smites. Oh, missed it by 1 HP. 1 HP. It was actually Kanavi that missmote that. Monkey did not have smite. It was Kanavi the one which left it at that HP, almost giving over the free 3 Grubs over to WE.
Oh, that was wild. Well, either way, Kanavi gets away with the Grub. Good work from him, even if it was a little bit dicey.
Questions upon questions. So Kanavi goes back to clearing his jungle. But yeah, we were just saying that, hey, jungle support needs to be in the game from WE. That's where they found their success before it unlocks their kind of snap playstyle. You're right here, Kanavi's walking up, Ezreal's walking up. I just don't think you want to be taking a fight against Trundle or Renekton at level 6. They are so good at this. Vampire completely screws the engage. Like, this is just not... It's way off. Way off, trying to play the mind game. But Jackulov walks up again, gets Trundle pillared. Like, Jackie, you can't walk up like this. You just use your E. You have both summoners. Don't walk up into Trundle pillar range. You already got out free. And of course, you lead Kanavi into dying there too after that point. Big mistake from Jackulov.
Again, Taeyun gets to follow up very gratefully. Monkey's very happy to flash. And again, if you're looking about one of the people who was pioneering Trundle this play, it was Monkey. He's been one of the first to bring it out. It's been one of the better looking junglers on that champion as well. I have been increasingly impressed with this guy. I think where we had Milky Way last year, I think Monkey is trying to do a similar kind of thing, even if he's been going to get room prisoned here. We'll have discussions about junglers a little later. It should be fine to walk away, and I'll keep talking about Monkey. Obviously, last year we had Milky Way come up on loan to FBX, had a really good explosive start to the year, was playing loads of creative stuff, Kindreds, all the AP junglers, was all over the place, an absolute wildfire, and it was really cool to watch. Obviously this year has been a bit more problematic for various reasons. I don't think it's entirely on him, even if he's not been playing quite as well. It's been a whole scenario. However, we've now had another from the LDL, because there is always 2. Significantly more. The LDL junglers are always a bit psycho. But Monkey, again, is one of those players who was on a team who the team was a bit up and down, and it meant that you weren't like a player like Nayo or whatever, who was surrounded by the very best laners, particularly bot lanes in the league, so you were permanently playing with Prime and could fight all the time. Dragon is up. Might have to talk about that as Kanavi's around and about, so we might have to pause the story a second or 2.
But we have a 1-item Renekton. Top East have been giving up a lot of the early objectives, trying to catch up Karis actually, and they'll flash away from the Glacial Prison.
Doesn't mean the ult is down though, and as a result, Dragon will go the way of WM Monkey, who I've been waxing lyrical about. The long and short of it, guys, is basically he's had to play in the depths in the jungle with teams that haven't quite worked out, where he's trying to be carries or tanks or whatever, and actually now coming up to WE, he's got a bit more flexibility, a bit more grit in playing from difficult game states, and a lot of other LDL junglers who come up and have to learn the hard way what it's like to play with that priority.
Chris coming down towards bot side. Cube does have that one item. Dominus is a powerful skill at level 6.
Doesn't get that much aside from the wave clear, though, so...
Well, it stops them from all-inning him because they back off. They see the Dominus come through and they're like, we don't want that fight anymore. And you know what? That's pretty good.
A decent gets away with the minions in mid lane. Does Jackie love it?
Well, will he? Will he? Question mark?
Got flash, has got barrier, gets flash, headbutt, pulverize. Let's try and trade one, trying to stay out of the trample. Dodge out of this, but Tayin can still ult if required, so Jackie will just down, bops the barrier, and dies for it pretty heavily.
Jackie Love blows the barrier. It should have just eat out early, I think. If anything, don't let the plasma get stacked on you. And Jackie Love, once again, much like that last game on the Jhin, getting caught out in mid lane. A poor game from him in terms of overstepping. It's something which, of course, we know can occasionally happen. And Vampire getting a good pick onto him. Of course, really important that he gets active in the game, having a much more successful game than on the Renata, which he's struggled on.
I know Odo and a few of the other LEC analysts were musing on this one, and I think I have to agree at this point. It feels like around the world.
Fighting topside.
Yeah, we'll have to wait on being around the world. As Vampire says, we'll alley-oop you and throw you into a wall. Kanavi going to get healed by the time this one around. On to Karis. Good punish with the Fate Seal. Nice angle to two-shot barrage from down south. Gets some value, but all the while, Taeyu is getting away with a double. They can't finish the kills.
They didn't have their AD carry, they didn't have any damage at the fight, and WE, they are quicker to the play. Top Esports, because Jaculov has been kind of throwing his life into the abyss, can't really take the fights because they don't have the follow-up damage of the Ezreal at the plays.
I was about to finish at the point, but basically, look, so many bot laners are getting caught out faking pressure that they can shove up in mid lane, and people are calling the bluffs. Every time now, we're seeing so many AD carries get melted in mid because they don't actually have the priority they think they do.
Grubs for W make it much easier to take that top lane out of turret. And W very much ahead in this game now. Top Esports schooled WE in game 1, but now it's Top Esports making big, obvious mistakes to allow W into this early game. W 3,000 gold ahead. Now, Top Esports definitely are a team which have come back from large deficits before because their mid and late game macro and team fighting has been so superb. The WE, they're not a team you can just roll over in that facet anymore. They can punish you with leads like this, especially with a champion like Kai'Sa for Taeyin, who's done very well at closing out games from this kind of standpoint.
Feels like a lot of our LPL Kai'Sas, if they do get a lead, become increasingly threatening, and Taeyin certainly has that 1,000 gold up, and that's after Jackie got the first blood. It's kind of been a bit problematic here. Cream now in danger, being jumped on, has got the flash, maybe has to burn it. Does also have the ultimate, isn't quite pillared back. Flashes away from Vampire, looking to turn this one around. Does not have the Unbreakable until just now. Karis is exhausted, trying to turn this one around as Monkey trying to back away, unbinds the soul. Cream can still look for that Permafrost. Will think to rebind the soul shortly. Another Permafrost break doesn't go onto Monkey. Can't quite get that last auto off. Whilst that alteration will spot out Taeyin coming up. Vampire now in danger. Flash for the quickness. Vampire also in danger. Charmed up by both. Will get the pulverize in to keep Karis alive. But the flash forward gives Jackie reason to keep getting more. That's another one for him.
Taeyin can't get the executions he wants. Does have flash, ult, and cleanse. Would have loved to get a big fight. He's actually hiding in a brush to see if he can use that power spike. As you were saying, trying to find someone around that top side. Not able to do so, though. Top Esports find a good set of kills. They'll get themselves the Herald as well. 369, though, he might walk up into the trap. Cream's coming with him, though.
Cream's behind, can look to make this one happen. Taeyin will find the Academy rank, can't quite get the kill. 369 still has the ult, won't get to pop it. His Scrape is about to fall down as well. Cream tries to find an angle. Flash from Taeyin gets him over the Fate Seal. Cream too close, and now he's in danger. Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ult. Jackie trying to trade up from the other side of it. The bait works out masterfully for the side of WE.
Top Esports just never see it coming. The smoke and mirrors works out for Team WE just after Top Esports. It felt like they had their comeback fight. They disrespect WE, and now suddenly Kanavi's caught out in his own jungle, trying to smite away his red buff. Will get it, but it cost him his flash.
Was it that? And 369 died so fast he didn't even get a chance to press the ultimate. Was looking for a good angle, couldn't do it. He ends up dying even after the flash, and things get dicey here. The comeback is swiftly snuffed out.
That should have been a huge comeback moment for Top Esports. They do get the Herald. That will give them some pressure to play around, but WE likely to get the Dragon and get onto Cloud Soul point after this point. Taeyin, we were talking about his power on the Kai'Sa, plays a really nice little vision trap here. Monkey as well, covering most of the angles. Now, most of the time, you know, you say, oh, there's a lone Renekton pushing up top lane. And I think because it's Team WE, you think it's a mistake. If this was a team like BLG or something like that, maybe you'd be like, ah, maybe they're planning something. I wonder whether top esports, just because it's WE, don't respect it as much. Fantastic flash from Taylor. Fantastic flash. That is just top draw montage stuff. Fight around the dragon.
Yeah, that's going to be the next point of call for sure. So point for WE. Cream off on that side. Love to find an angle. Again, he's on his Yone, the champion. I think he is, we noted, most iconic on Taeyun right now. Got to be target number 1. In comes the True Shot Barrage. The cask is pretty solid. We'll block
Taeyun,
they got Taeyun with the Fate Seal coming across now at the end of it all as well. Down back goes Cream, binding the soul once more. 369 in danger, not that tanky. He'll keep him alive. In comes the Realm Wall, trying to find another angle as Cream, even with that Spirit Cleave, is in danger. Jackie, though, untouched, doing a lot of value. Crisp, trying to wait out that grand entrance timer. Jackie in a 1v2 in his room, prisoned, and is swiftly caught by the long arm of Trundle's Law.
Chris dies on the other side, and Cream can't do enough. I don't even think he can wave clear here. Top esports, again, it's a half of a good fight for them, but they can't clean things up in the right way. This is how badly the fight goes when they catch the Fed AD carry first. Top esports still lose the play. They still lose the dragon. The early game disrespect from Top Esports and the early mistakes from Jackulov, meaning that Top Esports have kind of chain died time and time again to the Alistair Trundle forcing plays and allowing these early game kind of like gold leads to be leveraged so much better, have put Top Esports into a very hard to play position. They were, you know, 2,000 gold behind, that became 3,000 gold, and now it's become almost 5,000. Starts off with Vampire actually getting caught out and losing his flash, so it's not even like, you know, the fights are going perfectly for WE. This is not a bad first half of the fight for Top Esports. They're just too far behind. It starts with the Alistair losing the flash, the Kai'Sa getting caught out with great Ezreal W actually coming through there to get some extra damage. Once Taeyun after, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, some big mistakes coming through from WE, but you still have Karis on the rise, who's very strong in the early game now. The Yone does not catch out that rise to keep the CC up, and they just don't have the damage.
Not sure they have the tank either. Sejuani has her stats removed. 369 with the damage build he's going towards in some ways just isn't at the point where he's all that tanky right now, and it's getting a little problematic, it has to be said. The gold lead is now 5,000. Soul point is in. Cloud Soul for Rise, for Renekton, for Alistair and Trundle. Hell, Kai'Sa of all champions, giving all of these guys move speed on our press. Oh, good God.
Yeah, it definitely makes it much easier to chase down the fights and stop the disengage coming through. We were saying, look, Top Esports, once it gets through to 2 items and you get through to the point where Gragas can kind of control the front line of the fight and kind of bop these melees around, be very valuable. It's never really become about that. Objective bounties are available for Top Esports, and they'll take one there. Important to get some gold back on the board. Remember, they were 5,000 gold behind, I think, at peak, and of course, most of that is on the top side of the map, actually, Renekton and that jungle. Not actually in that AD carry role. 2 item spike for Jackulov. Maybe he can do a lot of work now, but if he ever gets caught out by any CC, the Kai'Sa will just one-shot him.
It's been very tricky. I'm looking at the discrepancy between the Trundle and the Sejuani, and I'm wincing. I'm looking at this Renekton frontline as well, who is, at this point, with the Asterix and the Black Cleaver, a damage threat as well. You can't ignore the Renekton, but if you're doing that, then who's dealing with Karis? Who's dealing with Taeyun? Who's dealing with Monkey? It's very difficult when, at this point, you've effectively got a 4-threat comp.
No objectives up right now. Kanavi, well, we'll spot the 4-man. Okay, so the Atacon is up. That's the one. Kanavi spots out the rest of the team with the help of Jackulov's.
Well, what about Atacon?
Well, those things we shall have to learn about. Jackulov does manage to get a good chunk across Atacon there. This is the kind of point in the game where W might throw things, by the way. 369 is going to teleport back in. It's getting leashed. Remember, they end up getting shredded by the Atacon. Cream caught out in the carries 1v2, though.
Going to find the Fate Seal. Can't quite do it. Good sidestep from Karis. There's a backflyer onto Vampire with the Glacial Prison. Doesn't really get all that much value. They're using the Battle Herald. In goes 369, trying to find an angle and flashes away. In goes Cube and Taeyun, though! And Jackie trying to stay alive, running away as best as he can as Chris does his best to keep his AD carry in one piece. And of course, Cube has none of it. Cubes have been to little squares for the salads.
Cream walks into both carries and completely messes his combo. Then Jackulov walks into flash range of the Renekton and immediately dies. The carries of Top Esports are having a poor game, and WE, they are more than ready to punish them around the Atacon. This is the kind of fight where Top Esports should have really tried to find that comeback. This is the moment where you get the Atacon doing so much damage and shred to them. You have a chance to fight back against the gold disadvantage, but the carries of Top Esports make it more big mistakes in the fight.
I was almost had a really good call there, and I ended up with a salad to end it all. We'll have a look at this again as Cream is spotted out, tries to play it, and Karis just sidesteps the ult.
Well, and what? Taehyun just walks back because he's trying to catch both of them there. Kareem doesn't end up having the E because I don't know whether he used it just beforehand. The Herald comes through. I don't even think 369 played this badly. The big problem is Jackie Love. You can't walk up into Flash W range. You don't have cleanse. Jackie, this is the fight you can have your comeback in. You cannot play like this. Walks up into Flash range of a Renekton. That's Christmas for them. Immediately gets the stun down. Ezreal dies.
Once upon a time, there was a narrative about Jackie Love, about him positioning too aggressively, flashing too aggressively, giving up as many kills as he took. Part of the style of him being a Draven main. And then actually, over the years, we said, look, that narrative is outdated. He's not like that anymore. Last few weeks, end of this split, it's coming back again, some of those old habits.
Minutes till Dragon now would be sold for Team WE. 2 items hit for top esports, but it's the upgraded boots coming through from WE from the feats of strength and a couple of things above that too. A lot of that advantage is in the jungle matchup where Monkey has been against Stella on the Trundle. It's a very good draft to take away that Sejuani's power to be a frontline, and Cube being 6-0-5 after getting dominated on the Rumble in the game just before that will be a feel-good moment. Top esports will have to clear out that mid wave. I don't know how you play without no summoners. Without any summoners on that Ezreal. Monkey gonna get a good pillar and cancel out the Sejuani Q. That is very bad.
Has no flash either. Has got an ignite courtesy of Spellbook. That's about it. Throws out a Glacier Prison, but it's onto an Alistair who just presses R and cares not. Creed does find an angle in the back. There's immediately Root Prison. Taken in danger. Will go down. Important pickup. They'll lose 369 as well though. Chris needs to run away to see if another battle dance to work with. Jackie looking to get some shots down here. It's a 3v4 and Crisp is bounce housed around and goes down as well. Bird for dinner. Jackie trying to arcane shift away. But to what end? He's stuck under a tower. That means absolutely nothing at all. The Root Prison ensures that Monkey gets to jump him on down. Cream headbutted back into the team, flashes over the wall, tries to get some more healing, can't quite bring down the Alistair, and Monkey secures the ace.
WE's jungle support are let into the game by mistakes from Cream and Jackie Love across the early game, and the jungle support of WE, the engine roars to life. Top esports, after such a dominating game one, would have hoped this would be a quick day at the office, but WE wanting to showcase their improvement, their underdog story, their way to climb above what we expected of them. And top esports, despite coming in as top seed from Group Ascend, are being shown to be mortal by Team WE.
Top seed, LPL champions in winter, potentially in danger of dropping both series they played in playoffs. What a horrifying thought that'd be. Weibo Gaming who knocked them down into the lower bracket, and now WE looking and going, yeah, I think we could have that. In the second game, it's a much better showing than game one where Top Esports looked dominant indeed. It looks like an entire reversal of fortunes. I mean, it's not the blue side curse all over again. I don't need that in my brain, but either way, 8,000 gold lead, Cloud Soul, feats of strength, Baron is spawning in 5 odd seconds. They've got Atakan as well. There's very little that WE could ask for more in this game.
I don't know, latte.
I bought you one this morning. None of this side.
Well, that's not WE. Sam Cream put on the top side. Once again going in. But again, Monkey and Vampire are too tanky for them to deal with.
Cream finding us emotional, but also away. Oh, God. Kurinavi will also get subjugated. And the Queen of the North, one of the prospective ones anyway, meets the Trundle King instead. As in they come with the Realm Warp. And Karis gets a double at the end of it, a triple. I apologize, I wasn't familiar with your game, as he spell fluxes and brings down another couple.
Very clean snowball from Team WE. I really enjoyed watching them play around the Trundle Alistair front line, which is far outclassed Top Esports on the other side. And it'll be a very quick victory to them. FPX took a 27-minute victory versus Top Esports in their first round matchup. Team WE take a 26-minute victory instead.
How far can they go? They get themselves an evening game. Brings us to 1-1 in a way I'm not sure many people were expecting, it has to be said. WE find themselves in an interesting position now, because I think after game one, we were both thinking, you know, this might just be it. This is going to be a clean sweep. WE don't have enough in the tank. Oh man, Monkey and Vampire are going to get blasted every time by Crisp and Kanavi, which is better than them. And then the next game,
yeah, it was really just night and day in terms of that early game. Apologies that we didn't turn up the volume in-game, by the way. I forgot to check that as we were into it, because it meant that the game sound might have been a bit low, but no one was complaining about it in chat, so I assumed that was okay. Which is the way I tend to go about things, really. If chat complains about it.
That's fair. I turned the volume from the headphones. I thought that's the volume it's at. I think it needed moving. My apologies.
Well, yeah, so I always have it down low here on the headset to make sure that I know always what it should be. So if my headphones are always on minimum, I know what it should sound like.
So I don't know because it's too quiet then for me to hear.
So well, that's the point. If it's too low for you to hear, you turn it up on OBS, not on the headphones.
Well, so the issue with that is when we've then had the days where chat have gone like, that's too loud in game, I then turn it up on the headphones so I can hear.
Yes, but it's still the same, which comes through on OBS, so it should still be the same volume in your head, in your headset if it's on minimum.
Yeah, but that's the point. It's like I need a discrepancy because what chat wants, what I want.
It should. Oh, so you want it louder than what chat wants?
Yes.
So
in my head. So yes, I have to.
Okay, so you should still know what that sounds like at the.
Yeah. Sorry, I honestly, that's the reason I thought. Okay, that's what it normally is. I'll just turn it up on here because that's what I tend to do.
All good. But yeah, WE win their blue side game. They do use the Trundle. They do use the Alistair. The champion pools get a little bit there now. Karis on the rise as well. Taeyeon on the Kai'Sa. These are all S-tier picks besides maybe the Renekton for Cube, which was an S-tier pick for him in the past. There will be questions about, okay, Fearless going forwards. How much important stuff have you lost? This could be a big set of champions lost for Team WE. On the other side, top esports, I mean, once upon a time, Cream Yone was his most iconic, most successful pick. His last couple of games on it versus BLG and here have been very poor. And Jackie I just don't know what to say about his positioning. You know, the mid lane death was very cheap. The death around the Atakan, walking into flash range of a Renekton with full rage. Those are mistakes which will cost you games, and indeed, they did cost you games here. You know, I think that if you didn't give up those cheap deaths for Jackie, I trust in top esports team fighting later on, potentially, but you can't play that with no damage to follow it up. I mean, look at the Dragonfight bot sub, which went a little bit skew for WE. You know, Vampire missing his flash, losing his flash earlier on the tri-brush, Taeyeon getting caught off. That should be a one fight if you catch out the Fed Kai'Sa.
I agree.
The fact that they made so many mistakes earlier, so they were so far behind in carry rolls, though, meant that they didn't have the damage to make up that play. And
honestly, after the early invade went wrong, and then they re-invaded, and I'm talking like, this was just before you came back in, Vampire at level 2, having already lost an invade play, flashes for a pulverize, and then headbutts it by Gromp. He literally invades onto Gromp, and then it starts going wrong, and they nearly lose everybody's life bars, and they're like, Taeyeon has to flash as well, and you're going, oh boy, they burned all their summers in bot side. They nearly lose another kill. It's disaster. And then Chris dies to that 1W that we saw. But I thought after that early game it was about to be a horrible snowball against them, but it ends up working out really, really well. And Monkey, again, this trundle for this guy is so good. What did he end up, 6-1 and 13, something like that? Oh,
something like that. The guy was insane. Yeah, it was a very good trundle game. And as you were saying, you know, Monkey, Vampire, they are the heart of this team if they get to play the game. WE look like the team that we've known them to be. Instead, in game 1, you know, when Knavi gets to play in the way that he did, W just look completely toothless. That is the MVP from regular split. Knavi, if he's on a good matchup, it's whatever. I mean, there will be questions, actually. Okay, you locked in the Yone Sejuani, knowing the Trundle's up. You just gave your jungler one of the worst jungle matchups in the current meta. This is the play we were talking about, by the way, where you get the huge shutdown. Cream, fails his ultimate, though. Maybe you should have popped back a little earlier. One of the problems about going Yone into stuff like Trundle or Renekton, you jump in with your E, and even though you're in your soul and you think, haha, I can outtrade them, you actually don't, because you're just in melee range of a Trundle and a Renekton at that point.
Time, yeah.
It's pretty horrible, yeah.
Also, there's a question in chat, and it's a very important question, Alex, and it's, should I play Persona 5 or Metaphor? And I am perfectly equipped.
I do need the
go do that, and I'm perfectly equipped to do it, because I put a lot of time into both. So, for me, Kevin, I'm actually going to bring my camera up so I can look at you while I do this. Hello. Right, Kevin, listen to me. Both games are worth playing. They're fantastic games, some of the best RPGs ever made. The question is what you're in the mood for. I personally prefer Persona 5 because I think the aesthetics and the story were more in line with what I enjoyed. It was like this really cool view of Tokyo. I like the conceit of like the kind of like people becoming warped by what they desire and what they want to become these kind of like twisted versions of humans you need to go solve inside these brains, and the gentleman thief aesthetic was really cool cast of characters, all of that stuff, which is fantastic. So aesthetically and like narratively, it's really good, and the gameplay is still fantastic. Metaphor is still very good on those fronts, even if I find it a little bit more generic fantasy. However, a lot of the quality of life stuff in there is so nice. It takes a lot of what Persona 5 did, and they added a load of stuff in terms of like how you do fights and farm and do a lot of the social stuff that is just like very, very nice in terms of the quality of life. That's really, really cool. It's still a fantastic story. It's probably a little bit more... Like, Persona 5 is set within the concept of a high school, right? Whereas this one is set within the concept of like the concept of like a fantasy kingdom dealing with succession. So it's a very different premise, and if you are not a fan of like, I don't know, like high school aesthetics for whatever reason, I was even that's a big anime trope, and that one might not be so much for you. Metaphor much more about like the fancy stuff, but it's a bit more generic on that front, so if that's less your thing. Anyway, that's me basically saying both are great. I personally slightly prefer Persona 5, but both are very good. Metaphor also has exceptional quality of life stuff. Persona 5 soundtrack's probably slightly better, but Metaphor is still really good. Voice acting is phenomenal in both. Monkey deservedly gets MVP. There we go. WE won against JDG, so it's not impossible. Well, exactly. How did this team get so good? Monkey is actually legit. Vampire, when he is on a roll, is very good at starting things up. And Taeyun is a rock on the right champions. I still think Cube and Karis are very up and down. But when they're good, they're good. Karis had a great game this time around. And again, he had a really good series against JDG, where he was a bit up and down again. But like the Ari, the Akali, the Rise were very, very good. Okay, P5 first and Metaphor after. You're very welcome. Also, go play Persona 5 Royale. It's really good. The soundtrack alone for Persona 5 is just one of the coolest, swaggiest things you're ever going to listen to. It's awesome. Never mind the real MVP with Jackie Love. Boom, Echo. Can't spin win without WE. Win. Said that out loud and regret my choices. Does the winner of this go on to play IG? I believe so. I believe that's the way it works. Let me double check, but that should be the answer of it. Let me go pull that up in the background. Where's our bracket for that? Yeah, okay, some for Monkey, some for Top. I think both were fantastic, so that makes sense to me. One for Taeyun as well, who was also good, but I think Monkey was probably your MVP there, for sure. Top Beef's all supposed to be tilted right now. Maybe. I think they got snowballed on and will be annoyed about it, but hey, that's what happens when you let a Trundle get Giga Fed and the Renekton also got Giga Fed. It's like, well, you don't actually have people who can manage those from the lead they got to. Because your divers just got melted. And Jackie also just missed position horribly. I hate to say it. But yes, winner of this does go on to play IG. And then the winner of that would then go on to play the loser of BLG versus AL, which is happening pretty shortly as well. That'll be... When is that going to be? That'll be Monday. Monday the 9th. And then we get IG versus the whoever it may be on Wednesday.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显。
There we go. Into adverts we go. Let me run some ads. I'll bring up words on stream. Hell yeah.
TCL 红冠战马，更受中国电
I'll get
竞
you
用
guys
户
rolling
喜
with
欢的
that.
能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮
Water
料。
actually thinking about it, getting a little bit thirsty.
中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅。 职业战队的选择
Maybe that's the reason why Summer Games Fest was terrible. I hadn't actually looked. I didn't see much Summer Games Fest this year. Was it a bit? Was there not all that much happening?
22项调节，提供腰颈肩全
Top feels losing would be healthy for LPL.
奥风 G7
Potentially, I still really rate Knavi in 369. I think Jackie's been a bit up and down recently. I think Queen's been a bit up and down recently. There's a reason Jackie wasn't on my MVP list.
기분은 당연히 좋고 뭔가 팬분들이나 LPL 팬분들이 지켜봤을 때 당연히 저희가 질 거라는 확률이 더 높은데 이기는 걸 보여줘서 좋고 징동 JDG랑 스크림을 최근에도 좀 하고 아니면 다른 팀들이랑 했을 때 훈련 결과가 좋았고 JDG 팀 성향상 저희가 이길 수 있다는 생각을 많이 해가지고 별로 쫄지 않고 그냥
I hit
즐겼던
restart
거
again. Sorry, I got
다시
distracted
좋은
by
결과 나온
messages.
것 같고 단어로 따지자면 그냥 언더독 저희가 항상 아래쪽에 있는 위치이기도 하고 그 이유는
If I had to choose my favorite to be broke, they are shit.
이런 생각을 할 것 같지만 그냥 늘 이기는
Unicorn, good
모습을
one.
보여드릴 수 있어서 그런 것 같습니다.
Crisp is good, but he ain't elite, and Jackie has so many games where he oversteps. Yeah, I feel like Crisp has actually had a pretty good year on the whole, but I know what you mean. You know, like, I don't know if I trust Crisp. I'm not sure this game was on him, really, because he was trying to, like, bail out people who were in awful situations, and it's just pretty miserable. How we doing? Welcome back. Might go put the kettle on.
If it fits.
Ha! Josh Jones out there.
Yeah. Okay. What's the volume like? Okay. Right, is LCK's over, right? Top Esports suffers from a T1 problem, which is depending too much on jungle being fed or more impactful. Well, I mean, most teams, if you shut down a jungler, they kind of just look like ass, right? Because junglers are so important to pro. Oh, we're getting into the next game. I should not have done that. I was at level 6. See if we can speedrun this, it's fine. There we go, speedrun it. Does the winner of this go on to face Invictus Gaming? Yes, they do. Winner of this plays IG in the next round. They go on to top 4. So the 4 teams we have left are BLG, Anyone's Legend, and then Invictus Gaming, and then the winner of this series. One more. Well, we will leave that there, won't we? Let's get into draft for our next game. Did we run over? Yes, we did. Cool. Oh yeah, we get ourselves the Death Star. We get ourselves the Star Wars music. It's the Hoth Battleground music. It's the snowfields. I'm telling you, it just reminds me of it. Top Esports on blue side, no surprise there. What champions have we still got that's really high priority? Hard to tell, actually. Pantheon Talia. Pantheon Talia is the big ones up right now. Pantheon Talia up. They have to lock in one of them. I think you lock in the Talia easy. Then Karis will have to think about, well, you don't have the Ahri into it. You don't have Ryze to match the global. Maybe you go Galio. You probably need to go the Pantheon. Then Kanavi likely goes Shinzo afterwards. Just to have the better matchup into that. And best of a cube. I don't... With Jace gone. Is that still okay, actually? A little bit worried for... What would Cube... What's 369 going to play into that matchup? I guess you could... No, you don't want to play Nara into best, that's bad. No Gwen. Scion's gone. You lock the Pantheon easy. That one's an easy lock, and you never let the Pantheon until they go through uncontested. Now Kanavi, I think he goes Shinzao. I think it's a powerful pick in here. Yep. Then, do you have enough top laners? Would you rather lock in something like a priority support instead? Because maybe you could lock in... You could lock in an engaged support right now. Because they're starting to fall a little bit more flat. And you could remove another one from Vampire. Questions about Aurora in chat? Aatrox. I mean, 369 does play a mean Cassante as well, of course. Probably the best Cassante in the LPL when he was on form. That goes towards the Aatrox. Karastok's in Silas. Okay. Bit dangerous going towards the Silas and Talia sometimes. Decent individual laning matchup, but you struggle as a triple melee top. You've locked triple melee into Aatrox, Shinza, Talia. I don't know about that one. Triple melee into triple anti-melee. That's rough. No real good ults to steal here. The Shinzao ult is very good. Shinzao is one of the top tier Silas ults to steal because it makes you so survivable. 80 carries being banned out in second round. The Draven being banned away from Jackie Lover Classic. Yeah, Senna would have been nice for W's comp. They need something to help them with the dive, but now, what do you have that follows up with the dive? No Jin Varus for range. No Senna for shields. No Ezreal for range. No Kai'Sa for dive. What do you even have that works in bot? I mean, you could go Xayah. You could go Xayah with no Rakan. You don't really want to go for a Ziggs, which typically does help with the long range. Yeah, stealing Silveralt is also fine Mookie as well, you're right, yeah. Yeah, Kai'Sa is that. Yes, I was just calling that as well, Dragoon. I was just calling that. So you don't have that. You could have gone for the Lucian yourself. They choose to ban it themselves. I wonder whether they should have kept that one on the table. Corki banned away as an early game lane bully and someone that can also jump forwards. That's also not a bad ban away. What do you even go on bot side now? Callista. Callista's the easy pick here, right? Callista being the... Yeah, Callista is huge here, right? Surprised that Callista... I'm surprised that didn't cross my mind before, actually. I mean, Smolder ult is not bad, but you can't go Smolder in this draft. If they lock in Callista... If they lock in Callista now, and they get, like, Callista Leona or something like that, or Callista Braum, you're so doomed. Or a Karma lane. I think you've just given yourselves a... I mean, Xayah Braum is also not bad here either. Smolder, I'm so surprised that yes has the ultimate to help with the dive. The Braum versus triple melee, and Vampire would often like to go towards a melee support as well. Smolder's not good in laning phase. Yes, good versus the Braum in terms of the Braum can't really answer him that much. Yeah, Xayah Braum looks pretty good for me here. It's not a good ult for the Silas to steal away. You get protected by the Braum. You're then playing triple melee into... So they go towards the Tristana instead, which is again very mobile, good at protecting themselves. Saying that W have locked in a triple melee composition into a ton of very good anti-melee compositions. Vampire, you kind of do need a range support now to bully the Braum at all. I mean, the Bard's not bad here, actually. The Bard's actually pretty good. You can catch out stuff like the Slip, but even then...
Potentially allows you with the Pantheon to have slightly faster mobility around the map relative to top esports, but you're right, that Talia does mean that I think as long as Cream is paying attention, he has been a good Talia this year, could really threaten and make this problematic.
Yeah. Vampire, banking on the fact that he's a good Leona, rather than picking something that's better for the draft like the Bard, that's saying, okay, quadruple melee will make it work. You have locked quad melee into some of the best anti-melee champions of the game. Aatrox into melee, loves it. Shinzo into melee, loves it. Talia into melee, loves it. The Tristana and the Braum love that too, because you have to dive into the Buster Shot and stuff like that. Tristana, so you lock in the Smolder because it is follow-up with the ultimate over the top of the team fight. So if you land a Leona ult on someone, Pantheon, Smolder, Ambassador all jump in on their same target. But what happens if it's a Shinzo that presses up? What happens if Braum disables a bit of your combo by CCing them? Questions upon questions. A WE, they walk away with a good aggressive combo as a 5-man unit, but it's bad when you look at the anti-melee on the other side.
I agree. Of course, you do still have things like the smaller scaling to fall back on. There's still comfort to work with. Monkey's Pantheon has been fantastic. Vampire at his best has often been on the Leona. So that there are, caveats and nuances with nameplates on, that, you know, might give them angles in, but I'm there with you. I think Top Esports have got a draft that should be very scary to manage here with what WE are trying to make work.
Sivir would have been Thanos, no, to a certain extent, but Sivir's good versus when you know the matchup, but if it's against the auto-attack heavy champions like the Kalista, Sivir dies very, very hard, so I don't think you can lock that in blind on the form, and they chose to get support counter pick instead. We'll go into game 3. Blue side has dominated both of our first games of the series, and go forwards again to see if that continues. Onto the Rift we go.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Good to see the crowd chat leaders having some fun with that. Okay, there we go. Hopefully the game sound volume is at a decent level now. We've been messing around with that a little bit in the background. W is betting this game on hands. A little bit, yeah. If WE get a good combo, you can take someone off the board very, very quickly. My worry is, if 369 gets gold, you don't kill the Aatrox very well. As soon as Aatrox gets to Sundered Sky, Sterak's, and then Boots, I guess, I don't see how you kill this guy. He will pop ult, he'll heal 1,000,000 HP off of you, and I don't think you kill him after that point. Keeps gonna get the level 1 trade decently well here. Uses the Q. Long cooldowns at level 1, but 369 can't get in range. The Q animation a little slow at the first rank. Well, not that it changes, but a little slow when you don't have the E.
We need to keep our eyes on. I just left to get tea, so I have no idea what you said. I'm assuming it was valuable.
Yeah, saying that my worry is that if 369 gets gold, how do you kill him? Because he's just going to heal 1,000,000 HP off of Sundered Sky. So when you get Sundered Sky in the passive healing with someone with the ultimate running, the healing increase, you just don't kill him. He's so hard.
Fair enough. I can see that being a little problematic here for sure. Maybe with enough CC you can stop him pressing Q. I guess you've got a fair amount to work with, and Smolder, if he does get to flap away, can sort of potentially punish the also similarly relatively short-range comp of Top Esports by just flapping and playing from miles away and executing people.
First game for Smolder, for Taein on Smolder. See whether he can pilot it well. His champion pool, his effective champions have been very, very good in this top end, but his second string of champions have not always been as valuable. See if this is where the Smolder falls into which category it falls into. But yeah, in terms of like the CC thing on Aatrox, eventually, you know, he's going to get to the point where he gets Sterak's, which gives him that tenacity.
Yeah.
And, you know, typically knockups and stuff like that are what you really want at that point, stuff like the Nautilus stuff, which tenacity doesn't help you against it. But against Pantheon, against Silas E versus the Leona, much easier to see tenacity your way out of it. Kanavi going for an early invade, does have both top side lanes pushing. Ward over the wall. We'll see that he sees the Krugs haven't been started, so he knows that Monkey is instead hanging around the corner. Will now play for the Krugs because he doesn't want to play the vision game against Monkey.
No, he does not. He'll try and play for a smite fight here, but if he smites for this, won't be able to get over onto the red buff. But now the Monkey has burned his smite, gets the opportunity to step on forwards, gets a decent chunk. It becomes Braum as well, who is left bot lane early to threaten here on the red buff.
This is a really good early plan. And again, if Kanavi gets ahead of the game, it is hell. Monkey doesn't have smite. Now he's going to jump forwards, and the red buff is going on to him. Karis is around. He can flash forward for an E-confirm.
Again, as you said, Kanavi has the red buff. Monkey does not. No smite yet for Monkey is there for Kanavi, so it should just be a relatively easy secure with the additional pressure for the summoner spell.
So Kanavi will claim that red buff. Really good early plan from Top Esports. Jungle advantage, I think, has been one of the biggest tales of these this first 2 now going on 3 games. Jackalov left to, you know, fend for himself on bot side, but that's the problem with the Smolder. You can't punish someone left alone there now. And now suddenly they might, I don't know whether you dive it. Well, maybe they do with the Braum, but I guess they choose not to. Just looking at the option, don't commit to it.
Risk plays out that ward. Early cull in from the Tristana, looking to get as much advantage out of this early game as possible. Again, Tristana scaling is good. Notoriously was one of the original hyper carries really in the game, with things like the draw a B, the mixed scaling. You could go AP mid lane, you could still do the AD, all of these things. But you are still into a Smolder who, in many ways, is one of, if not the hardest scaling champion in the game. It's pretty ridiculous at points.
but his early game can't punish him.
No.
And this is the thing. Chris gets to walk away because the Smolder was picked. If that was a Sivir, if it was, you know, obviously something more lane dominant like a Varus or Jhin, if they were available in this series, you can't really leave the Tristana there. You'd lose a bunch of XP, you'd lose a bunch of levels, and you have to be forced off the turret, especially against the Leona, which can dive. I love the Anima Squad Primordial Aatrox, by the way. The animations are so slick. Also, I think it's a little unfair of a skin.
Really?
You watch the Q animations.
Okay.
Now, Dark Souls and From Software enjoyers, you tell me, how annoying is it when you see something like Sekiro, when they wind up for the big attack, and then they slow down, and then the thing comes through? I watch an Aatrox Q animation. Watch this. I watch the Aatrox Q animation. Next time you cast it, it does not. The speed of it does not happen in the way which I like it to. So it happen. The Q impact happens at a slightly different timing than I particularly expect.
Not quite my tempo.
Not quite my tempo indeed. And the whiplash from that effect can be really annoying to play against.
Do you want a fun fact about that? By
Sure.
the way? No one's actually redeemed a fun fact, but I will do this anyway. That during that scene, where obviously in Whiplash there's this moment where the guy's saying really fight my tempo. Ironically, he's on tempo the entire time. It's only until right at the end where he starts getting it wrong.
I believe
the
that's
guy's just messing with him.
So from what I heard, it was when he says that he's rushing, he's dragging. When he says that he's dragging, he's rushing, just to really mess with him, which is, you know, things. The 69 has level 6. Cube does as well. Only the half HP. This is a threatening angle here. Actually, Cube has a slight. Okay, it's not enough to freeze. This will slow push back. He doesn't have the minion advantage. 369 can safely collect this. Kanavi will start up dragon on the bot side.
There we go. And then there was Stroska did redeem a fun fact as well, and maybe Katari did earlier as well. We just missed it. I feel bad about that. So there we go. Either way, we've got a fun fact down. We may need another one at some point. Either way, a little bit of a trade there, but not too much happening. It's allowed us to do some musing on things that are not League of Legends related.
Yeah. Gabby and Chasm W can win this. Yes, they can. They can. Early game would have to be where they'd like to get that advantage. Are they going to be told? 369 just teleport up towards top side. Might be dragging an out for Thor 369.
Whoa! It's X-Marks the spot. There's walls everywhere. It kind of prevents Karras from getting in the angle he necessarily wants, but still gets a big kill at the back end of it as the wall goes down. Into the back end with a better side burst, doing so much damage under Jackie, who gets over the wall. He might just survive, but they need to leave Cream out to dry. So he went looking to see whether someone was inelegant in their back spots, but WE don't get the dragon, but do get 2 kills.
Yeah, good early fight for them. Using that CC, I would have thought that Braum with the heal and the flash available would get more done, but Crisp dies before using either of them. I wonder if there was a mistake made by Crisp individually there. Toppies do walk away with the dragon. They do walk away with 1 kill, but WE get 2 kills on the other side, and one of them is onto the Smolder, which will get them clear towards their first line, which looks to be the Essence Reaver.
At the very least, Jackie does get one of those kills, but we're about to watch the X-Men assemble.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Talia which gets the bonus on this. It gets the knock-up on it. Then what happens here with Chris? Blocks off some shields here, then just doesn't cast his heal. I believe it was that sometimes the things at the bottom of your screen, they don't work. Oh, no, he's spellbook, so he had a different summoner in. Okay, so he didn't have that heal. Tried to use 1, didn't have the heal available, means that he's not able to save himself afterwards. Must have used the igniting resource or something like that. Didn't see what he had before the fight.
He had... So now I was going to try and think of something funny, and I realised I wasn't, so we had to leave that.
He had like clarity or something like that.
Yeah, clarity. Yeah. Is that still available in
Summoner's Rift? No, not on Summoner's Rift. Only on
ARAM. Yeah.
Oh no, I think it is on Spellbook actually. I think it
is it on Spellbook?
Yeah. I can't remember if it's some random spells were available there. Pantheon coming in. Where's that going? There's no flash in mid lane. Crisp is here though.
Crisp is here. Seismic Shovel Wave prevents the abduction from landing, but I still think that's a very dead Cream who just can't get far enough away. The heal was used there, and it just wasn't enough. Crisp was on the right timer, but couldn't keep them alive.
Yeah, Cream, the one to misstep in mid lane this time. Cream and Jacula having quite poor series between the two of them. There is a smite from Kanavi ult coming through. Level 6 from 369 makes this a little dangerous though.
The flash and the ult out, they can turn back away, happy enough with the additional trades. All the while that was happening in mid lane, Toppies were trying to do grubs, and I think Cream thought with Crisp roaming up should be safe enough, and just wasn't quite, despite a good seismic shot.
I mean, so... This is where, again, I see that logic, but then my response is, you think it's safe. You should know better as a pro player. You should know better. You are amongst some of the very best players in the world. You are a flashless Talia against a global which can come into your lane with plenty of follow. You cannot give these openings. That is how you lose games like this. As a player, as a champion, a reigning champion of the LPL, that is not good enough. Scream still has no flash. At least there's no... I mean, Monkey has flash. You have no flash, Cream!
And no vision. He just goes down.
And so, again, some people might say, but surely you just think you're safe. You are not safe, and you have to know better than that. Cream and Jackie Love, over the last couple of games, this time it is really just Cream, not calling out Jackie Love for this game, but Cream, no flash in the mid lane. I know the wave was in a bad spot, but you can't give up 3 kills like that.
get the first kill was perhaps a bit more reasonable, was crisper rounds. That one was pretty unacceptable.
And again, even with Crisp in that last one, he could only shield one direction. I don't even think that was reasonable either, because there's so many people that can roam into your lane. Braum, only at the early levels in the game, can't save you in the way that you want. Again, it's that kind of like false positive of, oh, there's someone on my screen, surely I'll be fine. But it just wasn't. And Top Esports, we have to hold them to account like this, because this is our reigning champion. This is a team that got blasted at first down, and we wanted to see them improve. Simple mistakes like this against a team like W, who, yes, have improved, but are not what we'd consider a top team in the LPL. This is very disappointing stuff from Top Esports, and we get worried about them.
Alex, I have Phase Rush and Heal and Unbreakable on Braum, who's giving me loads of resist. I can run away and be safe, right? Right?
And that's
right?
That's why he's 0-3 and 700 gold down. Again, there is only so much devil's advocating you do before you have to say, right,
that wasn't good enough, yeah.
That's not good enough. We expect more from you, especially Cream, who, you know, fought his way through so many legendary mid laners to make his first finals, his first title rather, in the last split. We expect more from him. WE, though, on the other side, real credit to them. A comfort jungle support pairing at the Pantheon, Leona setting up play as well. Of course, on the other side of us, not just ragging on Top Esports, is WE punishing mistakes very well, and particularly Monkey on the Pantheon. He's such an engine room.
Yeah. He has been a really scary jungler from ahead, and when he does get rolling, the team follows suit. Him and Shadow, the two junglers that dragged their teams through Group Ascend, basically were the catalyst for changing these squads that led to them becoming a lot more dangerous.
See right here again, Cream was really up, couldn't reach the backline minions on that wave because he was afraid that Monkey was going to ult into wave. Now he's played wise, but problem is now, if you wise up 1,000 gold down, you don't get to play the game in the same way because you're still 1,000 gold down. Your outplay, the opportunity is not there. And Top Esports now, you need to be getting mid lane vision for Cream. At this point, your mid laner is not a champion, not at this point. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. If you want to fight for this, you must secure some vision across the rift. You have no vision in your bot side jungle. You're meant to have a Tristana that's getting ahead of the game. It's not the case. You're meant to have a mid laner that can push and roam. That's not the case. Kanavi late on the reset. They won't be able to.
Unlikely. I was just about to call it out before Vampire moved the wall, but they had control walls on both sides of the lane. They had wards deep in the jungle. Cream could see nothing. There was nothing to be done there. He had nowhere to roam. Vampire will face check the Shins out, teleporting in on this one. In comes the Weavers. Well, maybe Vampire is a bit deep. Wonderful crescent guard. Now the back end of the player script has come on in, trying to find an angle. Good knockup. 369 on the back end of the Dark and Blade flying. Carries stolen crescent guard. Stays alive. Misses the abduction. Jackie looking to get some value damage to 1-for-1 right now, if I've done my maths correctly. In the public execution of the stall. And Silas waiting. Kanavi's not going to crescent guard anymore, and Karras gets another. 369 in danger. Cube begins to Drake. Can't step forward. Had the repudiation running. Where the hell does Aatrox begin to run?
Well, 369 is going to die here as well, most likely. Just to use his Q, will make it out alive. WE pulling the trigger so effectively, but Top Esports, they have not done they've not done their setup on vision. All of this vision you were highlighting and we were highlighting in the bot side jungle has just blasted Top Esports in this fight because they didn't have the information to take a fight like that. The initial pick onto Vampire, it's a Leona with Tabby, with Aftershock, with Flash. You're not cleanly killing that. I think Top Esports were lucky to not have Karras just murder them at the intro into that fight. And WE now have a 2,000 gold lead. Once again, Top Esports taking poor fights.
Yo, Al, remember when we were talking about, I'm not sure about WE's composition into Top Esports? It's get quite tricky. Oh, Top Esports back on blue again. I'm not sure about it. It's going to get quite tricky. Oh, game one, they were so good in that one. Surely won't happen like game two all over again. It is.
But the thing for me is, like, a lot of what WE are doing, you know, there's quick pick engage. Top Esports don't have to buy into this. They could wait until they have, you know, an item. This point in the game again. And if they were fighting now on even gold, if your opponent Cream doesn't have Flash, once again caught out by the vision game, WE pulling the trigger so effectively. Wonderful play there from Vampire, setting up vision and getting multiple kills onto Cream, who's now 1-4. Cream's had an awful day.
Scout had an awful day the other day. At this point, you begin to say, is it WE just mashing mid laners as well?
Initially, really good ult from Kanavi. Chris teleports into the play, but he actually teleports in too early because he can't be the one tanking this. He goes down very, very easily, and Jakulev used the bust shot onto Cube, loses a lot of his HP, and then walks into an unwarded part of the forest. Great ultimate coming through from Cube, but also, why is Jakulev the one face shot? If you are the person doing the damage after this with your second buster shot, or not buster shot, your second explosive charge, you can win this fight. Jakulev, a misplay from him, not playing well around vision, walking into a brush, which you knew that Karras could be in because he just killed Crisp over there.
Keep your dreams, says the WE fan, and you can't blame them. Hold on to them tightly, WE. might take you a long way up this playoffs.
1,000 gold down in jungle, almost 2,000 gold down in mid lane. WE, what a game they've been playing. They've been pulling that trigger well. Later into the game, the composition really struggles into the anti-melee for top esports. But top esports, they've just been blindly walking into these fights, assuming they can hand stiff. And they haven't been able to. WE have been hand stiffing top esports here. 404, Karis, a player who was a reject from LCK, playing so well against JDG and now against top esports as well. What a rise up towards the upper echelons Karis has had for a player which we had no real hope for. Top East was now starting up the Herald. A lot of flashes down for Team WE, so maybe they won't be able to contest this top side in the way that they'd like.
Might just play the first turret instead and say that'll be fine. They've got 2 grubs. The Ambassador with the Eclipse should tear through that turret. They'll be beating strength as well. They're happy enough with that, looking to potentially set up another lane gank here that Cream has just not been able to respond to it. It does feel like Cream has been left to the wolves in terms of the vision, but has fallen prey to them as well.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like, yes, at a certain point it's, oh, you don't have the setup or it's an unplayable scenario, but there are some earlier into the game especially where it's like, you should know better. Kanavi will take his own blue buff, put it into the Fog of War, then Monkey and Vampire patched at the hip, and luckily Kanavi is on the top side here to farm under turret effectively. But imagine you'd done this from even gold, not from 2,000 gold down now. It would be a very different game. Often in League of Legends, the problem is, once you've made the mistake, yes, you'll be like, oh, I won't make that decision again. But unlike football or basketball or whatever, you actually get less powerful, and the enemy gets more powerful the more mistakes you get. Is the difference between traditional sports and esports, right? You the gold advantage in something like this, that sticks once you make a mistake. You're continually punished for continual mistakes.
369. Trying to play with Cube here. Not that easy right now. 369, he's tried. He's had moments in this game. Was actually doing quite well in the lane, and now he's kind of looking at this going, hang on, what happened? Why am I suddenly behind the game? Where's this Ambassador gotten an assist from?
Like, are we really in a world where WE knock out not just JDG but top esports? Are we really in a world like that?
How do they do it as well? Because I think... Yes, I think...
There's an ultimate coming in from Monkey. We'll have to talk about that. Level 11 hit, but the recalls come through. And,
nice idea.
369 got back in time. I mean, if you'd... Yeah, Monkey has typically been very good at catching out people like that. However, good victory there now from Top Esports to buy that global. It does mean it's a lot safer to now farm up. Dragon now spawning. Top Esports took the first one. They don't have to take this Dragon fight now. In fact, I partly suggest they don't, but I guess you're worried about the Smolder on the other side. You want to take fights before he hits 225 stacks. They are going to walk over towards this Dragon. Maybe just try and take a fight while the Pantheon ult is down.
Double some Sky Spikes as well. I can see the thought process here.
Herald into the mid lane.
Using that to buy some pressure. The ward's now down. Karis on a good flank angle, but is off vision for now. Attacks that ward and will now be spotted. Person Taeyu comes through the lesser spotted Cream. Sounds awful. I never want to eat that Cream. All while in open picture. Cube wants to take that turret, and they will be able to do so. Mid lane turret will be traded. And it's a win for top esports.
It is. They'll lose the top lane out of turrets. It's 1-for-1. Dragon now potentially started. Flash is back up for WE, importantly. Yes, they are there for top esports as well. First item hit for top esports. No Seraphs for Cream, which makes it a lot safer for him to play out these fights. WE, they'll need to engage down the front and center. Teleport in from Cube somewhere. Where's it going into?
Karis on the flank, looking for an angle. Vampire on the backside. Also, Kanavi makes it a threat. Dragon secured by Monkey. In they go to the back end with a perfect execution. Make that a public one. I keep getting those two confused, but the fight is anything but that. As 369 does get the reset. Important kill onto Karis. He's beginning to heal his way on the anti-melee. What we said about the Aatrox. He's got the triple. He'll make it a full quadra before the Tristana picks up 1 or 2 more.
It says so much about the compositions that the early game from WE is completely nullified by the anti-melee composition from top esports. You can be ahead 3,000 gold. 369 fires back with 3 kills and showcases exactly why we were worried for the triple melee topside, the quad melee composition into the Aatrox and what it means for the team fight. Yes, they get the Dragon, but Aatrox at the 1 to 2 item spike is unkillable, gets a million healing, and just gets to cycle through Q after Q after Q. This is the worry. This is the worry about the anti-melee, and 369 delivers on the promise, and it couldn't have come much later than this. They lose this fight. I think this game is actually over. Get a huge amount of gold back, and now they're back in the game.
Fine. Do it myself. Avengers Movie 1 has ended. WE assembled well enough, and unfortunately for them, Aatrox gets to snap his fingers.
This is now terrifying for WE. The strongest part, because you know you were talking about saying, oh, maybe you can just CC the Aatrox. Double tenacity items. Merc Treads, Sterax, going to go up to about, halving that CC thereabouts. You don't get to shut down the Aatrox cleanly now. The Leona, Leona not going to be able to deal with them. The Panther not in a 5,000 damage team fight from 369. That is a promise of what is to come later as well. WE, they have a quad melee comp plus a smolder to try and stop this Aatrox. If 369 manages to play through this 2-item spike in the way that he should do with this composition, top esports back on the board.
Very much so. Again, Karis, for the first time that game, dies. Gets a Rift Maker now to try and manage some of the healing. Interesting choice. I don't hate it, actually, here. Let's see whether we can play that one out. Second item now done for Cube as well, which is good news, because, again, this Aatrox is now a significant amount of gold ahead.
News. We can finally be bees. This is good news.
Don't know this
isn't
brain
your
rot.
world. We can be bees.
I don't
can
know.
live like a bee.
What is
you
this
will
brain
live
rot?
like 30
Alex,
years. This
what
is
insane.
insane.
What is the TikTok? What are the TikTok is this?
It's Omni-Man talking to Invincible about finally. This is good news. Finally, be bees.
I don't. I'm not sure I want that, Alex. I quite like being a human.
Sorry, it's just I've seen it proper way too many times. That's got now available. 369. You know, very, very happy with this 2-item spike. We were saying WE. They might be able to fight around they need to find a way to stop down they need to stop this Aatrox. This is a problem.
So comes on through. The Infernal Chance don't quite land. Actually, 369. That's pretty low. Oh my god. Passive healing with Sudden Sky is actually ridiculous. TT behind Karis, looking for a steal or something valuable. Hijacks the Brawler. Glacial Fisher comes on down. They blow up the Tristana. Big moment. They've got the bot lane in its entirety. Karis still healing on everyone with the Rough Maker on the 369. Doing a lot of work. Who doesn't have the World Ender? Kanavi in the back end of it all can't get more than just the one. I was immediately going to say he wouldn't get anyone, but Cube also gets an additional member and 4 members down aside from 369. They can turn to Atakan.
369, huge mistake. Pops his ultimate too early and doesn't get value out of it. WE back onto the objective board. They'll get the Atakan after 369. The golden champion in this game to carry it for top esports makes the mistake.
The TP's top, looks to try and get towards that turret at the very least. They have gotten most of the outer turrets, and that would do wonders to keep them within touching distance of this game. They're now back down to about 1,500 gold. Have a look at this replay, because 369 understandably is the one to face.
So he walks forwards, but then at this point here, he pops the ultimate way too early, misses his Cube, because I think he thinks Cube is going to ult at that point. And the entire Aatrox ultimate goes down, which means his healing is reduced a significant amount. The second tier of the ultimate gives you so much, but his ultimate runs out here. If he'd popped it a little later, he would have been able to get through so much extra healing, potentially walk away with the fight win. Instead of Karis on the flank, who does end up discerning things, and top esports fly into a fight, which they can't win.
Cream just doesn't have the damage right now. He's only got an item and a half, poor guy. Has gone towards the Oblivion Orb as well. Understandable into the comp you're into. Everyone pretty much will be bringing a certain amount of healing between Silas, Pantheon, and Bessa.
Karis, the LCK reject, sending Cream, current LPL mid lane champion, to 1-6 in this game. What a turnaround that has been on expectations. Yes, I know Cream has had some international worries. I'm thinking, well, you know, he's not the level of Knight. Maybe he's not even the level of someone like Shanks, you know, someone who's been a contemporary of his. Dragon now spawning in 10 seconds. Top esports maybe looking for another fight. Aatrox with ultimate again. See if you have a better fight this time. Again, really wasted ultimate last time. Vampire does have flash, forced to use it.
This wall comes on down. People up. Can't really turn it into anything, though, and the pick was a little awry. Ultimate down there. Flash down as well.
Na'Vi flashing forwards, forcing the flash out of Karis. That's important there. Silas flash probably more important than Xingdao's here, given the amount of damage Karis is bringing onto the backline.
Fight the top esports one, left with Karis being dead at the beginning or in the middle of that fight. 6-9 himself ult up and available.
Yeah, vision control good for WE. Blue Trinket will spot them out. Flash up for 369, flash down for Karis. The most powerful members of each other's teams. Slightly different resources available. Vampire walk up. He doesn't have flash in there. Walk in Jackal. Here comes the... Whoa, they're way too early.
Vampire is eviscerated. Jackie gets to stand and deliver. He had the flash. He's still got the rocket jump. They're doing so much work. Cube doing his best to try and get something back at the end of it all. Karis does land a decent abduct there. And Taeyun's still alive, trying to find some value. The stopwatch comes on through. Taeyun can't flash far enough away. And 369, the flash you called out, brings him on top of the little dragon's head.
The engage from Monkey and Vampire is just not it. There's no follow-up in range, and top esports collapse quicker. That was a fight which WE, again, could have really used to get ahead in this game and force themselves onto Sol Point. They failed such a clutch engage. Vampire and Monkey disconnected rarely for once with their team.
369 was on my shortlist for MVP this split. Can you see why, guys?
Cube caught out initially at the start of this too, and I think by 369 going heavily onto him, they think, oh, we can walk up because, you know, the Aatrox is very far away, but, you know, Karras is way far out. The ultimate goes completely wide. This is a poor engage by Vampire. I understand looking for the angle, but the execution just not there. Dracula is not able to find things. I will say that Karras, insane damage coming through again. This stylist is doing so much work. If he had flash, though, he'd probably kill Dracula here. Losing that flash early on, cooldown economy. You want the important summoners down. Karras did end up getting the kill onto Dracula at the end, but it's a 1-5 for top esports.
Of course, his Silas can still win the game for you. He's building towards the Zhonyas as fast as he can. And I think that is going to be quite valuable here to buy your way towards some additional cooldowns. Cube trading up with 369. I don't know how easy that's going to be right now, because 369 is a menace. Forces the flash because the Q3 was coming on through.
And he has Death Stance there too. Yeah, Death Stance, by the way, folks, if Death Stance, statistically one of the best items in the game right now. Pretty much every champion that should build Eclipse should be building Death Stance instead. It is an insane amount of stats on one of the best passives in the game. Now there is absolutely no way you blow up this guy in the start of a team fight. Ton of tenacity, ton of ability to play through the Steric Shield and the Death Stance passive as well, the Death Defy. And of course, you get the kill. You reduce that bleed stops, and you start to heal after that point too. 369. This Aatrox is absolute Exodia at this point. It is very hard to deal with this guy.
He is a menace, to say the least. Dragon, 3 minutes away. 2 apiece at the minute. Top esports, it's not been a clean game. It's been a game where in some ways they probably should have lost already in some ways. However, the heroics of people like 369 and to an extent Kanavi have kept them in the race. Now this Aatrox at 3 items is pretty much, as you said, Exodia. What on earth do you do to bring him down? I guess you pray that he has his ult time out before he murders too many people.
Baron up and available. 3 dragons apiece. Really worried for W and how they're going to deal with 369. That being said, you know, 369, he did misplay that one fight, misplays it again. Definitely winnable for WE. They do have, you know, the stacked Smolder. 2 items, doesn't have the fire cannon. Baron now started. WE, fight may be forced. Monkey has an ult, has a flash. 369 is not here. He's teleporting in now. WE will have to find a way through it, potentially looking for the Baron steal.
I'll find that attempt, won't quite do it. Braum secures it. Right there from top esports, backing away 2 minutes.
Maybe finding a mid lane, opening towards the mid lane. Turret going to go towards, but have they overextended now?
His wall comes on down. Goes to make shove onto Cube. He's got a decent amount of shield because Vision comes on through. That's very deep from Vampire. Overcome Braum! And it won't matter a damn bit as the Leona is dead to rights. Monkey trying to do some work back, but can't just do it. It's just too much CC at this point. Tristana resets again. Taeyun goes down, and they manage to get a full-on set of kills over towards Dracula and 369. A full house for the AD carry in top lane.
WE lose the Baron, can't find the fight afterwards, and top esports, despite a rocky early game, which they misjudged so many fights, despite Cream really struggling to find his place in the early game, the composition comes alive, and WE cannot play 4 melees versus this comp.
That's some huge value. The inhibitor will go down. 1 minute until Ocean Dragon. And they'll back away with that kind of in hand. Realistically, 3 items now done for Tristana. They feel themselves.
That should really be the end of the game now, with the Baron buff coming in, with so many fights lost back to back, with so much farming time lost from WE too, because they've been dying on cooldown now for the last while. They've lost too much gold. Almost 4,000 gold down in top lane matchup. AD carry going so much better for Jackie Love now at this point. He's had a good game, actually, in the later game team fights, despite Karras really angling for Jackie Love. Not been able to do so. But look how hard it is to play the melee comp. You know, you walk up and there's a Braum ult keeping you in, slowing down your follow-up members. There's Talia ease. How do you play front to back against so many anti-melee champions? You just can't. 369 gets resetting, has a ton of gold, and they can't stop the Aatrox after the initial CC is gone.
Oh, at the very least, the Smolder picks up a couple at the end there. Taeyun has got the execute on through, so is pretty damn scary at this point. 5, 3, and 7 has got over 300 stacks. I mean, there's a world where Taeyun can carry, but that's kind of it. The jungle we go. Top esports. Not that messed up. Dragon. Now. Fall down. Not really any contest available. And understandable. It's only soul point, I suppose. So WE, that's a minor silver lining. I call it a tin one, really. It looks a vaguely silver colour, but it's not quite as valuable.
Walking into the bot side jungle, WE very much on the retreat now. Wave's not completely pushed out. Of course, with the Baron buff ending now, it's not like top esports will have that much left to do. And they broke the base in the mid lane, but it's not the side lane inhibitors. It's not like the full base broken open. Kara stealing the ball up, decent disruption on that, but it's not the Shinzo ult for survivability.
Up is pressed by his hijacked glacial feature. How rude. Jackie gets burned a little bit there. Has got the GA, which can mitigate the smouldering exhaust. Execute, that's what I'm looking for. In pretty short order.
WE, I guess they're just waiting for mistakes. If anything, they're waiting for mistakes. Teleporting towards the bot side. Jackal with the GA. That makes Karras' life very difficult. Because he's just trying to take out Jackal. Now you have to take him out twice. The time bought by the GA means that it's likely that someone else can apply Brawn passive, get the stun onto him, Jackal can jump away. You can try to look for it. It's hard to make this work. Cream not in range of ult just yet.
No, if you're going to try and find an angle, they go with the public execution, trying to find some value. Vampire goes down. I don't blame them looking, but it's just not enough. Monkey's dead as well. And everyone else is just about untouched. Jackie in danger from Cube, is backing away as the GA will likely be popped. 369 looking at Taeyun and finds that massive empowered auto. Back out of GA they go. Jackie gets the buster shot away, and Cube is once again left as a square.
And everyone gets that chance for a multi-kill. A triple to 369, a triple to Jackal, and a quadra to Kanavi on the Shinzao to end things out. WE, a valiant attempt in the early game. By far the better team when it came to the early picks. For top esports, we'll bring it to 2-1.
It was looking pretty dire there at points. Cream found himself getting mashed in lane. This Silas was off to the races. It was looking in some ways over, and then 369 has some terrifying fights. The caliber of top esports players begins to show on through. They are still a bunch of LPL champions, and some of them significantly more. They are not to be denied. Not this time, anyway.
Top esports, that could well have been a very lost game. The way that Cream played that early game, the way that the vision control was played between jungle support pairings, very much favor Team WE. That is the kind of game with W, that's the bread and butter. They get ahead with a snappy engage plus a global, and they start rolling that through to successes. Couldn't work that out though, and sadly for them now, that's one of the best case scenarios for them. They don't have to trundle anymore for a significant jungle disadvantage as well for Kanavi to play into. That was the kind of game which would have potentially won you the series. If you lose that, I think you start running out of gas now.
Good news for WE looking forward. Ming's available. Could you imagine if Ming came back?
Well, he said he was looking to be a positional coach somewhere if it works out contractually. But I mean, speaking of that, that is the kind of thing which I think Fanby would find very useful actually. Because again, you can see like the snappy instincts, but the execution is not always there. Let's be honest, Vampire running it in River at the Tristana, missing ultimate, misengaging. That's the kind of play which loses you this game.
Yeah.
And you know, like, I do think Vampire has massively leveled up, but he's definitely still got a while to go, especially in plays like that. That is the kind of play which loses you a game which potentially could win you a series.
Oh, man. It's an odd one, right? Because I think both teams are going to look at periods of this game and go, that wasn't good enough. Cream getting caught out multiple times early, either off disrespect or misreading how safe he was with Braum around, or bad vision control and trying to fight for the wave anyway because he didn't want to give it up. You know, all these things still led to the guy going, what, 0-4, 1-4. It wasn't good enough. And you look at, like, the fight where the Aatrox gets to reset and Karras doesn't quite get the kills he needs to. The overplay with Monkey and Vampire fumbling that backline engage that leaves Jaculov kind of to auto and hop around. It's actually threatened, which was what they were trying to do. You know, these are mistakes and failed plays that will haunt you in a series like this, where actually you could have lost the game from both of those moments in quite happy ways.
And again, I think it is really cool that Team WE are in a position where we said they could have won this series. They could win this series. Of course, it's not over yet. But like, the fact that WE went from a team which shouldn't really have been in Ascend, if you looked at the placement stage, they were actually behind teams like Ultra Prime and LGD before the like the placements and the qualifiers came in for Group Ascend and then for Group Nirvana as well. They're now in a position where they potentially could have taken a series, a best of 5, off of top esports that came in as #1 seed from Group Ascend. That's insane level of growth. Now, if they do bow out here, they will go to, you know, that 5th, 6th mark. I still think that's a huge overperformance and potentially room for growth above that as well. But the team draft was just, the draft diff was just way too much. And yes, Taeyun, a lot of good AoE damage, blah, blah, blah. It just
wasn't enough.
You're playing 4 melees into an Aatrox. Like, what do you do?
I mean, like, you saw a few fights, like, those health bars getting quite low. You know, if Smolder gets another auto here, things get different, and it just never quite happened. What was the game where we saw the support E over the wall, or whoever it was, E over the wall, and get the Smolder splash damage to get the Smolder right back into the game.
No, it wasn't the support, Sam. It was Care on Kassadin.
Oh god, yes it was.
So it was Care on, it was LGD versus was it versus WE? It might have been LGD versus WE actually. Oh no, sorry, it's FPS because it was Care. I can't remember the exact series then. Yeah, they ulted back to get the splash damage over after they both slowly walked up with Brawn passive applied to them, got stunned and died. Quadra kill over towards the Kassadin. The thing. Hey, now you see me with a fun fact. Let me think. I think I've said this one before, but so we saw Pantheon in this game, right? Pantheon and the Targonian lore is ripped off from Warhammer 40,000.
Oh, huge, you say?
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, by the way, Warhammer is not just Warhammer 40,000, there's Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k as well. They're two separate settings with two different sets of lore. But Warhammer 40,000, there's a race called the Eldar, which are basically space elves, and they have, their warrior caste are called the Aspect Warriors. Aspects. Argon. Now, each of these is led by a Phoenix Lord, who, upon taking on the armor of their aspect, can reincarnate as the Lord of that aspect, which is basically the aspects of Targon. So the Phoenix Lords are the aspects of Targon.
Yeah.
And why I'm convinced of this, a Games Workshop writer by the name of Graham McNeil came over to write for Riot Games in about 2017, 2016, which was when the Targonian rework came in.
Yep.
So, yeah, basically, don't you use that bullshit Aeldari thing. That's copyright Games Workshop not knowing how to IP things. And this is not actually shilling. This is just telling about the lore, Harold, by the way. This is just, like, I'm not saying whether they're good or bad, which is what shilling is, right, when you say they're good or bad. I'm just saying that Riot Games effectively hired a Games Workshop writer who wrote Warhammer 40k lore into League of Legends. Hey, still, good to see you. But I'm not shilling, like, now, I am an Eldar fan for sure, but I'm not saying, like, oh, wow, they're the best, blah, blah, blah. That's what shilling would be, right?
Oh yeah, but they are significantly better than the Space Marines, but very boring.
They are very generic.
They are very generic.
I was speaking to someone the other day. I was like, because there was like a Twitter post in terms of like people who like just people who are like, oh, what was it again? I need to go find the tweet, but it was like effectively a bunch of factions and stuff like that. People like, wow, I'm gonna base my whole personality off this. Is gonna be like, oh. Yeah, Gilliman was in there. I was like, wow, people are really cringe about Space Marines. Like, have you seen the Space Marine fan base? Have we ever interacted with the same fans?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, it's oh yeah, and it's like I was like, oh yeah, it's the people. It's like people who miss the message of they're actually making fun of you. So it's like Paul Atreides, the Starship Troopers, Homelander from The Boys, which I have no idea how that happens, and then also the Imperium of Bad as well, and Gilliman.
So you know, Homelander's actor had to basically have a very public statement to people who came to like, go, wow, I really relate to your character. Go, no, you shouldn't. He's awful human. There's nothing likable about this guy. But basically, you had to have a very public statement to a lot of people who came to like meet him and stuff, saying, yeah, don't idolize this man. He is the worst person possible.
We'll get our MVP of the game as well. I'm gonna imagine it's 369. He had a very good game. I need to get myself another coffee, so I'm gonna go do that.
I'll look after people.
Except the Salamanders. No, Salamanders also have their issues too. The thing is though, like, Salamanders are the best of a bad bunch, so people think that they're the good guys, and again, they are still...
Don't they burn children?
They did do, yes. But don't worry, they're all based.
Yeah. They just a thought, guys. Hey, Lion Man, good to see you. Sarcasm and satire can be hard to detect. Yeah, Mecha, you have a point there. If, and I do want to make this very clear, it wasn't so blindingly obvious. Like they don't make it subtle. Like it's not a subtle world or lore building. They're quite obvious about the fact that these people are really messed up and not the good guys. Hey, full set of votes. Very reasonable. Boop. Okay, 369 wasn't robbed. He was very, very good. Is Smolder squishy? Yes. Yeah, I mean, he's an AD carry, right? Like, he's certainly not tanky. I mean, he does things like Shojin. He has done things like Leandry's in the past. He's like, there are items he builds that have HP, which make him less squishy than other champions. And he does play from a significant enough range that often he is harder to kill than other members of his class. That's it. He's not exactly building Randuins or anything here. I don't play LoL, I'm just a serial LoL watcher. That's very reasonable, don't blame me. It's a good game to watch. Same deal with football and stuff, right? A lot of people watch it, but don't necessarily play that regularly. And that is not unreasonable. Let me move that around over to here. That'll do. Words on stream.
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
买3C 数码就上京东，国补叠加也就换新4折起。买手机上京东，享国补加倍补低至5折购机；买电脑上京东，国补叠加也就换新低至5折起。买数码上京东，爆款至高24期免息。电竞键鼠3重补贴，至高优惠50%。打开京东搜赛事预测。
Mark, I'm actually not sure. My suggestion would be go look, scroll back to the end of the games on the YouTube because you're on Nivea's channel and picking up from there. They're not very good about giving you scoreboards, unfortunately. So I'm honestly not sure, I'm afraid. But yeah, if you just scrub back in the voice to the end of the game, you should be able to spot. Need to hit continue again, don't I? There we go. Where is it? This is the one. Boop. Folks, I've returned. Did you miss me? Yes, Jay, I missed you. How you doing? I don't care if TS win LPL. I was still bet against them at NSI. Just broken. Yeah, I can see that, right? Like, TES are... They did not have a good international showing. A lot of these players have notoriously underperformed at big events. There's a lot of players on there I genuinely still love and have a lot of time for. 369, Kanabi, I think are fantastic. Jackie hasn't had a great time. I still want to believe in Cream, but again, like, the promise I have seen them has not been as fantastic as I'd like to be.
今天输下来的主要原因就是觉得我们可能在优势的时候没有把握好机会吧，然后就是失误比较多，然后送出去的，就是我们每送一波的话就感觉特别炸，主要是这个。然后回去可能就是要针对我们，比如拿到优势之后，对小龙重视程度可能要高很多。W 的话，可能就是在一些看到机会的时候，他们会打得比较果断嘛。然后 W 的优势，我觉得就是打野的英雄选择和思路上可能会对他们就是整个团队有很大帮助吧。然后主要对上 W 的话，对野辅的就是选择的英雄可能要，就是希望队友也不要气馁吧。就是我们还是有机会赢回来的。然后希望就是我们剩下几天也要好好观看一下我们比赛的失误，然后好好去努力准备下一场，就是还是有机会的。
We've got a hidden letter, and there's a fake one too. ladle. Hang on, so looking like the that's actually a fair number of the letters there. Well, guys, we're struggling here. I think R might be fake, guys. Oh, no, actually, there's no R. That's true. If I can move things around. I moved it and then moved back.
Oh, level 16s, but I think it gets kind of messy anyway. Oh, one more. Oh, clutch. Holy crap.
We actually ended up with quite a lot there. Good work.
Yeah, damn. That was clutch as hell.
Is it legal? I will make it legal.
I don't play LoL, I'm just serial LoL watcher. Honestly, I don't play that. Well, okay, I'm starting to play more League again now because I've realized how much I enjoy playing AD Assassins again. So I'm just like spamming Zed and Talon in the way that I did in like Season 8. And
You've been doing some good work in jungle, I've been seeing, my guy.
Yeah. Turns out that watching Pro League means that you actually understand jungle like so much more. It does help, doesn't it? I have to say, I don't think you can understand Pro League of Legends without understanding jungle. Because everything leads back to jungle because jungle
is your moving piece. It's your Joker card.
Jungle is everywhere. And while technically that applies to support and mid lane as well, obviously you need to know all the roles. Jungle is the role where immediately they have macro impact on everything at the very start of the game. We'll get ourselves into the draft for game 4. Last game, WE, fantastic early game. I think they got about out-drafted because they drafted 4 melee into an Aatrox and a bunch of anti-melee champions. And even with generous gifts from top esports in the early game, we're not able to carry that over the finish line. We're now into a game 4. WE losing a lot of melee supports, which might be a problem for Vampire. I wonder if that inspires an early Nautilus pick. Maybe going for something like Misfortune Nautilus could be an early lane for them, because I think you need to have Vampire on a snap engaged champion. Obviously it didn't work out in that last game. You kind of ran it down a couple of times after a good early game, but I think that will have to be on the cards.
I do apologize, I forgot to run ads in the breaks. We may have to do that after Champ Select, or do you want to do it now?
I'll do it towards the end of it.
That's perfectly fine. I do apologize on
that. It happens. It is what it is. So that's only for Twitch, obviously, as well.
YouTube, you get to be alright with that one.
So it's the first pick Nautilus. So they banned the Nico
good call,
away.
by the way.
But Vampire only plays engaged supports. Really? I mean, we've seen him play stuff. Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I don't leave that context out because yes, technically he could lock in a Karma or something or a Nami. We've seen how that goes. I think separating out the Senna from the Nautilus is actually very good here. Leave some questions about what Crisp is going to do. Senna Nautilus is a very, very good duo. I would seriously suggest locking that in, unless they want to go towards something like a Lulu lane instead. They lock in the Jace for 369, of course, very good for lane dominance, but I wonder whether it would have been better to break apart some choice player pairings in the bot lane.
It does kind of take Cube's champion into an interesting position as well, though, because you've got Ornn up, but I think 369 at this point. I would... If you're looking at the Jace players in the LPL, and there are a lot of them, we've got some very, very good Jace players. I'd argue at the minute, 369 is possibly the most consistent Jace player we've got. He's been very, very good at this, over the split.
Unironically, I would say the Shy is up there too. Ornn Corki locked in, very good front to back now. Now, the Ornn gets blasted by the Jace. You do have some very squishy members now onto the back line. If you lock in the Karma, you are looking to completely dominate lane. Tahm Kench Senna obviously was a very good lane in the past. Maokai can technically flex with jungle and support. They do go towards the Tahm Kench. We rarely see this now, but when you have heavy engage into double AD carries that don't have much mobility, the Tahm Kench is very good at denying the value of a Nautilus and an Ornn combo.
And obviously the other side of it is things like your Abyssal Dive are normally a little hard to guarantee. It's quite an obvious indicator, unless you're coming from off vision. That's hard to guarantee. Last Embrace does guarantee that, and that can actually then turn into quite a nasty combo. So it's not a bad pairing in terms of that front too.
Seriously, Sam, I forget about some of the little things about champions which we haven't seen for a while, so I'm glad. I had just completely forgotten about Tahm Kench doubly off of vision, so I'm glad you remember that. Good job. That's actually a very good call out.
At this point, we've watched a lot of League of Legends.
Turns out, over my history, I've cast probably 2,000 to 3,000 games of League of Legends.
Oh god, yeah.
There's a lot.
There's been a lot of League.
We've been casting for 5 years, but occasionally you see a champion go back and you have to just work open those old gears again, and I wonder whether WE will need to do that against the Tahm Kench, because the way I think about WE, they're a snap engage, fast initiation team through jungle support, and that can be curtailed by a Tahm Kench devouring a target, which can be a big problem. So once he hits level 6 and gets that devour, WE, perhaps this is a problem that they will have to work their way through. Viego Annie banned away. Lilia locked in for some AP damage.
I actually like the Viego ban because Monkey, the last time we saw him, that Viego brutalized JDG. It was we weren't sure about it. He did a very good job on it.
However, right now, I think he's got a great Wukong angle. I think Wukong's fantastic for him. Jarvan, of course, well, Jarvan's less good because you can devour someone out of that cataclysm. I much prefer the Wukong. It's very good for him. Good against that Jace. You have enough initiation already. The Orianna's fine in terms of a mid lane matchup. Very hard to beat that in lane. I think you go Wukong right now, and I think you're very, very happy.
Monkey is obviously played a little bit of the Zed and the Grave, so they were fun hovers, but the Jarvan is the one that goes on in. They decide that with the Orianna is enough of a decent.
Oh, Wukong's banned. I'm so sorry, Wukong's banned. Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess, oh my god. I was looking through the bottom of the screen. It's like, oh, no one played that, but it was banned in previous. Completely my bad. That was banned. Jarvan, heavy engage option, good into the immobile carries, good. Not good into the Tahm Kench Devour. You can devour them over the wall. And that Cream on the other side of this. I think the Aurora's pretty good. Allows him to escape the Cataclysm.
Well done, chat. You saved him. Good work there.
Yeah. You could have also just said it was banned if you'd said it.
I actually advanced it.
Good job. You saved both of us then.
I was preoccupied in thinking Tahm Kench mechanics.
Yeah. So, this is a very kind of... This composition in Team W has been around for yonks at this point. This is more like a 2022, 2021 draft, I'd say, without the Corki, I guess. That was more of a mid lane pick. At that point, it's been a while since he... Yeah, but still, that kind of Jarvan or Nautilus heavy over-engage. Top esports only have one devour. If you get a good enough engage, you can't save everyone. The Senna ultimate can add some tankiness. Top esports, I think last game had a very good composition. This time, I think it's much harder to play. I don't think they have that same kind of like crushing your 4 melees into a Talia, Aatrox.
The draft discrepancy isn't there.
Yeah, so I think W come away with a much better draft this time. They have used that power pick of the Nautilus for Vampire. He is now out of melee supports, basically. So if it goes to a game 5, potentially that'll be a combo, a conversation to have at that point. Top esports, though, many worries to have. Yes, please hit the advert in there as well. And we'll get ourselves into game. So sorry, we didn't run the adverts in the break.
That's my fault.
It happens. So if you're on Twitch, obviously get yourself a Prime. That can help sometimes.
Sub and avoid them.
Or you can watch on the YouTube as well. Let's get into game 4, where WE potentially looking to force to another game 5. They took JDG down in 5 games. Top esports, the first seed in playoffs. Can they do the same to them?
We'll note, though, that Kanavi gets to go back on Lilia, back when Kanavi was making a name for himself in the LPL before JDG were the super team they became in 2023. That man on Lilia was nearly undefeatable. It was ridiculous. He was the one-man army. He's had a few of those picks over the years, but this is certainly one of them he goes back to, and there are 4 very scary carries. The other one to check out is JackeyLove's win rate on Senna. I believe it's over 70%. He has put in some insane numbers on that champion over the year as well. There are some very long-term power picks for these players.
So game 4, I think it's a harder draft for top esports. Let's hit the gyros.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Alex has gone to look up the numbers for us. I was underestimating JackeyLove. 78.7% win rate on Senna over the years.
Yeah, 37 games of it. It's not like he hasn't played it either. He hasn't played it this year, though. Very good on it last year. A lot of people kind of like pigeonhole JackeyLove into, oh, he's just the over-aggressive support guy. He's the Draven. He's the Kai'Sa. He'll dive in. He's always been good at stuff like these utility stuff, too. He's been a very good Ashe, a very good Senna. 369 going to walk up and loses bone plating to the standard, which is a bit annoying, but we'll spot out the early jungle start from Monkey, potentially. If any sort of information you can give to Kanavi, very important. He'll start on his Raptors because it's a Lilia. 369 happily dodging out on that thingy. That. Is 369 going to start with the Hypercharger or the Shot Blast? He can actually do both. Starts with the Hypercharger and actually does get the ward down. That's what I was wondering for, actually.
Does get that. Actually kind of nice. That helps get control of the bushes, which can sometimes be a real menace. Navi with very defensive passing here, kind of wanting to make sure he shields that bot side as Monkey was potentially looking for the level 2 invade.
Well, it's just your regular pathing where you start on the Raptors for the lead. Doesn't have the info to stop the guy. Hang on, level 2 gank in mid lane. Cream, might be careful here.
Doesn't have the... Oh, Monkey! Oops.
Ook. Yeah, not the best there. I mean, Cream, is he gonna die? I think he's fine. He can teleport back in. Has a thingy popping. Monkey has no flash now. Kanavi maybe losing his blue buff. And now the problem is if Kanavi hits level 3... Hang on a second. Monkey's in trouble here. He doesn't have flash.
I don't know about this one. Doesn't want to... He does smite for this. Now Monkey needs to run away. The flags come down. Monkey doesn't want to drag his way to it. And Monkey's whole game plan is in serious danger. Kanavi can now potentially look mid as well.
I was actually wondering with Kanavi, knowing there's no flash and the flag had just been used, whether he flashes to keep the Q movement speed up. He could have got a kill there. Kanavi winning out on the jungle matchup now. And yes, Monkey trying to get something done very early on. Cream, it suffered a little bit because he did take some damage from Karis because he had to play with so much respect. So you do get some mid lane value from that. Karis will have to pay that off, and he's been very, very good for WE. I think his level up has been insane. But Monkey, you have this window of power of Jarvan. He always was the level 2 ganking king. All's apart now in the early game, and Kanavi, he might just take off.
He might. I don't mind it from Monkey. I see the thought process. That mid lane gank was nearly a work of genius, but now, unfortunately, Karis might be in danger here.
He's going to stop the recall. He was waiting to see if there was a backstab. And again, he's not looking for the kill. He's looking for the stop on the recall, which is what he manages to do. There's teleport from Karis still.
Okay, Dredgeline traded with the root on the other side onto Taeyu. Barrier broken by Jackie Love, potentially looking for a bit of an angle back. Won't find too much. His health bar high enough not to be too threatened. This is one of those bot lanes that can be quite annoying to get out of lane.
So when you look at trades like this, Jackalov is actually not looking for damage and kills. He's actually looking to get the double tap on both targets. Typically, you don't split damage in a 2v2. What you do here, though, as Senna, is you double tap each target to get a soul off of both of them. Jackalov trying to stack up as best you can. Monkey level 3 has red buff. Kanavi still level 3, but a camp closer to level 4.
Right, again, sticking around the Gromp, despite, of course, Cube being shoved under turret there. But I think Monkey being in quantity and 369 getting a lot of value just individually from the lane is going to be pretty good. Congratulations also to Chris, who's now the number 6 player in terms of games played in the LPL. Yes. 800 hit today.
Yeah, out of the top 10 players, which you might see coming up after I actually get. I'm not going to show that one. 9 out of 10 of the most veteran players in the LPL are still playing. The only one is Yago. Yago is the one person who is not currently active, which is a shame, because I actually think when you've got Annie back in meta, I would like to see Yago back, actually. I miss him a little bit.
He's always been a bit of a character, right? It feels like what was the we'll talk about that a little later because pick off there. In comes the heal on Chris trying to keep himself alive. Speaking of the man, he gets highlighted. Will heal himself back up just enough with the Q, and now actually Jackie stepping on forward for a lot of damage onto Taeyu. Down comes the Jarvan, though. We need to go look down bot side, I think. Karis, I know, is not anywhere near level 6. So I want to look where that Jarvan was.
He just hit the vision plant, so you can see that on that part. Monkey doesn't have flash, so he can't actually force the play in the way that he'd like to. Vampire could flash for the hook, I suppose. But Jackalov, really good trading. Actually, I think Jackalov's been playing out the center very well for this point in the game. He's getting a ton of different souls from the fighting, and that's always valuable for Senna. You can see that, 12 stacks from the early lane can actually be quite difficult. Senna wants to fight. It's sometimes Senna Tahm Kench is a lot more aggressive than he used to be. Navi has red buff, has level 5. Monkey doesn't have flash still, and the recalls just came through.
Chris will scan that one out. Monkey's going to flag drag away, and Kanavi, I'm going to stick on that dragon, but we'll just look to try and threaten over the Raptors. We all know what E stands for. It's Eviscerate Enemy Poultry. That's what you need to watch out. Always an acronym. In comes the Abyssal Dive. Looking for that one. Watch out, Ethan's gullible. Why does Monkey get the flag and drag out to safety, but loses the majority of his health bar to the Blooming Blow.
Now that means that his Raptors are under threat. Taeyu and Vampire must go protect this. Now Vampire will try and flash over. Does land the hook, but there's a Guardian.
Valkyrie's good value onto Kanavi. Now needs to start backing away, burn his own flash, trying to trade that one out. The Shockwave deletes the Lilia, though. And now Crisp is in danger, misses the Tongue Lash, and Karis with that level 6 turns it all around.
Cream needed to come over. Cream makes a mistake. He's had a poor series. If Cream is there, I think you can take the play even with the level 6 to level 5 discrepancy. Obviously, there was going to be a play around those Raptors. Cream was not on the same board page as the rest of the team, and it means that Kanavi and Crisp suffer for it.
Down 10 CS here as well, which is rough. Get part of that field. He plays Jackie's now in danger. Flash for the Valkyrie on top, but Jackie flashes away himself. He's got himself in the curse of the Black Mist and gets out to safety. Lot of Summoner's Blow.
Yeah, top esports, their early games have been poor. Their early games have been good. Been punishing top esports now, and we know that their composition looks good here. Now the fact that Monkey behind in the early matchup, at least from where he could have been, that is a worry, but Kanavi dying gives some time for Monkey to catch up. Now the Dragon will slow down Kanavi a little bit more. The individual matchup for Monkey looking okay.
Now they're trying to bush bait onto Crisp again. Not that easy, of course, because he's still got the thick skin active to work with. Keep himself alive. Jackie eats a bit more damage this time. They choose their targets a little more wisely.
Kanavi's actually, the Dragon resets a little bit there, so slows it down. Yeah, good hooks from Vampire. I mean, I actually don't like these hooks that much. Now, the one that blows the flash I do, but otherwise it's just giving souls over towards Jacqueline, and I don't like that. You've got to get value out of this stuff.
Jackie walks over and autos the dragon a little bit, helps the side of Kanavi get that dragon. Will not, though, be able to stick around for the souls from the dragon because he needs to clear up that wave, and that will be a little bit too much to lose.
So there's the 2 soul spawns from that dragon, which is nice. Jackalo's about to get to his first range increase, which also gives him 10% crits. Cream does have flash and ult, should be safe here.
Look around for the minion. It's just out of range, even with the command dissonance speed up.
Yeah, Cream safe there. And this is why he locked the Aurora as that last pick. It's very safe against this. If you're playing a Victor, you die there. Not the same with this. While all this is happening, 369 has a cult. He's taken 2 plates in topside. Very happily taking himself a the lead he can from this point in the match, and that's keeping Top Esports look a little more healthy in terms of gold.
I remember when turret plates first came in and Jace sort of returned to meta somewhat. We used
You'd
to have
always get 2.
Yeah, we used to have a thing about saying, look, if you're playing Jace, you must get 2 plates. You had a 2-plate minimum in order to have succeeded with the Jace. If you came into mid-game even or without those plates, then you have failed the test.
Monkey going up towards these grubs, no contest from Top Esports, playing a Vampire, using their early power over the center Tom Kent, which of course will become more powerful now the level 6 is being hit by the center and soon to be from Crisp as well. He's a level behind. Lost a lot of XP actually for the Romans that he had over towards the Raptors and stuff. Kanavi this time be able to get some Raptors. Every Raptor camp that Lily gets to steal increases her impact on the game. And Kanavi does need to get a lot of gold. You want to get to 2 items ASAP. You really need a Seekers. You go towards the Andres and then the Seekers. I think you can play out the game much more effectively. Vampire spotted in this brush. Ward will be taken away. Pot side camps immediately hoovered up by Kanavi. As soon as you put any time as an AD skirmish jungler into an objective, you don't take them quick enough to protect your own camps.
Gonna pick that one up pretty happily. Don't think it'll be a stick around for the Krugs. Be a bit far with Monkey having shown on the mid lane wave. Aurora has got the rough of a shove down here, but look now at Q potentially. Lilting Lullaby. Bellow's Breath will force a flash. But now Kanavi in danger himself. In comes the call of the Forge God. Sidesteps it for the flag and drag after, but thinks in danger. But they've got a Dawning Shadow Torment of bait! They're both gonna die!
They buy into a 2v2, and they are not prepared for Kanavi Lilia. 369 dies on the other side of the map. That's good gold for Team WE on that side as they take some plates too, especially with the 3 grubs allowing more value from that. But the center ultimate, turning the bot side play, we were saying, hey, level 6 has been hit. They can start impacting the map, and Top Esports get a huge victory for Kanavi.
Assuming no mana, and there'll be a depth charge coming from Vampire in a second or 2.
369 no mana. I couldn't even cast this to the skies, I don't think. Gets ignited. And yeah, 369 just doesn't have the mana to the play. And also, the center ult can't be cast on both sides of the map at once.
Nope, cannot. But Jackie takes 2 assists, and they do get 2 bot sides. I think they're okay-ish with that. But WE, it's a kill onto the Corki. It gets them towards the mark, towards the feeder strand. It was a necessary trade, because if they hadn't got anything there, that would have been pretty dire.
Kanavi goes back, doesn't get any kill gold for himself, sadly. Goes over towards Cream. Well, I guess Cream's happy with it. 2 kills. And doesn't get a play on the bot side, actually. Surprised they couldn't stick around for something like that beforehand. 369. Still ahead in his individual matchup, going towards a more lethality build, choosing not to go Bruiser, wants to go towards Poke, which does make sense. Actually very good versus Jarvan. Jarvan doesn't have that many ways to play against Jace Poke, apart from just engage onto him before it happens.
Press W and pray. There's a shield.
I'm missing a couple of... hang on, there could be a shockwave in. How Monkey's on top side.
Flashes out of it, and Monkey was around. 369 sees it and goes, okay, I can't actually play this the way I wanted to. Nice lane gank from the Jarvan.
On the whole, Monkey doing quite well at getting off of vision. Of course, the last play didn't work in the way that he wanted to. Imagine what could have happened if Monkey had gotten ahead in the early game. This draft is better for me, for my eyes, from WE. Now you've got the point where Lilia's ahead of Jarvan. Jarvan didn't get any early pressure down. What happened here? There was a... Oh, it just teleport towards boss.
That's how they switched over summoners, so couldn't get the play because he was quick enough back. I guess that's the way of things.
Yeah. 369 on top side, farming up against that wall now. Cream will look to get a plate here, and we'll get one of them. Of course, no grubs, makes it a little slower to take, but hey, we'll take the one.
I will say, the more I'm looking at this, the more I understand Top Esports draft, because theoretically, with the Aurora and the Jace, you should have really dangerous side lanes, and then with the Senna and the Tahm Kench sat in mid lane,
sure.
They should actually have a lot of ability to throw that orbital cannon to whatever side lane needs the assist.
Yes, but you've only got like 1 or 2 tools to keep yourself safe, right? And I don't even think late game that's enough to save someone like a Jace who is very squishy, or the Aurora. Right? Maybe the Aurora's a little more safe for a lot of ages. Taim walking up gets a decent chunk onto Navi. Dragon in 30 seconds. Top Esports took the first one, so WE would like to stop a second one going over. Top Esports I guess they could be happy to just let this one go and say, well, we'll
Play for 2 items.
we'll play for 2 items and play for side lanes right now. Cream going towards this bot side, will be clearing out. 369, first item Ghostblade, by the way, which is quite nice versus the Ornn and the Jarvan to outspeed their engage sometimes.
Even things like the Orianna and the Cork, you've got a little bit of mobility in the kits with things like the Dissonance, the Valkyrie, just that ability to space things out, especially if you are trying to play the side lanes. And again, in the 1v1s, the 2v2s even, you've got value there as top esports, I think. I think being able to index into that, I see the thought process at the very least.
JackeyLove has the Shiv, gives him better wave clear in mid lane, very hard to displace him now. Dragon gets started from W? Not sure actually. And 369 not able to get it. They're threatening it. Vampire can look for a hook here. Not sure Chris in a great position. Not a great hook from Vampire though.
Just embrace lands, but he will be surviving for another hug. It was a bit of a lie, that.
Still on cooldown. Vampire flashing for the knock.
Gets multiple members and Chris goes down. That was a clean combo. Into the depth charge with the command protect to bring the shockwave on top of JackeyLove. 369 now turns it up and they murder 2 back. Looking for the call to force. Got those. Monkey now getting down to Taeyun. Free firing with the Gatling gun, with the fast bombs. Kanavi now speeding himself up. Hop away from Cream, avoids the searing charge of the wall. It's a 3 for 3.
3 for 3 as Chris went down before that play. God damn, 369 came in with an absolute nuke in the back end of that fight. I was wondering where all the damage came from. Ghostblade chase. Taeyun does stay alive and gets a lot of value. And WE, of course, with their jungler dying, can't stay for the dragon either. Kanavi is happy because he can stay and hoover up jungle camps. He, of course, gets himself a kill and another couple of assists in there too. WE, I thought that should be a slam dunk fight. Because Chris, you are not tanky enough to do this. I don't think you should really be hanging out in this kind of play. Vampire goes for the ult flash, gets the multiple knockup. That is a nice flagrant through from them. That play only gets them the 1 kill. JackeyLove probably should just flash that. He flashes after and dies anyway. His ult actually doesn't even get to trigger. That's a bit disrespectful. But then luckily after this point, just 369 and Kanavi and Cream just shotgun them from melee range.
The thing is, they did still have to go very deep to pick up the side of JackeyLove at the end of that. And then they go, well, you've burned all your flashes and mobility. I can jump on you.
Exactly. Again, it's one of those things where like the flash engages are obviously a specialty of Team WE, but the execution and sometimes the overall strategy of it, sometimes a little bit awry. Where like, okay, it's a really cool flash engage. But your Ornn's not there and you can't necessarily get the clean fight. That's often what separated Team WE from the very top of the pack. Have said though, you know, the later this game goes, I think the happier they feel about those engages, and if they're all on the same page, that'll change.
It does show Vampire and Monkey looking to be creative and aggressive with their playmaking, which is good. It's Taeyun, the rock of the team, picking up 1,400 gold here on the Corki. A lot of those kills are going to him. Those are good signs for W. It's just then you look at people like Kanavi, who is doing quite well. Cream having picked up a few kills to mitigate the rougher laning phase.
369 picking up the coal.
Oh, yeah, like exactly. Yeah.
It all starts to rack up, and you know, it is within 500 gold.
It's a close game.
A lot of that gold is on that top lane. Jace, who I think has a good draft. You know, yes, the Ornn can struggle in the side lanes, but really the poke afterwards, the Thaddeus build, it's going to be effective against everyone, really, besides maybe Cube, but especially, I mean, Cube doesn't even feel like he wants to stack armor against so much magic resist. Crisp has the Devour now. Not really had a chance to use it so far. Their plan, do they just try and stop them getting clean back towards mid lane, give them the Herald, but then take side lanes instead? 369 on bot side will be able to take some damage there. Might be able to look for something here, Chris.
Oh, that's a good dredge.
Teleport.
They're going to try and get behind. Jack needs to back away. Can maybe look for a Dawning Shadow to keep people like Monkey in danger. Tries to flag a drag, goes golden briefly. They're going to try and run away. Is the Aurora, but gets knocked up on her retreat into the massive shockwave, and the Frost Bomb brings down 2. Jungle mid is down. It's a triple to Taeyun.
Top esports are trying to play around this Tahm Kench as though he's a tank, and they fail. Crisp 0-3 and fail flashes in the play. The Tahm Kench could have been any other champion in the game at this point, and I think Top esports would be happier with it. Crisp having a good old happy game.
How did Monkey get out there? Did I see him use the Battle Herald? I need to check again. Either way, Jackie backs away, can't really be involved in the play once the teleport comes on through, and they can't turn it around on the other side of the fight. Yeah. Cube gets another turret. They already got feats of strength off the Herald. That's about as great a sequence as you could ask for WE.
And you compare the bottom river fight we saw just before this into this one around the Herald. This is when they have everyone on the same page and they can actually close down on the carries. But the Herald was immediately I think it was mid-combat for the Battle Herald. Gets some good damage onto Knight to stop him from determining the play. Cream, not a great ultimate, and Cream uses the E to try and get the shotgun. This is a common mistake we see from Auroras. It punts him back into the ult wall, which teleports him back to the other side of it, like asteroids and whatever. Cream, huge mistake, puts himself out of position, looks for the damage, doesn't realize the ult interaction, and gets himself killed.
That is rough. Cream should be doing better than that. He's had a rough series, bluntly. He's not being great today. I think there's not many other ways to put it. On the other side, Karis, looking like a good game from him. He's got all the stacks on the Oriana. He's going towards a relatively high damage build. I'm assuming that'll be a Leandri second, but the Ludens into what is on the whole a very squishy team. Even the Tahm Kench, just keep saying, not really a tank. It's not a farming Tahm or anything like here in this version of the Senna Tahm lane. It is susceptible to the burst.
Yeah, and now suddenly, you know, with all of these kills coming through, Taeyun is so powerful. And you know, you really need now some great poke to land. I don't think WE will give the time for Top Esports for them to get a multiple shot blast kind of standoff. Chris being so weak as well means that there's no frontline for Top Esports. There is zero frontline. This has always been the problem of Tahm Kench. If you start, hang on a second, 369 might get caught. Spots like cannot be walking into the full team.
Get just flag tracked and deleted. Karis picks that one up, and Crisp now in danger as well. I think we are looking like we're going to 5 here in short order. The Abyssal Dive is swiftly into concrete.
Crisp is just incing his ass off. This Tahm Kench didn't help in the laning phase. It's not helped save the carries. I know that the melee supports are starting to run thin in the draft, but Crisp has been so poor at playing as the frontline that WE have had no issues engaging.
We're hitting 18 minutes, and I also want to point out that that is not a great soul count from Jackie Love. 43 stacks. I do apologize.
Yeah. No. The average is about 50 to 60 at 20 minutes, so he's very low compared to what it could be. He'll probably get up to around 50, I suppose, by the 20-minute mark. But because his support has been so weak, how can you expect him to do anything? This is why we see more Senna Alistair, Senna Nautilus, stuff which can be a little more aggressive as opposed to the Tahm Kench, where if you fall behind, all you do is just tank up skill shots and nothing else happens. Very good vision bait again. W have been playing very well around that. Kanavi has no Seekers, no Flash. He shouldn't walk, he does have the Flash, but he shouldn't be walking up like that. You have no outright being on the bot side of the map. Gives up a quick kill, and of course Chris goes down very quickly afterwards.
That's the old ruse of the jungle. If they were going to fight me, they do it over the camp, right? And they didn't. So they think there's no one there. That was a lie.
So now what was a game within about 500 gold is now not. It's within about, instead it's about 4,000 gold lead for Team WE. 369, 2,000 gold ahead, but the game's not been about him. He's about to get towards his Muramana. Maybe he can assassinate someone in the backline in a good enough fight, but I feel like it's, again, W are never going to give the time to Top Esports to get that poke down. And, you know, I think this has been, sadly, the case for Top Esports. I think, on the whole, their players have been better. I mean, I think actually Karis is massively outvalued Cream. But I think that, just on the whole, Top Esports early game and their disrespect towards Vision has let W into the game.
Really has. Jack sold a couple souls there. Good for him. Keeps that turret alive, but that'll be second dragon to WE. Continuing to get some value here. The command dissonance starting to strike a little bit harder. That tier 2 will fall as Taeyun is 6-0-5, the richest man of the game. 3.2k ahead of Asena. That is a rough place to be, and we've seen a lot of Corkies be kind of just, I don't know, ride-alongs in games, ride-alongs in drafts. This game, Taeyun is the MVP so far in terms of damage at the very least. He is the ace.
He's been doing so much. He's been doing so much work. Karis, though, you know, his shockwave's also been very threatening. Dragon now taken. Top Esports, because they're so far behind in the support role as well, can't even walk up and ward. This is Tahm Kench. This is why we don't see Tahm Kench anymore, folks. Very hard to play it from behind. Always was in the last meta as well. Atkan taken. Cream trying to do some damage to Cube. Gets some damage done, actually. Might be able to force the flash out here.
And they get some value here. Cube potentially in danger. Shock Blast just wide. Atkan going down, but Monkey already at half HP. Maybe they've got an angle in terms of all the forward guard. The Devour used to keep one alive. But cannot be flashed on for the lilting lullaby. It's exceptional when he dies doing it. Can't get the follow-up. I appreciate the attempt. But Taeyun takes his life all the way down. They're still alive. How on earth Cream can't get close enough? And 369 is warded away by Monkey. No one, and I mean no one from WE dies.
Top Esports can't come back against the vision control, against the engage advantage from Team WE. A few too many mistakes around the early fights, much like in Game 2, mean that Top Esports just don't have a platform to play their composition out later. It was already a difficult draft to play, but WE been so much better than Top Esports in the early game has meant that Top Esports haven't had a leg to stand on.
If that had been a little closer, Lilia absolutely eviscerates everyone. I was going to say Devour, but that would be the Tahm Kench. Don't want it.
And the big thing here as well is that he doesn't have the Zhonya's completion yet. He had the Seekers for one fight earlier. The Devour is actually not bad for one time. It also delivers Lilia into the play after the CC's down. Very nearly gets a 4-man ultimate. But where's the follow-up? You know, there's no extra CC. Kanavi trying his absolute best, but really due to Chris having such a poor game, after, you know, I think absolutely diffing Vampire for most of the games in this series, it has let WE have such clean team fights.
Been just about tagged the Lilting Lullaby guys with his between world, but couldn't get to the other side of the ultimate because Monkey just engages on them, and again, really good fight from the Jarvan there to prevent that follow-up. Now, in a position where the gold lead is expanded again. 6,000 gold leads at 22 minutes. They've got the feats of strength, got the avatar. There's so much going their way right now. They've just got the upgraded Immortal Shield Bow on the Corki to make sure they aren't dying anytime soon.
Yeah. So worth noting that the Shield Bow doesn't give you extra HP or anything like that. So the upgraded Shield Bow only gives you extra, I think it's extra AD, I think is all it gives you in terms of the stats.
369 being jumped on here. Seems to potentially be afraid of that volcanic rupture. He's eating a lot of damage, and 369 is about the gold lead right now. He's not winning this 1v1 in the slightest. Beginning to try and turn it around, but is knocked out by the second volcanic rupture, and 369 needs to run away. Can't even get the turret, and Cube just solo kills him. It's all falling apart now. Game 5 is on the horizon. I can hear the song warming up. We all know what it's talking about. Someone is coming away scraped a little more than silver.
WE have not been a top 4 team since 2021, where they made a round 1 playoffs run right the way through to the regional finals. They had so many games in that 21 summer. They sadly lost out on world participation, ending up 3rd in regionals without roster. But it's been a long time since WE could call themselves a top team. It's been a long, and in this split as well, I was a doubter. Unreservedly so. This team looked very poor at the start of the split, but they have leveled up. They've found comfort. Their players of misfits and players which have been booted from other teams have been doing so well in this new home. And Top Esports, a team which got humiliated, embarrassed at first stand, and now getting held to account regionally.
Took till playoffs, but it's finally happening. They were the first place team in the regular split, and it's all coming apart at the seams in playoffs. A replay here. Look like they tried to jump onto Vampire, and it was just not a good play. As
great shot, fantastic shot play. Yeah, Karis is so strong. Gets a huge Atakan burst there too, because the kills do give you that AoE burst and slow. Let's be honest, this game has been over for a very long time. Top Esports don't have the damage, they don't have the front line. Kanavi started well, now 1-5. I don't blame him for that scoreline because he has no one else that can frontline. The real criminal for this game for me is Crisp at 0-6. He's done nothing. He's not gotten a single assist. This Tom Kench could have been any other champion. I would have preferred Karma. They hovered that just to win lane. I would have preferred Set if you wanted to be like that engaging champion. We'll get a Devour that. Okay, cool. Well, it's not helping you win the team fight though, is it?
Chris flashes away from his team, but to what end? Where are you going? We'll get staggering blows. So Carter Abyss will dive away, and Cream lucky to get out there. He's not exactly had a great game either, has he, on the Aurora? Started off in lane in a rough spot. Hasn't gone much better from there. He's picked up a few kills here and there, but has struggled to get value as this game has gone on. The Nexus turrets under siege. WE threatening it. The Forge God is once again called up. Have we got a moment to talk about your car insurance? Maybe your goat insurance. Maybe that's what he's more interested in. Trying to force something more. 369 flashes out as Kanavi goes golden, but I think he might be thinking more about silver here. The scrapes are summoning. We're getting ready for that to be an option. WE will not continue their shove quite yet. Won't look to end the game. They've done enough. They turn around now. Monkey perhaps seeing a re-engage angle. A good weirding. Does damage back though. Flashes. And the Dolefold Hex will kill him up. Cube goes Searing charging on in. Cream trying to get more value. Karis burning with the Leandris. Taeyun also low. And they will get some more. Cube now in danger. Reminder, Baron has just spawned. Don't think they can look to rush even with the man advantage.
They can't. With Kanavi dying, I just don't think they can walk towards it. But WE go a little too far, and yeah, they end up losing a couple. But they can't take objectives. They're too far in their own base. They don't have that much DPS on objectives, unless the Lilia is there. Kanavi might be able to run onto the map and get towards something now. Karis teleporting in towards mid lane though means that he could probably defend one of these. He's going to check that dragon. Top Esports, they extend the suffering a little longer.
Was warming up for an endgame call, and it ended up being a little, what's the word? Premature. That's the term we're looking for. Now, Dragon, soul point for an Ornn and a Jarvan and a Nautilus. Yeah, that one kind of sucks. Resets come on through, and I think Top Esports just need to stall for as long as they can.
You know, I look back to this draft, I just wonder whether Top Esports should just ban the Nautilus. Like, just in the first bans, I mean, I called it earlier, it's like, well, he only has, Vampire has one champion left, and that's the Nautilus. Surely they don't give him that. They did, and he's helped Taeyun get to 10-1-9. Magi's on to Karis now as well. WE, they have more than enough damage. So much damage. Dragon's going to go over towards WE. Top Esports will at least buy themselves some time to farm, but feels like it is way too little, way too late. Not really sure WE will be handing that amount of gold in the form of shutdowns again. Vampire doesn't have flash just yet to force a fight. Baron is up and available, and Top Esports do kind of want to walk towards that. Karis might just be able to shotgun Chris, but he will die. Flash over, he's on the blast cone, goes up and down, doesn't really go that much further. Looking for him now into the
Cataclysm he goes. Call of the Forge God comes right across. The Dawning Shadow is pretty good. Monkey now in dangerous. Cream on the back end tries to get something. Will go down surely. Monkey stays alive again. Just about that triumph coming through at the back end of it all. Keeps him above Leandri's execute threat.
Worth noting, by the way, we are at 27 minutes and Jekylev's still capped at only 80 stacks. He's really been struggling. Na'Vi, Zhonya's, he will die to a Q double after, though.
Flower gets devoured, stays alive. That's important. Needs to go and starts whacking through this wave a little bit. Nowhere near something like a Rift Maker to keep himself popped up, but can get the wave shoved here, which is potentially valuable. Want to go towards these Raptors. Heal up off that. Barret up in a threat.
5-man unit of WE. Low HP on Monkey, but by getting the team red buff, they'll get some regen. 369. Potentially could land a Shock Blast or two, get some poke. They might be walking into a combo. They see that the Corki isn't there.
Ooh, that last swell seed could have been a little dangerous at this point in the game.
The Devour earlier means that Kanavi still has flash for potentially a big flash sleep. Still very hard to see top esports coming back, but not been a clean end from WE actually. Showcasing again a little bit of that trouble ending games at points from this team. Game extends. Top esports still in it. Kanavi stealing away red buff. No soul for WE, no Baron for them. They have objective bounties as well if they manage to find an access to any of those objectives, of course. Top esports, I mean, alive. I mean, limping, but alive.
The items beginning to come on through. 369 has got 4 items on this Jace. He's genuinely terrifying, especially if he can land a good combo. And we see Monkey now was very close to that TP is a little bit deep. 369 has come on in. He gets depth charge. My voice goes up like the octaves, and down goes Kanavi, and they will be ending now.
That teleport sucked. 369. Yeah, put down to the 3 part of that name. WE, I think with those 2 kills, will clearly end the game now.
Flash on for Taeyun, forces to flash, and Jackie avoids the rocket afterwards. Cream here, but in a 3v5, they must hold the line. But WE's story will continue. They'll queue up the Silver Scrapes trap, but I wonder whether it should be Moana instead. How far will they go? The horizon before them. They might just fail the end again. Please, guys, don't let the health bars like this. I have to call lines. You can't be doing it. They will finally bring down Cream. Jackie and Crisp holding on. The health bar's low. Nexus turrets under siege. The dread sign lands. And the last remaining defender goes down. He'll take Vampire with him. But we are going to 5.
Top esports see their bot lane go a combined 1-11 in that game. Taeyun ripping apart Game 4 on the Corkies. Team WE, it has been such a long time since they could be called a top team. If they reach top 4, it will be inarguable. If they lose here, they will bow out at 5th, 6th, and wait again to reach those upper echelons. But as one of the huge fan bases of the LPL, Team WE, World Elite back in 2012, have a golden opportunity to take down the first seed in playoffs.
If World Elite win here, if WE win here, it's been a little while since they've been World Elite, even if that is what I know them by, just by virtue of being a long-term league fan. Wow.
WE, bring it to Silver Scrapes. It goes to a 1v1.
They could be top 4.
They could be a top 4 team. They could genuinely be a top 4 team. Now, folks, I gotta go pick up Angie from the station for the next game, so I'm not gonna be here for the next game. There will be a 1v1 to determine side select. This is another blue side victory, I believe, which means that wait, has it been blue side?
No, because remember Top Esports won last game on red side, just about.
Okay, yes, that is true. Yeah.
Who's gonna be our 1v1? Do we even know?
This could have been a 3-1. It could have been a 3-1 to Top Esports. It could have been. W against Game 3. No, they had a very bad draft in Game 3 Dark World. They had 4 melees into an Aatrox. Eventually, because let's be honest, it was Cream inting Game 3, which made that game playable for Team WE. Like, he went 1-6. If Cream had a better early game, had been more respectful of the roams and of the Pantheon Ultimate, that game would have been so much easier. But luckily, the composition came online for them anyway. We have ourselves a Game 5. WE, golden opportunity to showcase that they could actually be a top 4 team. Insane.
It's pretty mental. Well. Why? I suppose at this point, people were kind of preying on Top Esports' downfall for a little bit, because for all they were winning the regular season, they were cracks. They were papering over things. They were winning by virtue of having good players, rather than always good play. And there was problems brewing, and it does feel like some of these cracks are finally turning into full fissures. But it might be WE that is the one to put the nail in the coffin would feel quite apt, considering they clawed their way into Ascension. Might claw their way right the way through the lower bracket. What a run they are on. It is damn exciting stuff. It's not done yet. The 5th game to go, but they beat JDG the last time out after a game 5, they might just do it again.
Maybe. I'd imagine it's going to be 369 in the 1v1 for top esports. Typically, he's their 1v1 player. On the other side, I'm trying to remember who played it for WE last time, whether it was Karis or Cube. It tends to be one of those two. Yeah, top esports on the brink. I don't think they would have expected this. The winner of this goes up to face against Invictus Gaming. WE outperforming so many people's expectations, myself included. And particularly top esports, I thought, oh, well, look, it's going to be such a jungle diff. Canavia will just diff them time after time. And initially it was, but no, I think that top esports, their early game has not been up to snuff.
Nope.
I think that they've not strategized well. I think WE, that's been one of their strongest points as a composition. And despite the fact that I think a couple of games we've seen, you know, Vampire have a rough Renata game, a rough Leona game, their early game strategy has still been enough to carry them through to this game 5, which is obscene to me.
Oh, fun fact for Vasu. We need one of those.
Well, I gotta go.
I'll think of one. When was the last? I tell you, what's the fun? I find a fun fact about WE. When was the last time WE made top 4?
I told you, Sam. I said that.
I know, and I forgot.
2021 summer.
Was that with Teacher Ma?
I can't remember if it was Teacher Ma, but yeah, it was. But Sam, that was my big end game call. Did you just miss my big end game call?
It was that in game.
No, this one.
This one. I missed that bit. I think I was distracted. I'm sorry.
Good. Shanks and Elk.
Ah. What was the course before Shanks moved in?
Breathe in there as well.
Beishang, my days. Feel like I must have seen that one. It was a good squad looking back, actually. Elk missing. Shanks. Damn. A lot of those players have gone on to big things. Well. This was the one where you thought, okay, well, the Lilia gets a lot of value here. Cream, after a rough laning phase, gets 2 kills. Oh, this could get difficult. And then we started having fights like this where it wasn't quite as clean, I think, as top esports were hoping. Very flashy engage from Vampire. I thought the choose a 1v1 for Sidelec. I think a WE cooked into on red. Yeah, no, it's not the way it works. CFO 201 Gam at the minute. Ooh. We have Mabby in chat earlier as well, who's a former VCS English caster. Did a lot of work there, who we love dearly. Sarah out there. We're one of the first people who casted. What's the score? 2-1 CFO currently? Yes, Richard Marte. God, this team pisses me off. Yeah, they do that a bit, don't they? Top esports. I can get that. Player of the game is Vampire on the Nautilus. He did have some superb angles. That's a very terrifying Nautilus splash art. Vampire with the full suite of votes. He was very good this game. The hooks were superb. He punished early. That flash breadth charge alone gets him a lot of value. Does LPL get 3 spots at MSI? I believe it's just the 2. Believe it's just the 2. Right, guys, I'm gonna put the kettle on. I'll put words on stream on briefly, so I'll come say hello briefly. But I'm gonna put the kettle on, and let me turn this. I'm not gonna be here, and I will ensure that you all have some good things to go. And I'll come back, make sure I run some ads. We do that, and we'll be back in a second for the 1v1. I'm gonna make sure the kettle is on and ready to roll.
更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局。 你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
Hello everyone, I'm just gonna quickly set up a Discord thing. I'm gonna keep doing with this. Okay, let's hope this is
일단
this works.
이기겠다는 마인드로 왔는데 이길 수 있겠다라고 생각했던 건 1세트 이기고 나서 이 정도면 오늘 이기겠다 이런 마인드로 게임을 했던 것 같고 그래서 그래도 이기고 나서 팬분들이 막 엄청 소리 질렀을 때 되게 짜릿하게 기분 좋아서 되게
Okay, Sam.
하면서 되게 기분 좋았던 순간 중에 하나인 것 같고 근데 제가 알기로는 미드가 크게 안 바뀔 것 같긴 해요. 그러니까 제 생각에는 그래서 그러니까 제 생각에는 크게 미드가 바뀔 것 같진 않고 그리고 12로 바뀐지마저 바로 대회인 것 같아서 서로 막 엄청 특별한 픽을 준비하기가 할 수도 있겠지만 쉽지 않아 보여서 서로 뭐 잘 숨기고 잘 뱀픽하면 될 것 같습니다.
Believe they'll bring out Taeyeon's Jin. Jin has already been played in the series, so they cannot do that. Where are the silver scrapes? They come soon. They'll come during like the 1v1 and champion select. Damn, good job everyone on the words on stream. Man, how good have WE done though? Like, if you've supported this team, be so proud of them. I reckon we get one more in. Okay, Sam, you gonna come do this Discord thing or not? Okay. Well, okay, I've got to go now, so so Discord's up here, Sam. It should still be through the same audio source. That should be fine. If you do want to get someone on broadcast, that's fine. Again, media source, put it down to like -5 when we're in game. It'll be around about that. And yeah, it should just come through desktop audio because it's coming through headphones anyway. Should be fine. Okay, right. Oh, the words are freaking hidden now. Okay, right. I'll leave you to here. I'm gonna go pick up Angie from the station and enjoy, folks.
Let me see how we're doing this one. Oh, where's the camera thing on Discord? So to do the QR code. Because it's easier to get online. There we go. Not yet. Nearly there. Game's over. That'll do. Minimize that. going to be fun. It's going to be cool. This is going to be such a big one. Do we know who the 1v1 is? Ah. Right, I'm trying to get Aragon, but he's locked in. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Right then, let me get this camera back on. Where art thou, camera? Hello, folks. Good to see you all. Do-do-do's in chat. Let's go. Ba-ba-boo! Chinese crowds are so respectful and civilized. They really are. Oh man, 1v1. Right then. So it's Monkey versus... Actually, let me turn this over so I can see who it actually damn well is. 369 versus Monkey. I wonder whether they're gated because they've already been to some 5th games already. Is that why this is happening? Monkey versus 369. Okay. Rumble. I can't see what it is. Okay, damn it. We'll go into this camera soon. Go into this frame. Fine. Okay, Renekton v Rumble. Bloody hell. Okay, I guess Rumble Jungle was a thing. I can't remember whether Monkey was a big player of it or not. He was in LDL during the meta of it. This gets interesting. WE. Toppies. TES are the reigning champions of the LPL. They should not be here in Game 5 versus a team that should never have made it this far in playoffs by any metric that people thought reasonable. Somehow, here they are. They have grown from strength to strength. 1v1 to decide side select. I say goodbye. Scattered Giles, a bit of love for the players. Somehow it comes down to Monkey versus 369 for side select. Going into Game 5. Oh my god. Good time to resub, John Lover. Welcome back. Early shove from Monkey. It is good. 369. Poured at the level 3. Don't worry too much here. He started with the pop with the null magic mantle. Wants to manage this into the rumble early. Running Marin skin. One of the more legendary renekton's of all time. 369 going to try and cull the wave a little bit there. Too much. Gets the plate though. Monkey just farming a lot of this wave earlier. Takes away the healing tribe. Will slice and dice. Get the decent ruthless predators down. Slices back away. It's a decent chunk there though, and the rumble early is just proving to be very obnoxious. Barrier ignite on both sides. Comet versus Conqueror. He's going to try and play for that poke where and when he can. Has gotten that early shove. Flame Spitter comes down, just continues to shove the wave. Slice from 369, can dice back out. It's got the level 6. Does he want the dominance? Yes, he does. The equalizer is solid. But still got the barrier, still got the ignite. Both traded. Monkey overheating, gets ignited. 369 with a lot of empowered ability, though. Got the barrier, and he's stuck in the wave. 369 gonna try another kill. Another barrier back. Dice is away. There's still gonna be Electro Harpoon, and no one dies. 369 surely has to retreat. When's his dice up? Needs to be very afraid of an not an equalizer, an Electro Harpoon. Took me a second. Sticks around for the wave. Every summoner blown, every health point exchanged. No one quite dies. 369 stays on the other side of the minions. No idea whether the recalls come on through. Sticking around, stacking up the Fury. Ruthless Predator. Monkey has reset. 369 should get the better back off this as a result of clearing the wave and getting it crashed into tower. Should be able to pick up the cannons at least there. Yeah, I don't think it's going to die anywhere in time, so it should be secured by Monkey on this one. Keep an eye on it. Don't mess it up. Does secure the cannon. The resets go on through. Hex Trinket for the Renekton. Halfon has been a pick into the Rumble. See what he goes for boots. I'm assuming Merc Treads. Often is a defensive boots here. 100 TSs in the win con? No. No, it's not. It's 2 kills before the Ring of Fire. 1 kill in the Ring of Fire, which spawns about, I think it's like 12 to 15 minutes. I can't remember exact timing. Or the full turret kill. It's your other way of winning. 369 gets the Conqueror stacked. The Rage Bar building as well. Still got a Hex Drinker to work with here. It's another Comet though. A little bit dicey. Doesn't like to get on top. Dominus down. Slice. In goes with that dice. The Dominus stacking. Ignite for Ignite. Passive proc. Gets the barrier. Gets a good chunk back. The Equalizer turnaround. The Hex Drinker is proc. Tries to turn this one around. Caught in the Flame Spitter. Needs to be a little bit wary. Lots of empowered abilities over 369. Slices. Dices away. Can't stay in the Healing Shrine area. In the end, Monkey probably comes out on top of that. We'll need to reset here. My stress, stop it. 369, just die. I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's not that easy. But Monkey in the 1v1. Using the Rumble for all he's worth. 369 is no stranger to this matchup. He's the top laner. Somehow we've got a 800 gold lead to Monkey. Very relaxing experience as Ruby. Not sure about that one. Winner of this gets to choose side select. With all the conversations around blue side, you have to feel quite interesting. Monkey controlling the wave, splitting it. 369 with the Caulfield is trying to build towards the full more of Malmortius. Brown bags, Leandries and the Bramble Vest for Monkey. Lots of burn, lots of ability trying to cut that healing. gets a good trade there. Overheated, though, for a couple nasty autos. Picked his moment well enough and still loses out in the grand scheme of things. 9 days, that Bramblebest doing a lot of work. Slices forward, dices out. Trying to go for those big trades. Can't quite make it happen. Monkey in the danger zone. Welcome to it. Hot running. Trying to bring back some of this HP. Needs to not lose. That cannon drops it. Ugh. That kind of sucks. Can't be far off the ring of flame. What's the timer? There it is. 369. If he wants the reset, he has to do it now. He's going for Dominus, trying to catch him before anything happens. That's an awkward timing from 369. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Needs to dice away, throws down the barrier. What am I witnessing? He's fumbled it. Doesn't get the reset. Doesn't get a good Dominus. Is it a third HP? Has the Hexdrinker broken? Monkey's still got a barrier to work with. Tries to get some healing. The burn is coming on down. Gets the Conqueror stuff. He's got a Flame Spitter. A Monkey, the jungler, wins the 1v1. WE, on the run of a lifetime, have their jungler step up against 369. Rumble v Redacted, a top lane matchup, and win. They will have blue side for game 5. We may need to come back to this moment in about 40 minutes. Because that could have just decided Top Esports' whole spring split. It could have just sent WE another step up towards heaven. LPL, man. LPL. Right. Let's drop that volume a touch as we come into Champ Select. We're going to run another set of ads so we don't get it in-game. And we'll get ready to look at this draft in a second or two. More violence. We're back. Here we go. Champ Select. WE on blue side. Vi, Gwen. Understandable bans. The Yorick away from WE at this point. Too much of an archetype champion. The Wukong as well. Taken away from Monkey. A little bit too obvious with his namesake, eh? Galio and the Akali. I think the Akali makes sense against Karis. Nico then becomes first pick because we're saying, what does Vampire have left in the pool? Nico made it through and it's immediately first pick. I think you might want to take away the Skarner. Want to Lucianami it? Crisp is a good enchanter. I'd argue it's better enchanter than some of his engage options, actually. So they're going to do that one and the Skarner to take away from Monkey. He may then want to Viego here. It's not bad into the Skarner. You can escape his ult with your own ult. You actually mash him in 1v1s if he kind of fumbles around with some of this stuff. Thank you for the sub, by the way. John Lover, Spaceman, for coming on in. And that gift sub as well. Just really coming back in after the gift sub. It's really appreciated. We can't do Kai'Sa. Conan, it was picked earlier in the draft by Taeyun. Oh my days, he's gone, Caitlyn. They want to mash that lane. Nico, Caitlyn is real lane dominance. That will be really, really hard to beat out. Are you obligating to something like Camilio here to have a bit more survivability? Some ways to get out of the CC chains? Annie also made it through. Karis gets Annie. Nico and Annie. Bloody hell. Your mid-game spike is brutal. They are going to go towards the Nami. Okay. It's something that Chris plays a lot of. He is very good at this. It works well with the Lucian. You can try and disengage a little bit here as well. If you get a good Skarner ult, the culling and the tidal wave and all those combos is very, very nasty. The problem is the mid-game spike right now, the early game power of the Nico, Caitlyn, lane priority machine that will be, and the kill combos with the tangle barbs into trap combos, a la Lux lane as well, will be very, very strong. You've got the Annie for that level 6 spike as well. You can very aggressively look to play around that bot lane, and Lucian Nami is beatable in lane, right? Like, they're very, very strong in the mid game at one item, pouncing in the mid lane, right? You can fight in the early game. It's not like you don't have that power, but you are quite reliant on all-ins, on really big trades, and I fear that if Monkey gets something with a little early agency is they get rid of the Zed and the Viego. Correct picks against Monkey in terms of this point in the draft. You can threaten this one just fine. So I think you can play around bot lane very, very aggressively and keep that Lucian Nami down and instead get that Caitlyn Nico ahead, which is kind of an obligation. Because I think if you fall behind with that trio, you're going to struggle in terms of being quite fragile, taking too long to get through people, not killing people fast enough, because eventually those guys will struggle to deal with a Scar. Victor. Okay. Yeah, you can try and outrange the Annie. Your disengage tools now with the Skarner, Tidal Wave, and Gravity Field are pretty strong. Nocturne. Nocturne, Annie, Nico would be something. Cassante as the remaining tank option topside. Okay. WE, they know what they're doing. It is hammer bot lane, bring down the Nocturne and Annie, and use that to snowball the game out from mid bot. 369 is an Urgot player. Has been played into Cassante in the past. Is this the counter pick? He just lost the 1v1 in pretty ignominious fashion. Didn't get the reset off. Didn't have anything resembling a play. Fiora for 369, my go. Okay, there's another way to break this apart. Try and say, okay, if you're playing through bot lane, we'll draw the Eye of Sauron somewhere else. Play for the 1v1. The issue here is the Nocturne will be faster at ganking that, because the other way the Nocturne can play now is to play through the Cassante and just attack that Fiora repeatedly and trust that the Nico and the Caitlyn will have enough priority by themselves to not need the assist. It's a similar thought process to how top esports work, right? Because you can defend the Lucian Army, or you can look to play through the Fiora as an additional win con, because the Fiora is a win con in the way that Cassante isn't. And I think that's probably the advantage for top esports there. If you get to 2 items there, with the Victor, with the Fiora, with the Skarner, very, very potent. The 1 item spike, though, of Annie, Caitlyn, Nico, Nocturne at the level 6 mark, Annie at the level 6 mark, Nico at the level 6 mark, hammering an early team fight. Thanks for the sub bomb, guys. Making a massive difference. Come and say hello. Nocturne has a hard game. Nami good versus the Nocturne. Completely agree, Alex. He's in YouTube chat saying hello. Doesn't Fiora get messed up by... Sorry, I lost that one because I think he got caught out a little bit there by the filter. Sorry, I lost you there in all of the... Yeah, she might in some of the ways, because again, you can attack that with a Nocturne. But basically, Nocturne diving into Gravity Field, into Tidal Wave, into Skarner can really suck. It is, however, a really good combo to try and attack the bot lane. And I get what the combo is. On paper, it's cool. There are ways to manage it here, and that makes this very, very exciting. If you can weather the early storm, come through to mid-game, and punish the Nocturne over diving, punish the Annie not getting a good ult off, the Caitlyn Nico only getting 10 CS advantage or whatever, then they're in trouble. Because you will hit a point where the Fiora is going to start tearing the map apart. The Nocturne goes there. I'm not sure whether Cassante Nocturne will have quite enough to keep them locked down. Thank you again for all the subs. We are 7 off 700 subs, guys. We picked about 200 subs today, guys. Insane value. Thank you for coming and supporting us there. YouTube, we love you out there as well. Thank you for coming that one. Hard to get through Skarner, agree as well. Because again, you hit a point, right, where your damage killing Skarner isn't that high. You need this early game, this mid game, before the Skarner is too much of a tank. Before the Nami and everyone else and the Victor is scaled with all of his ridiculous items and stuff and coming through to level 16 and gravity field and everything else. You need that one item spike to be insane. Hey, Mecha! Bring us to 700 my days. Dude, how many subs have you given out today? Bloody hell. Oilers in chat. Thank you for looking after us. TES in 5, they need to win. Maybe. WE, though, somehow it feels like the magic is behind them, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm dizzy. Yeah, me too. Me too. Why is Nami good versus Nocturne? Because Nami tidal waves, and if he spell shields that, then you just Aqua Prism on the person he's jumping on, and he's immediately CC'd and dies. If he spell shields, if he doesn't spell shield the tidal wave, he gets knocked up mid-ultimate and doesn't go anywhere. It's really silly. You can also just hold until he comes on in, and then press it. So actually, he really struggles to fully commit to the person he's ulting. If Nami doesn't have the tidal wave or the Aqua Prism, a bit harder, but it's very telegraphed where he's going. And so Nami goes, well, I guess I Q here. I guess I ult here. And it's very tricky, is why. Yeah, you can only spell shield one CC and Nami has multiple. Exactly. And it's very obvious where Nami can CC, because actually a lot of Nami's CC is quite skill shot reliant. It's not the easiest CC to land, even if it's very, very potent. And that can get quite difficult. If WE win today, I will stop Doomerism for a week. Ruby, are you sure? Are you feeling okay? That's a potent thing to get a hold of. Thank you again for, I think that's a third hype trainer today. Good God, guys. That's incredible. Why didn't he pick Aatrox? Already picked earlier in the series, AL. It wasn't available. It's Fearless, but Game 5 Fearless. Aatrox is gone. Sion is gone. Ornn is gone. We are down a long, long way down the list at this point. Button up, folks. This one should be a fun. I hope you are seated. I hope you've got your safety bar down. Arms, legs, all additional appendages must remain within the carriage while the ride is in motion. Welcome to the wildest ride in the East, folks. I hope you enjoy the drop. It's going to be stylish as hell. Thank you for another sub. Oh my days, we're level 4 hype train. Guys, keep it up, please. We've got a delay. That means I can just keep nattering for a bit. Let's have a think about this one. What are the win cons for WE? Just make it nice and clear for everyone. Caitlyn, Nico, Mash lane. Mid jungle at level 6. Get huge value at the Annual, huge value at the Nocturnal, preferably with a Nico on top of it all. And you win those early skirmishes, you win those early fights. That snowballs that bot lane even further. Xante manages the Fiora and holds her down long enough that you get that snowball win. And you allow Monkey and Nico for Vampire all of the agency in the world to do what WE need them to do, which is get rolling, be crazy playmakers, and set Taeyun up for success. Karis with lots of playmaking potential. This is all good. However, if that does not happen, the win cons for the side of top esports become a thing. Lucian Nami will still be utterly terrifying in a mid game. It will still be a decent threat in the early game. You can play around that. Skarner will be a problem in the front line. If you can get to 2 items where your Lucian Nami isn't blown out of the game, you have got a very scary 4v4. Very scary. You can manage the Nocturne devs. If you can disengage correctly, you have a lot of tools to make this a terror in that mid game. Fiora is the X factor. Will eventually beat out both the Annie, which you can just immune the CC. You see when it's coming because she's got a bar underneath her. The moment she casts that CC, you press riposte, you can win the extended fight. You can do the same to Cassandra. He hates the Fiora matchup post a certain point. It's very challenging. Even if there is some outplay potential. That is a win con in and of its own. To the riff we go. Jayos. Let's hear him.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Oh, this is going to be a blast. This is going to be so much fun. There's that graph we were talking about. The mid-game spike for WE is really nasty on the 1 to 2 items. After that, 2 items plus, well, then top esports get damn scary, don't they?
全军出击。
Cube could be spotted out there. That'll be 369 wards going down. WE will have Monkey on vision here, probably. There we go, reveals himself. Skarner also pathing from top to bot. Mirrored clears means they'll turn up towards bot lane, where I don't think there's any surprise they're going to be there. Early on, Taeyun and Vampire should have the shove here. Big chunk. Early barrier and heal to try and get lane power. Chris heals and trade as well. But it does mean level 2 is WE's. Vampire ate a lot of damage here himself, but again, Jackie ate the damage on the other side, and he is a lot more important to get damage on because he doesn't have the healing. Another good blooming burst there from Vampire. Really looking for the poke at the level. No tangle barbs or anything quite yet. Level 2 has been hit. Jackie and Chris caught under the turret. Knocked him, pathing down towards the Skarner. The backstep there from Jackie. Audacious charges for Audacious. Let's push forward. That would be a shins out E. Navi on our screen. Also pathing down here. Here to support. You can break the flashes of Vampire and Taeyun here. Caitlyn suddenly has a lot harder time playing the game. Avoiding the Nico clone. I think they must have been spotted there, sure. .369 looking for that. Attack on the Vitals, couldn't quite lunge forwards to it. Always the key on Fiora. Can you find those angles? It's always the mini game. Sante has the ability to jump around to make it a little harder. Hide by those bushes as Kanavi and Monkey trading on the Scuttle Crabs. One, I believe, there by Kanavi. Does have that additional bit of CS. Kanavi needs to back away here. Forced to flash. His Kara's also low as Cream trades with him. Monkey can now potentially look at his topside Scuttle Crab. Good chunk from Jackie Love. Forced a flash on Vampire. The last order would have done him in. Built over Peacemaker and the 90 caliber net goes wide. Man, Nico is like, she is quite, isn't she? Whoa, flash in mid lane. Cream's in danger. Flashes in turn. The unspeakable horror will not quite come onto Gravity Field now to put Monkey in danger. We'll have the spell shield there, though, to be okay. .369. Fiora going to be as important a player as anyone else right now. Here we are in game 5. WE on the verge of something historic here. Off esports would love to stop it in its tracks. Not here. E here. LPL at its finest. Bot side. The flash of Vampire does hurt, but again, early CS lead towards Taeyun. What you wanted, it was step 1 of the plan. Been perfect. Again, things like the summoners going down early. The flash in particular is a big one. But those level 1 summoners are back off cooldown. That's not going to be punishable right now. Blooming Burst comes on now. Kanavi here, clearing out some of the walls, trying to give some respite towards this bot side. And that has to be the game plan here. But it means Skarner will be a known quantity. Monkey, level 5, not quite level 6 yet. I think a few more camps for that one. Good chunk onto Vampire. Again. Ow. Too much here. Both junglers going to be trying checking for the Tangle Barbs is good. The Aqua brings him back. They will force the heals in trade. 90 caliber net forced the flash from Crisp as he would have been hit and might have allowed a headshot. Flash heal down. Vamp already burned that heal. Tayin also burning the barrier. So Summoner trades again, but no one down. 20 CS lead bot is problematic though. Monkey is a camp off 6. Won't find a Gromp or anything to pick that up. So they want to dive this potentially. Kanavi cults his back. Going to try and defend his bot lane as they are looking for more here. Upheaval comes on down. Blooming Burst catches Jackie, who has no mana. Trying to pick up as much CS here as he can. Weathering the storm where they can. Those traps underneath the turret making sidesteps really hard. Relentless Pursuit cleanses. I wish that was a bit of a panic one, honestly. Has to leave the wave. In danger of a headshot and just dead. A flash order would do him in. And the siege commences and continues from Taeyun and Vampire. With a very defensive build here with the Tear and the Null Magic Mantle. 369 pops the Grand Challenge. It's a decent chunk there. All out, not blown by Cube. Looking for shove and a back, I think. Dragon secured by WE off the priority bot side, and that will be a win con in and of itself. It's a good soul. Dragon's Infernal. Okay. What's up on the board still? Chem Dragon. Ocean Soul. Hex Soul, Cloud Soul. That all sounds quite good as well. But I think a defensive build here on the Victor when you're into Nocturne, into Annie. I can see the thought process here. Good riposte. Let's take a turret shot for it, but she'll be able to reset off. The lane swap early hit from Taeyun because Grubs are spawning and they like to play for both sets of early objective while they are in the ascendancy. Monkey soloing that out. In goes, I suspect not Taeyun, but Vampire in the guise of Taeyun. Monkey has 6, by the way. Paranoia, a possibility now. They've sent the Victor against the Cassante. Assist be Pink being absolutely hammered by Taeyun. I think Monkey might want to look to gank there. Jackie's roaming up. So is Kanavi. Wards all over top esports red side jungle. 369 would love these waves. Just can't step forward. Too afraid of potential turnaround. Finally reset. Staying in range for the turret aggro. Not the turret aggro. The XP at the very least. Jackie finally matches up against this lane again here as well. And over on the LCP being crazy over there. Apparently it's crazy here too. Oh yeah, it is. WE reminder. Knocked out JDG in 5. Might do the same to top esports. Number 1 and number 3. By a team that barely squeaked into the upper group. Skarner missed W ult, Sam on anti. Oh god, did he? Was busy checking chat. Ooh. Oh dear. That's not good. Navi, they're going to look to drive on through here. Nearly got the ult back up. Hit by the clone. Taeyun's still in danger, getting slowed down. Taeyun has flash, has barrier, doesn't burn either. Chunk, but no real use of anything to threaten. Monkey on the other side on the Grom. 369 thinks he can trade this. Let's try and get some value. Unspeakable horror comes on down. Won't be proc. Jackie eats a fair amount of damage. Hit with the first part of the blooming blows. Blooming burst, I apologise. Had a Lilia last game, it's got in my brain. Third plate secured. There for WE in that top side, of course. Doing a lot of early work. Note that Cube has absolutely rushed the Thornmail. He's into Illusion and a Fiora. Makes some sense. Cream now matching up here in this top side. Give us an Illusion mid lane. I think they might. Decided enough is enough. At this point, Cream is safe enough to start side laning by his lonesome. 2,000 gold out of laning phase right now for WE. That's mostly in the bot side. Maybe not 2,000. It's actually, it's about 1,500. But the majority of that is in the Caitlyn. Good news. What you needed out of this game. Gromp taken away by Kanavi. Dragon in 50 seconds. Turret top side going to be attacked by Cube. 369 doesn't want to teleport. Will lose a fair amount of time. Probably another plate, actually. Slightly awkward rotations from top esports who've been behind on a lot of these swaps, honestly. Green clearing up as many of these minions as he can. Into Taeyun. Can, of course, with the gravity field, just hold the minions in front of the tower. Prevent easy access from Taeyun to get more plates. Can be a pretty good denial pick on that front, can the Victor. Maybe they just move the Victor to wherever the Caitlyn is. Can see that. Jackie Love will look for a shutdown funnel. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Let's see it. You can get that Lucian culling onto someone with a lot of early leads. That can be very, very potent. Down 40 CS, mostly out of this laning phase. It was always going to be very, very obnoxious unless you could force a way to get summoners off. And they go on the bot side. Cream flashes away. Gonna get hit by the unspeakable horror. Throws down the gravity field. Stunned up. Goes down. No defense is quite in time. And the gravity field is not enough to keep him alive. Karras burns his own flash and TP, but does get the kill. Important there with the Malignance. Vampire. They have his own clone driven into all the Extile impact. First blood comes in at 13 minutes. That will be second dragon for WE. They want to fight this Soda Tell Esports. Maybe. They've got a TP on Cream. He can turn up in 3 seconds. Pot lost him on the backside. Ends up on the bot lane. But they can lose Vampire for it. Culling up the through. They lose Crispin Trade to 1-4 right now. Kanavi in the back of the pit. Low. Hit for the ace in the hole. Jackie Love still here trying to trade. Can try and get the dragon. Karras still low. Into the backside goes Cream. Trying to get some kills. He's got the Hex Tech Storm going all over the place. Dragon secured by an auto from Taeyun. What on earth was that? 369 is not there. 4v4 of sorts goes wrong. Jackie gets a kill. That's your silver lining. On the back end of it, Karras ends up with 3. 3 for 1. All of them kind of going between the Caitlyn and the Annie. That is about as worst case scenario as possible. Oh boy. Put Cream on that TP. Might be able to clean some people up, but he wasn't quite there in time. Starts off with Taeyun getting to put down a trap and mash Crisp while Jackie does the same onto Vampire. Problem is, Kanavi doesn't really survive long enough to fully contest the dragon. Jackie's trading with Taeyun, and then Cream comes on him and tries to play the back end of it, but Monkey gets to flash out of the pit, but it means there's no smite in the pit. But Jackie can't stand there in auto, so can't really get that one. Awkward. Did Kanavi even try to press star there? I don't think he did. Couldn't find an angle. Not quite low enough for the smite, I think. A Monkey was still in the pit by the time that it would have been low enough to smite. The Monkey had to flash out because Cream was about to murder him, and that would have given the reset to the Arcane Storm. Got bigger, would have turned that around. I think if Monkey had died there, we might be talking about a very different fight. Didn't quite happen. Now Cream is 0-2. Feeling a bit sheepish. Suddenly got a 1,300 gold on the Annie as well. The other person you needed to get a lead. That's a 3k gold lead, folks. briefly need to cough. Maybe I should have said choked. Top Esports lose an upper bracket and then immediately after in the lower. There will be some stories to be told. Monkey gonna get this Herald, I think. 369 on the Fiora with the Ravenous Hydra. Just quietly playing his game. Managed to turn a game around with the Aatrox earlier in the day. Maybe has to do so again. There goes the ult, getting a big chunk. Monkey also around. Could theoretically look for a paranoia dive here with the Herald as well. Will be forced to reset here. And that's first turret secured as well. Not that it means anything. They've already got feat of strength for the objectives and the drag and the kills. Was Kalista completely ignored this whole series? Yes, it was. Alex in chat reminding me of a very important fact. The Victor ult doesn't expand and reset until you actually upgrade all your other abilities. I forgot about that bit. Oops. My bad. 369. Just quietly playing up the game best he can. 20 CS, and that's good news. Well, 15, but still. Queen's going to have to give up the side lane again. I think the problem is the moment both these outer turrets fall with a Nocturne, with Caitlyn, Nico, with Annie, this Victor's going to have a horrible time side laning. Those long, long lanes look very long indeed right now. Lucian useless late game? I'm not sure that's entirely true. I think it gets harder to execute because basically, in the mid game where your culling is enough to blow someone up, as true late often between redemptions and lockets and people getting enough shields and various resists to make that quite hard. But if you get to dance around fighting, get to a lot of rotation, it still scales pretty well with items. Narvis is gone. Oof! Jack is going to eat a chunk as well. They'll drop Herald mid. Top Esports, we said they had to be worried about getting snowballed on. That was what WE had to do. So far, the game plan looks good. Another turret. Jackie will relentless pursuit forward, see whether he can catch someone. Couldn't quite. Navi, not a great game from him on this Skarnet. Not so far. He's one of the people who was picking it in the jungle last year before people were really, really on it. Thank frick, UP didn't eliminate this team in planes. It was close, wasn't it, Ocean Salts? What could have been? Cube eats a fair amount of damage. I think 369 just wants to take this turret, get something back on the board for Top Esports. Important turret bounty. And Fiora gets towards 1,000 or so gold lead. This is important. 2 items for the Lucian. He's still 1,500 gold behind. He's pretty miserable. We'll need to start making some value here soon. Guys, Top Esports have to stop the bleeding now, or it's too late. It might well already be too late.
我为什么一点都不意外？我为什么一点都不意外？
That's Danielle's.
我为什么一点都不意外？
3 or so minutes still for Soul. And I think Top Esports will have to play around that, and it's going to be a miserable time. They're going to have to try. They've given up every objective this game. They've lost the Grub, they've lost the Herald, they've lost all the early Dragons. I just watched the Flash. No, it was just not. It was just a let them away. Feel bad for 369, yeah. He's tried, hasn't he? He's got the second item. Okay. Second item done for the Skarner. Will be a little tanky. He's only gotten 18 stacks so far. He's not that tanky. Flashes away, stays alive. Over the wall, though. Goes Karis. But Nico will after the tidal wave. Buys some time. Lost the Skarner, though. That's important with I say, Dragon spawning. No, it's not. It's 3 seconds until 3 minutes until Dragon. Quick glance up at that timer. Caught me wrong. There's still the Atakan to play over. Lot burned there to just get the jungler, though. Traps are everywhere, though. Monkey's low. I don't know whether you can still play this, actually, guys. Cream could still really threaten their Vampire. Has to be very afraid of aside from power. Gravity Field will catch out the clone. Crisp still low, but enough of Enchanter here to be threatening. And actually, the 1 kill won't turn into all that much. Jackie Love gets the Ardent Blaze down. Atakan's still angry. Can be dragged into waves like this. It's kind of funny. And breathe. That cost Karis and Vampire their flashes before the next big fight. Crisp is down his, and that's important. He picked off quite easily on the Nami. Skarner down his as well. There's the front line who's been struggling in the front line. Could be hard. Excuse me. Minute and a half until Dragon, but your engage tools don't have flashes for WE. Is that enough? Not enough with 4k deficit to really threaten around this Dragon. Gotten some wards down at least now to top esports. That's a bit better. Fighting over that vision. I wonder whether WE feel like they can give this one up. I'd say, yeah, fine. A little bit risky into a comp like this, giving them time to scale. Fiora is hitting critical mass with the two... with the 2 items. Level 15, still farming away. Not quite the second item for Cream, which would be really, really nice about now. Doesn't have it on the reset either. Ugh. The Andrews would have been great for this fight. 2.5 for Caitlyn. Lucian has foregone completing the boots. We back to the Atakan. Pathmaker goes wide for you. 369 looks for a lunge, can't quite find it. Trapline comes on out. They want to force this Atakan before top esports are ready. Trapline is there. Top side, picture in picture. Cullen comes on down. Vampire will be forced to heal. Clone blocks it. In comes the Paranoia. They come on over to try and fight this regardless. Karis from the flank angle. From the backline they go. Jackie Love in danger. Absolutely eviscerated. Vampire does get onto Cream, who just turned it around. Blows up that one. They've lost 2. Massive damage, and they steal away the Atakan. Cube is in, but to what end? Taeyu's not helping anyone. He has to flash on out. That was the problem with the Nocturne. 2 for 2. Karis in danger. Gets the stun. It's on to Clean. Taeyu still very scary. You need to reset here, surely. Back away. Look to fight another day. Ace in the hole. Not enough to kill. Cream still has TP. Crisp may have to reset. They're on to the Dragon. They don't have a smite, but 369 is around. They're going to have to give up soul off this. They got the Atakan, but couldn't keep the health bar high enough to make this truly threatening. 369 wants to come play this. TP in down to 2,000 HP. It will be a smite fight. Stunned up. Needs to get on into the back. And this one against Harry Buck to get the play. The Dragon goes down, but what about the fight afterwards? Karis low, but just turns around and murders Fiora, who chooses violence over Dragons and will die for it. Flash away, and the auto was in the air. WE gets soul. May fumble the Atakan, but the damage from this Caitlyn and Addy will not be ignored, will not be denied. Nearly for 369. Let's have a look at the replay again. As it starts, the top esports beginning to punish some of the dive. Well, it was supposed to happen before the snowball got very extreme. They jump onto Jackie. And he gets popped. Into the mid lane we go, though. Flash away. Karis doesn't get the engagement he's looking for. Vampire can't find it after. Pulled back under the turret. Big for Monkey, who will just about survive. Gets the smite. Slow! Hang on! How did that happen? Tippers just ran at the Lucian!
Unstoppable.
Just ran at him! Not even a flash, it's just a bear slap! Vampire goes on in! No thresholds to be found there. Be welcomed into the enemy jungle. Navi just about surviving it, but the Baron's going on down, and you've lost your bot lane. Not your mid lane. down to 1200 HP. Karis is low. Monkey is low. Cream has got an Arcane Storm and a Dream. Kanavi is still here. 369, the back end, looking to potentially threaten. It will force WE off Baron. And with the resets coming on through, I think they can look to pick up the mid lane turret. Let's have a look again. What happened? Jackie was deep. So looking to clear out this wave, get some priority, make sure they did have ways to get some threat around the Baron, but then Nocturne ults, and Jackie jumps away. Has got people behind him, and they cleanse, and Monkey's then really deep. Good flash away. Nearly baited W really deep, but the blooming blow, and the Tibbers just too much. They can't hold him. As Jackie just stands and decides that Tibbers is going to be too much and just gives a kill over. Bit awkward. Almost a nice bait onto Monkey. They nearly dragged him under, but they couldn't quite put enough damage into him while he was CC'd. Almost. But I assume he just decided he wasn't going to be able to survive the Tibbers or just ignored how much damage it would do. Either way, little embarrassing. 369, the Lord and Savior, is still a problem in a side lane. 2.6k ahead. Building towards a Sterak's gauge. Second wealthiest man on the Rift. 1,000 gold behind Taeyun, though. He's at 3 items on this Caitlyn. Youch. And Topher Strike's part 3 goes wide. Looking to stack him up again. Monkey looking for a potential paranoia angle down here. On they go. Grand challenge goes on down, trying to get some autos in. The fear is there, and there's just nothing to be done, and they can't threaten elsewhere on the map. Not the Sterak's, it's the Hull Break, of course. Sorry, I should have realised that. But either way, he's dead. A little bit awkward, that, and you've just lost your only fed member. And now have to be wary of Baron. In comes Cube. And the Baron is started again. Cream split off. Navi trying to drive on through. They're trying to chunk his Dracula. Gets a big chunk onto Karis. Down half HP. Kanavi can still look to get through the back of the pit. Very hard to keep Skarner out. Can look to jump on through the wall. Karis threatening. Driving around the back end of this. 3k HP. They might just look for the fight. The tidal wave comes across. Is taken. Vampire into the back line. Only keep Jackie level away for a second. The Skarner Impale is onto Q. Not the best target. They get the Disintegrate. Creep trading with Monkey and losing. It's an abysmal fight. And Cream dies as well. 3 for none. Baron. And a mid-lane wave that was so artfully prepared earlier. WE may have just finally broken the camel's back. The cracks that have been there all split long. The things that made you wonder, yeah, our top esports really the best team in the league? The scoreline is one thing. The occasional papered over wound will not deny the problems they've seen. They have killed Monkey, but there's still the Nexus turret under siege. And WE will be the LPL first seed from spring. The regular season champs, the regular season MVP. How far will they climb? Another step closer. They are top 4 in the league, having nearly not made Ascension. They could have gone out to Ultra Prime. And now they've just executed not just JDG, but top esports. The dance continues. It's not a last dance. It's the first one. It could be the first of many. And they will dance on along into the night, I have no doubts. For TES, this is ignominy. This is our first stand representatives looking to redeem themselves after the failure, the embarrassment internationally. They win the regular season, lose in the upper bracket, and then lose to WE in 5 games. I seem to recall a 1v1 where 369 versus the enemy jungler loses a top lane matchup of Renekton versus Rumble. And a game like that happens. Top Esports early games were a little bit suspect throughout the series. WE's anything but. Vampire, the Nico, exceptional. Taeyu, the Caitlyn, exceptional. Karis, the Annie, exceptional. I think probably underscores the run. It is exceptional. This is out of the ordinary. All right. How far can you go? And at this point, Aragon wasn't familiar with your game. Vampire has really grown into it, hasn't he? Maybe on this occasion, the hope, the belief pays off. Here's to you, man. Oh, well, who says the LPL isn't entertaining? Who says it? Let me go find that clip. That's going straight on socials. I need some food. You will now realize this means ILWE or IG will be at MSI guaranteed. Very true. We're getting one of the three. Oh, very true. Well. BLG are going. But we are getting, well, BLG are likely going, but BLG, AL, WE, and IG are our top four. That's fun. That's very fun. Let me go get that clip. Wow. That's pretty mental. I don't even know where to go with this. Man, thank you all for the support again today. We hit 702 subscribers. That's really awesome. Wow. It's not just... the thing is, that's now JDG and Top Esports. And yes, TES and JDG weren't at the best we've ever seen them, right? But that should not take away from the fact that WE absolutely put them to the sword. Yes, it went to 5 games. It wasn't clean from them either. But that's 2 insane teams to have brought live. Top Esports eliminated. Yeah, they are. They're going home. They're going home. That's it. That's quite cool. That's pretty mental. I need to go get that clip. Where's it gone? Come back. I just made the clip. Come back. Clips I have made. Who's going to be the MVP here? That has to be the question, doesn't it? I was thinking about streaming today, but I'm going to do some stuff with friends in the afternoon, I think, instead. Here we go. It was a good Nocturne game. I wondered whether Vampire might get it, but no, but Monkey was good. I think I might still have given it to Vampire. I thought that Nico was pretty solid. And he died a few too many times. Taeyun was also just really good on the Caitlyn. Didn't really put a foot wrong. I think Monkey was good, but he was very solid. That's a long way from the EDG Doom squad, isn't it? Bloody hell. Where's that clip gone? Come back. I want it back. I just made a clip. Come back. Well, there goes Monkey as the MVP. Guys, I think it is probably time for me to end the stream here. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Let's see who else is on. Anivia, to YouTube, a pleasure as always, folks. We're going to see you, let you guys go. Until the next time, thank you very much for looking after us. Bye-bye for now. And we'll see you all the next stream.